On day 1, I spawned into the rocky beach as a warden land shark. I'm not just a fish out of water, I'm a warden above ground. I only had 6 hearts though, so I wasn't about to become master of the ecosystem overnight. And my hopes of being immediately a relevant player in the overworld disappeared even more when a silver skeleton showed up.
Look at me and my bad self. I'm Silver John, and I'm this world's ultimate super duper star.
Whoa, you look cool. Can I be your friend?
Ugh, a warden land shark? Get your cartilage bones away from my silvery shiny bones.
He slapped me with a melee attack that wore down 3.5 of my hearts. One more hit like that, and I was toast. So I ran away to live another day. Swimming away through the land was easily done for a land shark like me, and I was able to hide among the rocks of the biome. Well, so much for making a friend right out of the gate. That Silver John guy seems like a real snob. I hope not everyone I meet is like that. I scanned the horizon with my powerful senses, a fusion of warden sonar and shark instinct. A powerful ogre appeared on my radar and was bounding over the rocks towards me. Was this new mob a friend or a foe?
You?
Me!
How dare you get that close to Silver John? I'm his #1 fan, and I've never spoken to him. Just who do you think you are, buddy?
I'm Zozo, the warden land shark, and I didn't even know who Silver John was. But after he attacked me, I totally regret approaching him.
Oh, I see. You think you're too good for Silver John. People like you make me so mad. I'm going to take what is left of your hearts.
The ogre rampaged towards me, but I wasn't planning on getting trampled. I slipped through a gap in the rocks that was too small for him to follow and hid away in a cave fit for one of my warden relatives. That's one way to start a 100-day challenge. I better steer clear of Silver John and his obsessive fans. On day 2, I traveled down the coast to another more beautiful and colorful beach, the Rainbow Beach. Even though I'm a land shark, I do like being so close to the water. I had to set up my base here. I took down some trees so that I could make a pickaxe out of wood, which I quickly discarded after I gathered stone for a stone pickaxe, shovel, and axe. I made myself a stone sword too, in case I had to defend myself from that ogre, or even Silver John himself. While I was walking the beach, I decided to do some fishing. It was ironic since I am a shark, but I managed to catch some squid, which was easy to cook into calamari over a campfire. Delicious calamari. Yep, this place is definitely going to be my home. I started to build my totally awesome beach dream house in the dreamy Rainbow Beach where I would be able to live a peaceful and happy shark life. Of course, not everyone was in agreement that I deserved a chance at happiness. The ogre had followed me to the Rainbow Beach and was still mad about what happened the other day.
Nice house, Zozo. It's a lot nicer than mine, actually. You think you're some kind of big shot, huh? But it doesn't matter because Silver John will never notice you again.
That's fine by me, ogre. I actually hope I never run into him again.
Good. Let me help you with that by making this showy house less of an eyesore.
The ogre ran over and smashed up all my hard work. I held on to my sword in fear, bracing for the ogre to attack me as well, but it never happened. The ogre was so worn out from wrecking my house that he wandered away with a huff.
That'll show you.
I was frustrated because my fledgling dream beach house had been demolished, but relieved because that ogre fist wrecking ball hadn't wrecked my poor warden land shark face. I returned to first fix up my base and then continued working on it in as quiet and not show-offy a fashion as I could manage. By the end of the day, I had a roof over my head and a lovely beach house. On day 3, I stayed on the move and discovered that there was a flowering enchanted grove nearby. This world was so beautiful and full of wonder. Wow, I should really use some of the rare wood from this grove to give the walls of my beach dream house a bit more pop. While I was gathering the materials, a yeti snuck up behind me and roared into my smooth warden land shark ears.
Rawr! I'm Yeti Betty, and I'm going to make you regretty. Ever setting foot in I'm going to need to ask you to leave the woods here with me.
There are so many trees here, and I just need a few of them. You understand, right?
Your deforestation days are over, Shark Boy.
Yeti Betty attacked me, but I drew my stone sword, ready to fight back. Take it easy, Betty. It's just the name of the game. I always build things out of wood to start with.
Wrong. The name of the game is Minecraft. Now beat it.
Yeti Betty charged up for a big attack and sent me flying across the enchanted grove with some huge huge knockback. I almost took a lot of falling damage, but fortunately, there was a small pool of water conveniently under where I landed. I was happy the water stopped me from taking damage, but I wasn't alone in the water. A barracuda was relaxing just above the surface.
Oi, can't a land barracuda swim in the water for once? Is it too much to ask?
I'm really sorry. Wait, did you say you were a land barracuda? I'm part land shark. The name's Zozo.
I'm Barry, and even though you just stumbled into my swimming pool, I can tell we're going to get on like a couple of good chums.
Have you ever been to Rainbow Beach? The water there is pretty nice, too.
Sounds it, mate. Let's dive on in.
With Barry the land barracuda by my side, I finally had a friend in this overworld. From day 4 to day 5, I returned to this colorful Rainbow Beach with my new Landian friend, Barry. Since we no longer need to live beneath the ocean waves, I built him a sweet room above the surface, including a few ambient candles you'd never be able to light under the sea.
Strike a light. Literally, me regular barracuda brethren would be so jealous of this 5-star fiery room I've got here.
You're so right, Barry. It is pretty flamin'. Something those water dwellers could never dream of seeing in a million years. Unless they evolve to be like us in a million years. Wouldn't that be something? As Barry relished in the fiery scene, I land swam from his quarters and went outside, bumping right into that Silver John superfan again.
You both think you're both so cool, huh? With your advanced evolutionary powers? I bet you think you're cooler than Silver John, don't you? Well, you can't be. He's got silver bones, and his dark eye sockets make him look like he's got built-in sunglasses all the time. Cool sunglasses he can't ever take off, because he's so cool.
I don't think we're any cooler than Silver John, actually. That guy has silver bones, which, in my personal opinion, is a pretty rare color for bones to be. He seems like he's got advanced evolutionary powers of his own.
Wow. Wow. So you think you're just as cool as Silver John then? That's just as bad as thinking you're cooler than Silver John.
I don't think I follow.
You don't follow Silver John, but everyone follows Silver John, and all haters of him must be destroyed.
Without warning, the ogre fired an arrow at me, but I was quick to dodge, using the innate instincts of my water shark ancestors who were used to evading harpoons. Arrows are just a land version of those. I think I was so good at land swimming that I was able to evade every arrow fired. Not wanting to admit my fighting moves were pretty neat, the ogre ran off in a hurry, dropping his power bow out of shock in the process. I decided to pick it up for myself. I'm not sure how I'll shoot this thing with just my fins, but it seems like a good line of defense to have. And if it's any consolation, just like my land swimming abilities, I could evolve to have opposable thumbs soon. From day 6 to day 8, I was working on my dream beach house and making it closer to the ideal version of it I kept seeing in my dreams. I knew I would need wool for some of the furniture, so I found some wandering sheep and herded them into a pen. I'll just leave them there for a while. We'll take some time to grow in, after all. Out by the sheep pasture, I noticed a shining silvery sight on the horizon. It was Silver John, the skeleton superstar. He appeared to be looking into some kind of camera and holding an auto crossbow at a sideways angle.
Hello, people.
He said into the camera.
I'm Silver John, the biggest super duper star in the overworld. And when I need to have a bit of fun, there's nothing better than shooting off an auto crossbow from Otto's auto crossbows in a random direction, like so.
Silver John started firing the crossbow, and his bolts flew through the air towards my sheep pen. A few of them grazed the fence, but one even took out a whole sheep. Whoa, that has to stop. I ran over to Silver John, heedless of the camera nearby. Hey, John, stop shooting at my sheep.
Do I know you?
I'm Zozo, the Warden Land Shark. You slapped away some of my hearts a week ago.
It doesn't ring any bells. I have a lot of people to meet, so I can't remember them all. What's your problem again?
You're shooting my sheep with your crossbow, and I want you to stop.
Yeah, I'm kinda in the middle of a commercial here, and this is the perfect location for it. I suggest you move your sheep, because I'm gonna be shooting this thing all day.
That's not fair. I just put up this sheep pen.
That was your mistake. As for me, I'm too rich to make mistakes.
Why, you can't just...
Are you still here? Scram! Before you become a target too.
I wanted to fight for my rights, but I knew I didn't stand a chance against a superstar, so I swam away in shame. From day 9 to day 10, I angrily stayed within my base, ushering a few of my sheep inside, so neither Silver John's camera crew nor could his crossbow Zozo have the ability to shoot them.
If that snide skeleton wants to capture any of your sheep on his camera, he should have to pay you first.
I don't even think he pays his camera crew, let alone the locations he films these commercials at.
He needs a permit to film this close to your property, methinks.
The legal fees of trying to fight that wouldn't be worth it. The guy's a billion trillion gazillionaire with loads of loyal fans. We'd never win, he also thinks.
Oh, don't be so glum, Zozo. Come on, follow me. I got some fun things to show you that methinks could cheer your day right up.
Wait, really? The sheep John shot is alive again?
No, I ain't a magic land barracuda, but I am pretty skilled when it comes to the art of construction. Here, check this out, my Landian friend.
Barry showed me to a statue he'd begun to build with his own two… well, he doesn't have hands, so I wasn't quite sure how he built it. I also wasn't quite sure what it was of, either. That better not be a statue of celebrity superstar Silver John Skeleton.
Oh no, he'd probably sue me given the way it looks now, being it a little ugly so far. Nah, it's not quite finished yet. I'm still letting the creative juices flow, like a forest creek or a running faucet. Speaking of bodies of water, check this out. I made us a pond, paying homage to our aquatic roots. But that's not all.
Barry then showed me the other upgrades he'd made to our base. A furnace and a Zen garden. He must have built them while I was busy hate-watching Silver John from our base window, blindly consumed with rage. Wow, what perfect timing for a Zen garden, Barry. Thanks for all of this. I think I'm gonna take some time to de-stress here. All that seething has really tuckered me out. From day 11 to day 12, I relaxed in my peaceful Zen garden, my eyes shut tight as I tried to block out the world around me, including all thoughts about Silver John. No wonder he's so popular. It's hard to get the man off your mind, whether you love him or hate him. What an evil, but clever celebrity strategy. Man, why that red-headed mermaid wanted to live up here amongst land dwellers is beyond me. The crustacean was right. Life under the sea sure does seem a lot better than anything we've got up here. As I peacefully pictured beguining sardines, carps playing harps, and trouts rocking out, something else distracted me from my musing moment. Hearing super loud tunes blast from the distance, and not my own brain, I went to check it out, witnessing something I knew I never gave permission to happen this close to my base. It was Silver John Skeleton, and he was hosting a concert.
Shining like silver, yeah. Silver baby. Gold is overrated. Silver is here to stay.
You keep it down out here. Some people are trying to relax, and those some people are me.
Huh? Sorry, I can't hear you over the super cool song I wrote. Yeah, that's right. I'm superstar Silver John Skeleton, and I write my own music with lyrics I came up with in my own brain. Silver baby.
Rumbling, I returned inside my base, using some of my sheep's wool to plug my shark ears with. There has to be something that could shift public reception about Silver John. He may be all bones, but I'm sure I could scrounge up some beef on him if I searched hard enough. He's got some skeletons in his closet, I'm sure of it. But if he won't be honest with his own fans, someone else will have to spill the beans. And that person's gonna be me! From day 13 to day 15, I hurriedly left my base to escape the nearby concert grounds, those sheep's wool earplugs not having done a very good job blocking out Skelejon's #1 chart-busting musical hit. Shining like silver, ooh, I'm silver, yeah. Ah, darn it! Why does this song have to be so catchy?
Catchy, huh? Well, I'll show you, catchy.
A beast landed behind me. It was Betty, the Yeti. Or was it Yeti Betty? Betty Yeti? Yeti?
Ha! Gotcha, you feeble-minded fan! No one sings Silver John songs in my midst. I've spent years isolating this enchanted grove just to get his sticky tunes out of my brain. And I won't let you, some simple-minded skeleton, come in here and re-stick it to me.
Fan? Oh no, no way! I'm no fan of Silver John. That guy's one of the biggest jerks on dry land. I'd never listen to his music willingly. Look, I've even got earplugs in my ears. I was trying to tune him out, but he held a stupid concert next to my house all last night, and now I can't get his jams out of my brain.
Well, there's no way you're getting his jams out anywhere near me. The last time John came into my grove, he demanded to build a concert hall here. All without a permit, mind you. He knocked down so many trees, I was afraid he'd kill every flora and fauna until the last thing standing was his stupid stage. Now, I don't care if you're a fan or not. No one comes into my glade singing his nonsense and gets away with it.
Yeti Betty charged at me, swinging his massive fists with destructive intent. Betty swung at me, her hits a few times successful, but as she ripped through the glade, her haphazard punches destroyed a few trees with them. The more I darted, the more she hit. and the more trees that fell around us. As she tired of fighting, I fled to a far side of the grove. The last standing evergreen laying destroyed at our feet, or the equivalent of my feet. Despite being a land shark, I hadn't evolved to grow feet or legs yet.
No, my beautiful enchanted grove. It's all messed up.
That's rough, Betty. Looks like you destroyed your own forest.
If a tree falls in the forest and there's no one there to hear it, does it even make a sound?
I don't know, probably. Sounds still happen even if we're not there to hear them. Oh, sweet! I just got huge! And I got a jump boost and 20 hearts! Whew, today is awesome! Life is beautiful, as Betty withered away to nothing, just like the plant life around us. I was granted with some awesome new power-ups. Even if Silver John's song hadn't escaped my head, I could at least hop around to the tune living eternally inside my brain. Hey, maybe with enough hopping, I could jostle John's song right out of my head! From day 16 to day 19, I decided to make use of my new abilities and venture into the mining caverns. Traveling into the center of the earth felt ancestrally nostalgic, like diving into the ocean and swimming towards the seafloor. Only there was no water, and I've never seen amphitheaters under the sea before either. So maybe not exactly like being under the sea, actually. I shot at the amphitheaters with my power bow, and with miraculous aim to boot, being I didn't have hands to properly aim at them. It was all guesswork, but I think I did pretty good, as I was able to defeat the mob in no time. As I ventured deep into the mines, I pondered aloud to myself. Amphitheaters, those two words sound awfully similar. I wonder if those amphitheaters would be some of Silver John's employees, tasked by him to build an amphitheater he could play his concerts in. Man, I'd hate to be them, working for Silver John, and now also dead. Now alone to my own devices, I mined my way through the caverns, able to collect enough iron ore to craft myself a brand new iron sword and iron pickaxe. It's great I can use these two new tools for myself, and not for building Silver John a concert hall. Man, who would ever want to work for him? He probably pays his employees in autographed headshots or exposure or something. What a terrible boss. From day 20 to day 22, I went back to my base. All that adventuring had made me forget that brainworm of a song I heard Silver John singing all those nights ago. Wait, why did I just bring that up again? Oh no, now it's all coming back to me. Cause gold is overrated. Silver's here to stay. Ah, dang it, not again.
Zozo, don't you dare sing that song. Not now.
What? Why? Are you afraid it'll get stuck in your head too?
Yeah, but even more importantly, Silver John Skeleton sues the pony and trap out of anyone who covers his tunes without permission. He's got copyright law wrapped around his little bony fingers, mate. You're just itching to get sued.
Before I could respond, I heard a ferocious knock at our door. Barry hid in the closet, leaving no one but me to bravely answer. Who is it?
Please, do I even need an introduction?
I'd prefer it if you…
Tell me if I'm off the mark here, which I highly doubt I am, but I thought I heard one of my songs playing from within your unpleasant hovel. Now, I have perfect pitch, and I listen to my own albums on repeat quite often, so I know a Superstar Skeleton John song when I hear one. But this one sounded different. So different, in fact, that it wasn't even my gorgeous voice singing my own song.
Well, I mean, my CD player is a bit old, so it tends to distort voices quite a bit. I can't afford a new one. I'm not super rich like you. But I can assure you, Mr. Skeleton, I wasn't…
Infringing on my copyright? Oh, please, let's be real here. You most definitely were. Now, I hate to upset my fans, especially by issuing a lawsuit, but let's be honest, you're not one of my fans, now are you? Though I find that incredibly hard to believe, as everyone above land loves me. You'd better start saving what little money you have, because I'm taking you to court. Maybe start looking for a new place to live, too. I'm thinking of expanding my concert hall to right about where your house sits. Anyway, ciao.
I couldn't believe it. I was about to lose everything to a slimeball, self-obsessed skeleton. I had to think quick if I wanted to keep anything I held dear. Fine, I admit it. I was singing your song, and I haven't been able to stop singing your song because because I'm your #1 fan. Even if it wasn't the truth, I'd rather Silver John believe I was his biggest roadie than have my house turned into a literal road leading straight to his concert hall.
Number 1 fan, you say?
Yes, your biggest fan, the largest of the largest. I own all of your albums, all your posters, all your t-shirts, all your merch. I have Silver John DVDs, Silver John CDs, Silver John brand everything. I even own a pair of Silver John brand sneakers. Sneakers I can't even wear because I don't have feet. I just stare at them and picture myself wearing them on my non-existent feet.
That's all fine and expected, yes. But what makes you so different from any of my other adoring followers?
Because before I was a land shark, I was a sea shark. You say you're the biggest star on land, right? Well, I knew about you all the way under the sea when no one else did. I shouted your name into the Marianas Trench. Silver John, Silver John, Silver John. I'm not just your #1 fan, John. I'm your #1 spokesperson. You don't have to just be the biggest star on land, but the biggest star at sea.
So you mean I could be
biggest star in the whole entire world.
I like the way you think. Here, this is my business card. Let's get in touch. I could use a fanager like you.
Silver John swaggered away, his bones glinting beautifully in the sunlight. Actually, it was just obnoxiously blinding. Man, I hate that guy. I couldn't believe what I'd just signed up to do. But if John was this easily fooled by my lies, I knew I may be able to take him down. If not by brawn and force, then by tricky wit. Who knew a skeleton could be so daft? I mean, I don't think he has a brain up in that skull, so it's not that surprising actually. I just wonder how he's able to write such catchy songs on his own without a mind to think them up. From day 23 to day 26, I planned my managerial pitch. It sounded pretty convincing to me, in need of some more reliable feedback. I ran my plan by Barry, who is 10 times smarter than the sheep, but equally thought it was great. I was thrilled my ruse was working, and in an unexpected twist, Barry gifted me a novelty manager hat to make me look all legit-like. Looking in the mirror, I was proud of all the work I'd accomplished, but it sure was exhausting fabricating such a believable lie. Soon, however, I'd be ready to set my plan into action. If you're someone who loves action like me, be sure to check out more of my adventures by searching up Zozo on YouTube. You'll be sure to find plenty more to choose from. But for now, this Zozo is in much need of some Z's, and that's exactly what I'm gonna do. From day 27 to day 31, I managed my sheep around our base, managed the lily pads in my Zen garden, and managed my base's furnace. I was getting really good at this managing thing, despite never being a manager once in my entire land shark life. If only I didn't have to manage Silver John soon. This could have been a legitimate career path for me.
Zozo, kick your knees up, step in time. You have to come see that statue I've been working on. It's coming along real splendid, it is.
I land swam quickly ahead of Barry, super excited to see the statue's progress, especially knowing it wasn't going to be a monument to undeserving celebrity Silver John Skeleton. But upon reaching the statue, I realized something was missing. Not to burst your building bubble, Barry, but may I be managerial for a sec?
Sure, don't see why not.
I think your statue could improve with a little extra pizzazz. How about you add some ebony planks to spiff it up a bit?
Oi, I like that word, mate. Pizzazz. Yeah, I'm convinced. Ebony planks could do it wonders. But where can I get my hands on some of that stuff?
Leave it to me, Barry. I may soon be Silver John's manager, but in my heart, you're my #1 client. With lots of pep in my step, or rather swim, I headed for the gravelly mountains, fascinated by their height. Wouldn't my sea shark family members love to see this? In the ocean, they have trenches, but on land, we have mountains. They're like total opposites, like stalagmites and stalactites, or open mic nights versus sold-out stadiums. Wonder where Silver John got to start singing.
Halt! What's the password?
I was stopped short by, another Super SJ superfan. We were outside some clubhouse of some sort, and I could hear Silver John skeleton music blasting from the inside. Luckily enough, the clubhouse was built with the exact material I needed for Barry's statue back at our base. Open sesame?
Wrong. This area is for Silver John Skeleton fans only. I'm gonna give you one more chance. What's the password?
Oh, this wasn't just any clubhouse. It was a fan clubhouse. I should have known from all the SJ memorabilia out front. Also the music. Dang it, now that song was stuck in my head again. The password is Silver John Skeleton.
Yes, and?
Is the best?
Wrong again. It's Silver John Skeleton is the best best. You're no super fan, you're a super liar. Prepare to get punted, squirt.
I suddenly received a swift kick to the shark gut. I soared through the air, but I was able to land not too far off from the mountain, still clinging to the side. For a second there, I became a sky shark. While the ogre guard danced distractedly to the earwormy song, I used my jump boost to sneakily spring to the back of the building, gathering up some ebony planks. I was able to get as much ebony planks as I needed, but before I headed out, I decided to hide behind the sign and waited for a new day. From day 32 to day 35, I awoke to an ogre superfan replanting ebony trees.
Hey, why is there a weird shark up here? We don't have any oceans up on these mountains.
My cover was blown. I'm not just any shark, I'm a land shark. Now get off my tail. I sprung from the rocky mountain ground and began to defend myself, slashing my iron sword, not only at the ogre before me, but through the many Silver John skeleton banners. Devastated I had ruined his newly found collection, the ogre wept.
These were limited edition trees worth more than your own life. For shame, land shark, for shame.
As the ogre continued to sob, I quickly retreated down the mountain, but I was met with an unfamiliar voice calling for assistance.
Hey you, shark without a Silver John t-shirt on. Fellow non-fan here, you are a rare sight to see. This mountain's been littered with superfans ever since SJ started his sham of a career years ago. Think you could lend me a hand? I've asked those ogres for help time and time again, but they're too busy listening to Silver John's quote-unquote original music to hear me yelling.
Sure thing, Frostmaw. I'm a manager of sorts, so I think I could manage your sitch. What do you need?
The name's Chimi Cardioid. I'm a singer, and I have this friend of mine. He's a drummer, name's Timpani. He went missing not too long ago. It's not like him, especially since we were right in the middle of writing a song together. Think you could find out where he went? The future of our band depends on it.
Band? You're in a band? Wow, and I thought Silver John was the only performer on land.
That's what he wants you to think. You know, my band's been looking for a bass player, and look, I know you're a shark, but you're kind of like a bass. A bass. If you can get him back, we'll let you join the troupe. Now please, kid, get to it. I need my second half timpani back, or this song will never see the light of day.
I'd love to hear a different song outside of Silver John's #1 hit. You can count on me, Michi.
It's Chimi, but thanks.
From day 36 to day 39, I searched land and sea. Actually, just land. For Chimi's bandmate, Timpani. I started to lose hope until I heard obstructive, maniacal laughter coming from the Glowshroom Bayou. Laughter so loud, it got Skelejon's song out of my head for real this time.
This'll be perfect. Celeb Silver John will be sure to take me back as his manager once I bring him you, Timpani, the greatest drummer in all the land. Provide his songs with fabulous percussion, and you'll provide me with loads of money.
Stop right there, you corporate shill. Music is about groove, not greed. Now give me back my soon-to-be bandmate.
You're the new manager Silver John Skeleton replaced me with. You think you can just waltz right in and supervise a multi-million-dollar music empire with no managerial experience? I think not.
The jaded ex-manager charged me with excessive speed, but I was able to survive using the innate instincts of my water shark ancestors. I whipped out my sword and fought back. From day 40 to day 43, I continued my battle with Silver John Skeleton's disgruntled ex-manager. Being unemployed by the land's most odd artist led him to do some pretty outlandish things, and I started to feel kind of bad for him. You know, Skeleton's kind of a terrible boss for firing you on a dime like that. Maybe you could just, I don't know, get a job managing someone else? Like who?
Who could possibly make me as much money as Silver John Skeleton?
Maybe it's not all about the money, Mr. Manager. It's great to be stable, but as a former manager myself, I'd rather work with genuine artists who put music first, corporate greed later, or like corporate greed never. I know a band in need of some guidance, now that I'm joining them as their bassist. Ever heard of Chimi, Timpani, and the Land Shark?
I've heard of Timpani, yeah. Why, in fact, I even kidnapped him.
Exactly, and you didn't kill him for not cooperating with your scheme, so you must see his creative potential, and now you've met me, so you're already familiar with 2 of the 3 band members you'd be working with. We're real musicians, Mr. Manager, manager with true passion for jams and jingles, not obsessive fan bases and merchandise. We wouldn't fire you just for some ego-fluffing fanfare either. What do you say? Want to work with us instead? With a pause and a thought, the ex-manager eventually lowered his weapon, nodding in agreement.
All right, kid. As an ex-musician before I was an ex-manager, I do remember what it was like to write music for myself, not for the masses. You make me feel young again. Young! Here's my card. Call me when you got yourself a set ready. I'll book you a gig then.
Awesome! Can I have my bandmate back?
Oh yeah, here.
Our new manager headed out, leaving me with just Timpani. I guess now's a better time than ever to introduce myself. I'm Zozo, Warden Land Shark, and your new band bassist. Thrilled to be making music with you.
Boom, boom, ba. Let's get this percussion party started.
Timpani and I headed back to the Gravelly Mountains, where we met up with Jimmy once more. She was totally pumped to see her bandmate again, and formally welcomed me into the troupe.
Thanks, Zozo. You're a real trooper. Like, for real. Welcome to the band. Timpani and I are gonna continue working on the song we started. When you're done back at your base, feel free to meet us again, and we can practice our actual bass line then. Now, let's finish that new symphonic hit, baby.
From day 44 to day 49, after low-key starting a speculative career in pop music, I returned to my dream beach house and delivered the ebony planks to bury the land barracuda. You won't believe what I had to go through in order to get this. Heck, even I barely believe it.
Comes much appreciated, mate. I'll put this ebony planks to a good right use then.
Super! Anyway, I've been out traveling for a while, so I'd like to get some work done around the house. I've really missed this place. I left Barry to resume building the statue and decided the first order of business was to add a beautiful flower garden to the dream beach house. Maybe I'll have flowers for every color of the rainbow. That would really match the surroundings. I went out picking flowers for a while, then planted them all in one place, creating a nice little area for scenic viewing of plant life. Ah, now that's a flower garden. I've sure got a green fin. Maybe I'm something of a lawn shark. Once all the flowers had been planted, I returned to Barry and saw that he had made some solid progress on the statue. Excellent work, Barry. That statue is coming along great.
Thank you, Zozo. I'm taking a break for a while, though. We can't all be so lucky to have a career in the arts.
My music career has barely begun. Besides, you make building look like an art form itself. From day 50 to day 53, I was awoken to a familiar yet ferocious knocking on my base's front door. Assuming Timpani's mighty percussionist knocking was to be the case, I swung open my door, but was met not with the view of my bandmates, but with the Silver John Skeleton celeb himself. Hey, Silver Bullet, how's my favorite little musician doing? I was looking for venues to book you at and—
Can the managerial act, you lying land shark. I know you're not my biggest fan. Remember a little place up on the Gravelly Mountains called SJ's Fan Club? Well, apparently, you paid them a visit not too long ago.
How silly! Of course I would. I am your biggest fan after all.
Oh, really? Because according to my real ogre fans, you didn't know the password to get in. In fact, not only did you not know the password, but you actively destroyed a slew of my limited edition trees. Ebony trees worth more than the lives of every living land creature on the overworld. What do you have to say about that, huh?
You're the best musician in the whole wide world?
Too late for that, ex-manager. On guard!
Silver John moonwalked out of the basin in an admittedly really cool manner, making way for his ogre superfan guards to seize my base. I would have clapped for John's dance moves if he weren't the biggest jerk in the overworld. I also would have clapped for the epic ogre fan guard entrance if it weren't for them butchering half of my home upon arrival. I was too busy trying to ward them off to notice my best land friend Barracuda had been kidnapped by one of Silver John's henchfans.
This shark will make a great addition to Silver John's home aquarium. Come on now, boys. Let's send this stupid land shark back out to sea.
But I'm a land shark, not a sea shark. I won't survive in a water-filled aquarium. Unbeknownst to Barracuda's disappearance, I continued to fight the last of the superfans, destroying their hearts and morale by tearing up every last piece of Silver John memorabilia I could get my shark fins on. The jig was up, so I didn't have to pretend to be a fan anymore. And destroying SJ's merch was oddly more peaceful than any time I'd spent trying to calm down in my garden before. With this final defeat, I grew bigger, cooler, with 40 hearts, and a brand new Warden Shriek. Whoa! I can't wait to shriek more Skeleton posters to smithereens with this new power of mine. Isn't that right, Barry? Barry? I looked around, but Barry was nowhere to be found. I may have taken the merch of superfans, but they took my biggest prize of all, my best friend. I'll get you back, Barry. No superfan can trump out Super Friend. friendship. From day 54 to day 57, I was living the dream in my not-so-dreamy beach house, which I was working to make dreamier and beachier every single day. It'd be messed up if Silver John tried to take away the Rainbow Beach from me. He did say that he was planning on living here, and he could if he wanted to. I had worked too hard for some celebrity to buy me out, so I decided to go see my bandmate Jeannie for some advice on how to deal with the silver-plated skeleton. She was waiting to meet up with me in the gravelly mountains, which were as gravelly as ever. Jeannie greeted me, and the two of us began to talk about Silver John.
Being his fan won't keep you safe, especially from other fans. And if you remain unfamous, you won't be able to do anything about him. There's really only one option you have in this scenario.
And what's that, Jimmy?
You've got to become a superstar too. And that way, he won't be able to mess with you, because it will make him look bad.
What if I get too popular and wind up acting just like as big a jerk as Silver John?
That'll never happen, Zozo. You're different. Being famous doesn't have any effect on how people act.
Huh, when you put it that way. All right, let's turn this Warden Land Shark into Super Duper Star Land Shark.
The first step will be to get yourself signed to a record deal. When you get the chance, you should head to Mojave's studio in the Mojave Desert. That's where all the superstars come from.
And when I go there, I'll be a superstar too. I had only joined a band recently, but my true quest for fame and celebrity was now beginning. From day 58 to day 62, I started to take this quest for superstardom seriously by revamping my image. If there's one thing I know about rich and famous people, it's that they sparkle. And what better way for me to sparkle than by decking myself out in diamonds? I went down to the mining cavern, which seemed totally unglamorous for a rising star like me, but in order to get the job done, I had to do it. So I started digging for diamonds with my pickaxe. Before long, I was able to make the mining operation a lot more glamorous by crafting myself a diamond pickaxe. Good thing I still have enough diamonds to make some fancy jewelry. Just then, I was attacked by a gang of frost scorpions who were eager to take me down before I hit my superstar swaggering stride. I'd better craft a diamond sword. I turned the last of my diamonds into a diamond sword and stylishly dismantled the horde of frost scorpions with swing after sparkling swing. I may not have jewelry, but at least I feel amazing on the inside. And that's the part that especially doesn't change when you're famous. I left the mines without any diamond clothing, but ready to live a diamond life. From day 63 to day 66, I paced around my base, the absence of Barry hitting me hard in my newfound claim to fame. I could really use a roadie right now. Barry would have been my superfan, I'm sure of it, if only he weren't kidnapped. I looked to the statue in which Barry had left unfinished, scowling at its decrepit state. You know, if I squint hard enough, it almost looks like a statue of me. Yeah, me, superstar, super shark. Maybe when I get Barry back, he could finish the statue in my artistic honor, cause I'm the best dang musician on land and sea, baby! I did a moonwalk even cooler than Silver John. But first, I need my main hype man back. Barry Cuda, I'm coming for you, so you can come with me to every venue I sell out seats for. I'm not a sellout, the seats are. Sold out because everyone is here to watch me. And if you want to join my fan club, be sure to subscribe to Zozo on YouTube, and maybe you can be my #1 roadie too. Now let's get into Fish Food Frenzy Funk. From day 67 to day 70, I rolled up all cool like to Mojave Studios, the biggest record-signing music studio in the entire overworld. I've got the sick beats of a warden, and I'm hungry like a shark. I can do this. Get ready, world. Superstar Zozo is on his way. I stepped into the lobby and was immediately stopped by a big bad ogre who looked straight out of Silver John's fan club. This doesn't bode well.
Hey, this is an appointment-only studio. If you want to record something here, you better have what it takes. And what it takes is you paying money to me.
Because it worked so well before, I decided to solve this predicament by lying through my shark teeth. Excuse me, don't you know who I am? I'm triple ultra mega deluxe superstar Zozo. And if you don't let me in to record my latest chart-topping song, you'll be hearing from my lawyers. All 50, a lot of them. Or perhaps you'd like me to take out my diamond sword and settle things that way. My lawyers can be your lawyers no matter how you slice it. Capiche?
Wow, you have absolutely no respect for anyone or their lives. You're definitely a superstar. Come right this way.
In that moment, I learned an important lesson about lying. It would always work and never backfire. especially not already within the same video.
Not sure who you're talking to, but the recording studio is down the hall, and further down the hall. You can't miss it if you go down the hall.
You're off the hook. For now, I'm a real forgiving super duper Warden Land Shark superstar. I went down the hall to find out where the recording booth was where I could get signed. From day 71 to day 74, I strutted my way through Mojave Studios, who were lucky enough to have a musical mastermind such as myself gracing their halls. As I passed portraits by the likes of Mozart, Stevie Wonder, and David Bowie, all musicians with lesser star power than me, I couldn't help but roll my eyes. Mozart Lisa, Stevie Blunder, and David O'Noe. None of them have the sharksmanship that I do. I'm the star of the land, the star of the sea, and no one will take that away from me. Ooh, that rhymed. I should include those lyrics in my new chart-topping single. I heard a few other so-called musicians recording in their booths, but none of their songs sounded anywhere remotely as good as mine. I even heard a song being sung about trees and nature by an oddly familiar voice.
Flowers are blooming and grasses are green. If you steal my gardens, I'll rip out your spleen. Oh, hey, Zozo. After we battled it out in my enchanted knoll, I decided to pursue a career in music. There's no better way to spread ecological awareness than through the power of song.
Sorry, who are you?
Yeti Betty, or Betty the Yeti. Don't you remember me?
I have a lot of fans. I don't remember faces. And you might as well give up on your song now, since my new single's gonna top the charts and push yours down second to none. I continued my confident stride through the halls. Betty's sobbing was sure to make everyone in the soundproof booth with her tone deaf. Beneath the portrait of Paul McCartney, I found a really cool chest. Sweet! I opened the chest and found a full set of diamond armor. How generous! They shouldn't have. Just kidding. They were totally right in this decision. Time to make myself the overworld's next king of bling. Oh wait, I already am the king of bling. Take that, silver skeleton. This shark's made of gold and diamonds. From day 75 to day 78, I made it all the way down the hall in Mojave Studios and found the recording booth where superstars recorded their best stuff. It was starting to dawn on me that I hadn't actually prepared a song to record, but that didn't matter as much as knowing I was the biggest super duper star around. Except right now, I wasn't. Somebody else was using the recording booth, and it was Silver John and Barry the Land Barracuda.
Barry, fetch me more donuts.
Oi, but Mr. John, you've already had so many of them sugary things.
Why should I need to worry about sugar? I'm a skeleton. And also, as everyone in the world is aware, a superstar. Now, I won't say it again. More donuts.
Aye, sheesh. I'll do it then, cripes.
Barry exited the booth, and I was able to swim up to him. Seeing him work for my greatest enemy felt like a deep emotional betrayal, so I let him have it. Barry, come on, man. I thought we were tight, and now you're dropping the big Zos for some old dusty skeleton? Not cool, man. Very unglam of you. And hey, you're not dropping me because I'm dropping you. You and I are history, pal, just like Mozart, Stevie Blunder, and David O'Noe.
Oh, mate, it's not like that. Silver John is a horrible boss. I hate working for him. But you didn't exactly break down the door to rescue me, did ya?
Save your excuses for the county excuse fair. I bet you'll win a big ribbon because your excuses are very much, excuses.
Oh, whatever, mate. You have fun proving how much of a fake jerk you are to the other fake jerk. I'm out of here. See you back at the beach house.
Barry swam out without even getting Silver John his donuts. I guess he really was out of there, but I was just getting started. From day 79 to day 84, I recorded my new hit single at Mojave Studios, blowing away the producer. With how banging my sweet beats were, the speakers shook the room as I sang out to my incredible tune, a song the likes of the world had never known. Until now, that is, all thanks to me and my brilliant mind. Diamonds on my shoulders, yeah, diamonds on my head. You're lame and dumb, I'm cool and fun, and yeah, that's what I said. As I continued gracing the microphone with such musical prowess, someone barged right through my booth's doors, staring me down with his eternally sunglassed eyes.
Who is it? Who's making music the likes of which I've never heard?
That'd be me.
You? And who might you be?
Need I an introduction? With a pause, Silver John scanned my entire diamond-covered getup, taking a moment to recognize the shark beneath the glittering surface.
Zozo?
That's so whoa to you. Whoa, as in whoa, this guy's incredible.
Normally I'd hate to admit it, but right you are, Zozo. Right you are. You know, we've had our fair share of healthy competition, you and I. But how's we make a proper, beneficial business deal, eh? Instead of fighting fin and femur over who gets to be the next chart topper, why don't we combine our musical genius into one brilliant song? A song that, once it's finished, both land and sea will be jumping at the chance for even the slightest glimpse at us, let alone buy tickets for our concert together.
You mean like a collab? Between you and me?
Don't you know it, pal? If we do this, no musician could ever reach the heights we'll reach. We'll break the charts straight through the ceiling. We'll make millions, no, billions! You'll no longer be a land shark, but a sky shark, a sky-high shark, a universe shark. What do you say, huh? Want to be known worldwide? All you gotta do is say the word.
And what's the word?
Let's go platinum.
Your global fame was so close. I could almost taste it. All right, SJ, let's go platinum. We shook on it, fin in hand. And right as we did, Silver John transformed into a bigger, better, cooler version of himself. He was no longer Silver John Skeleton, but Platinum John Skeleton.
Now, Zozo, let's take our moonwalk to the moon.
From day 85 to day 89, I swagger swam back to my dream beach house, a fitting home for a super duper alley-ooper star like myself. I sure am glad I worked things out with Silver John. He's actually the second coolest dude in the overworld, behind me, of course. As I walked inside, I noticed Barry chilling inside the base.
Oh, hey, big faker.
Barry Meister, bury me away. Hey, Barry.
I said, you're a fake.
A fake? Could a fake become the biggest superstar in the overworld? Could a fake live in a big dream house with the overworld's grouchiest barracuda as a friend?
We ain't friends, Zozo. Not with you acting this way. You're not a land shark anymore. You're a clout shark.
Barry's words struck a deep chord with me. I wanted to argue with him, but my mind knew deep down that he was telling the truth about me. I had let fame, or just my obsession with it, turn me into a big jerk, just like Platinum John. You're right, Barry. Oh, I'm really sorry. I don't know how I got so mixed up, but it stops now. Whatever I do, musically or otherwise, I do it because it's who I really am.
Oi, mate, I can tell you meant that. I'm sorry for saying we aren't friends.
Apology accepted. Hey, let's make some music, just for us. Barry and I spent the rest of the day coming up with freestyle raps that were totally fire. So fire, in fact, that they created a fire enchantment that I could use for my diamond sword. With this fire, I will cleanse my wrongdoings and set the record straight. I'm going to let Platinum John know that he can't make me be like him, and he can't boss me around either. From day 90 to day 94, I decided to air my ego out a bit by taking a long nature walk. Timpani had mentioned once before that he got most of his creative inspiration from the outdoors and its natural percussion, the falling of rain, the rhythm of footsteps. So I figured I should try and engage in such a natural endeavor as well. Besides, it was much better than being stuck inside a stuffy, soundproof recording studio anyways. As I felt one with the Glowshroom Bayou, its aura granted me with a lot of peace, and I felt confident I could write anything my own heart desired, in a humbled, peaceful sort of way. As I approached the campfire, I was met with a super fan of me?
Oh my gosh, no way, it's you! Superstar Land Shark Zozo! Hey, can you sign my collection of Zozo posters for me? And what about this? My Zozo custom jacket, my Zozo limited edition wallet, my Zozo...
Whoa, I'm no Zozo anymore. I'm just Zozo. My days of stardom are over. My choice. They weren't all they were cracked up to be. Plus, it got pretty lonely without all my true friends around. Do you ever wonder if the stars up in the sky get lonely too? My family under the sea never gets to see the stars up above. Only sea stars, which are under the water. They've also never seen clouds or rain. Actually, I have no idea what I'm talking about. I think this nature walk is inspiring me way too much to the point beyond comprehension. Anyways, being a rock star stinks. What is it we were talking about again?
Signing my Zozo memorabilia?
Oh, yeah. No, I don't do stuff like that anymore. Sorry.
No worries. I think your speech actually opened my eyes a bit. Maybe I don't have to be a fan of someone else. Maybe I can be a fan to myself in a humble kind of way, like self-care and all that. Speaking of, I only started playing guitar because all the cool people like Platinum John did it. But in reality, I hate playing guitar. My fingers are too big, and my true passion is the flute. If you're still making music for yourself, you can have my guitar if you'd like. I'd rather it go to a home where I know it'll get used, rather than sit around collecting dust amongst my Platinum John merch. I'll probably sell anyway.
Gee, Thanks, Superfan. I'd love to take it off your hands. It might come in handy one day. Man, I wish I had hands. I'm still able to play guitar, though.
Don't call me Superfan, call me Super Free. Free to love whatever I want to love, including myself.
But not too much, or you'll end up just like Platinum John.
Got it. I'm free to love myself at an acceptable level.
And how? From day 95 to day 97, I invited Chimi over to the Rainbow Beach House for a jam session. We played a lot of funky music and then took a well-earned break.
So, no hard feelings about Mojave Studios?
What do you mean?
Felt like I pushed you into becoming a superstar, and it might have been for the wrong reasons. You're a unique artist, Zozo, and trying to be like Silver John wouldn't be the win you'd hoped for.
I realize that now, but if it makes you feel better, I don't blame you for any of it.
Thanks, Zozo. There's something else I need you to hear.
Jimmy pulled out a music disc, which we decided to play on the record player. I almost couldn't believe my ears.
Shining like diamonds, I'm Jimmy, Jimmy baby. You're all overrated, Jimmy's here to stay.
What? But this is Silver John's song. I mean Platinum John's song.
It was originally my song. He changed the lyrics and melody and made it about him. And that's how he got famous.
Jimmy, that's terrible. We've got to get his fans to listen to this. Maybe they'd turn on him.
But maybe they wouldn't. Platinum John may have stolen my work to get where he is, but that doesn't mean I was meant to get there instead. Fame is a tricky thing, Zozo, and it has a mind of its own.
But Silver John can't get away with this. His legacy is built on a lie.
Then you'll have to beat him with the truth. A new truth that comes from the heart. A new song that will reveal everything.
Diss track.
Exactly. One so perfect and truthful that it will cut straight through all his glitz and glamour.
Let's rehearse it then. I'll return to Mojave Studios and get it recorded in the next few days. Chimi and I continue to jam, now ready to bring the heat down on Platinum John with an epic diss track. On day 98, I was still rehearsing for my big day of recording. I was finally doing music for me with the help of my friends, and I couldn't have been any happier. But if you would like to be happier, you should listen to this song I wrote. Like the video and subscribe to Zozo. You want to watch the videos? Don't say no. Adventures in store, videos galore. Leave a comment, tell me a tell. I'll do 100 days as a whale. I'm Zozo. Zozo, baby. On second thought, this might be the last singing one for a while. Music is difficult. On day 99, I brought my guitar with me to Mojave Studio in order to record the diss track that Chimi and I had been practicing obsessively. Today is the day that I use my musical talent to set things right. I've got the sonic grooves of justice served. I stepped inside and proceeded down the hall, and further down the hall until I reached the recording booth. Platinum John was still hanging around in the booth, but I wasn't messing around with him this time.
What's up, Zozo? Ready to make some more popular music about how cool we are and how lame everyone else is?
I've got a better idea, Platinum John. Listen to this hot beat. I tuned the guitar to perfection and transformed into the Warden Land Shark embodiment of music. I could spit literal fire with my fire breath, and I had 100 hearts. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. John, where did it go wrong? You traded all your friends for a stolen song. John, how can you even go on? John, where did it go wrong? If I were you, my heart would feel so wrong.
What is this? Why does it sound like this song is about me? And it's true!
You better believe it. This is the soundtrack of your fall from grace. John, you're a fraud, a liar, a cold. Is there an honest bone in your skeleton bod? The fire I was spitting blasted Platinum John's skeleton, destroying his overinflated ego with the burning flames of the truth. Desperate for the song to stop, Platinum John attacked. But once again, my Warden Shark intuition allowed me to dodge his every attack as my fire breath burned him down to the last ashen bone. His fame was over. I, Zozo, had taken down the biggest jerk who ever claimed to be a super duper star. I've got to tell my friends about this. On day 100, we were tired by the fanfare of celebrity life, so we threw a small party on stage as intimate as the small town coffee shop's open mic night. We had a circle jam together, each playing our respective instruments. Jimmy on the mic, myself on the guitar, Timpani on the drums, and Barry as our new pianist.
I may not have fingers, but flopping on the keys is the next best thing.
Hey Barry, whatever happened to that statue you were building?
Aye, come off it, mate. The real statue is playing music with your mates.
You said it, and I agree with it. Our sheep were our audience, and they were super into our friend-run symphony, buying and applause every time we swapped to a new song.
This really is the life, Zozo. Just us and our instruments, sharing the beauty of music together. And what could be better than that?
I don't know. Topping the worldwide charts? Just kidding. The only thing I need in my world is my best friends. Now let's close this last song out, Chimi. A 1, a 2, a 1, 2, 3, 4. On day 1, I spawned in as an elemental shark in the middle of a tropical rainforest. And before I could understand what any of that even meant, I was surrounded by a gang of terrifying fire elementals, led by a massive magma golem.
Looks like we got him, boss. The last elemental who wouldn't bend the knee for ya.
What? I feel like I'm missing something here. Everyone laughed at me for saying that, and it definitely didn't make me feel good. The magma golem was the only one who remained steely and serious.
I think I'm missing something too. I'm missing the part where you swore absolute loyal to me, Magnus, the Magma Golem, Lord of the Elementals.
Who made you Lord of the Elementals? I've never even heard of you.
I made myself the Lord, and if you don't bow to me, I'll make you into Shark Elemental Sushi.
I think I'd rather make myself scarce. Before the Magma Golem or his fire elementals could attack me, I used one of my elemental powers to warp out of there and run away as fast as I could. As if this day wasn't stressful enough, as I was running away, I got incredibly hungry and didn't have any food. Could this get any worse? The only food I could find in the tropical rainforest was some apples, but it was being guarded by an angry earth elemental. Would you be down to share one of those apples with me?
No, these apples can only be enjoyed by servants of Magnus, Lord of the Elementals.
Is there anyone around here who doesn't work for this guy? I fought the earth elemental with my bare fins until I gave up and ran away. Finally, I was able to at least enjoy an apple. This is the one nice thing that's happened to me today. What's going on here? On day 2, I kept running through the tropical forest until I was convinced I'd lost the Magma Golem and his nasty gang of fire elementals. If there's one thing I can be sure of in this crazy, confusing world, it's that those guys are bad news. When I felt safe, I punched down one of the trees and made myself a wooden pickaxe. And with that, it wasn't hard to mine down into the ground and collect myself enough stone blocks to get started on a base. I think after all this craziness, I've really earned a roof over my head tonight. I used the stone and wood I collected to start building a base with a basic bedroom and living area, complete with a sofa and a couch. I also made myself a stone sword and a stone pickaxe. It wasn't much, but at least it was something. As long as that awful magma golem doesn't come and try to burn it down. But I soon wished I hadn't said that, because a few of the magma golem's fire elementals came blazing through the forest towards me.
You thought you could escape us, didn't you, kid? Nobody escapes Magnus or his minions. Sooner or later, you're gonna give in to his demands or be destroyed.
But why would I want to work for a guy like him? What is he even planning?
You're not important enough to know that. Come on, boys, let's torch him.
The fire elementals came for me, and I used my stone sword to fight them back until they were nothing more than ashes. I still don't understand what's happening here. What is this Magnus guy planning, and what part do I play in all of this? You better watch to the end if you want to help me find out. On day 3, I decided it was time to investigate what was going on. After all, if I didn't know the truth, I was at a disadvantage. I started exploring around the tropical rainforest until I found someone who wanted to talk to me about it, and that someone just so happened to be a scary-looking monster mushroom named Fungo. To my surprise, he was friendly. Please, Fungo, tell me about what the deal is with Magnus, the so-called Lord of the Elements. He's been hassling me ever since I spawned here.
Ah, that makes a lot of sense. You're a Shark Elemental, right? And as his name suggests, Magnus, the Lord of the Elementals, wants to get control of as many of the Elementals as he can. And if you want to get them too, chances are the only way you're going to be able to do it is by taking the fight to him.
Defeat Magnus? Maybe if I get stronger I could do that, but why? I don't understand why he's doing this.
Well, take a seat on that log over there, buddy, 'cause that's a much longer and wilder story.
So I did as I was told and sat down, but nothing could prepare me for what I was about to hear. From day 4 to day 5, I sat down and listened to the story Fungo the Monster Mushroom told me about Magnus the Magma Golem.
First, you need to understand that golems are always created by villagers. They are not natural creatures, and as such, they are completely at odds with the natural elements of the world. But when Magnus was created, he learned to hate his own unnaturalness. He was so frustrated by it that he wanted to conquer the elements and make them work for him. One by one, he subdued the fire elementals, the earth elementals, the air elementals, and the water elementals. Through their allegiance, he may be able to control all the forces of the natural world. And in order to defeat him before he becomes too powerful, you'll need to master all 4 of the elements and gain their powers.
Oh, just like in Avatar: The Last Airbender.
Wait, you've seen Avatar? Sweet, that's gonna make all of this a lot easier to understand. Be careful out there, Zozo. If you can get strong enough and gain all these powers, you can save us all. But to help with the learning process, you'll need to find a mentor.
Do you know where I can find one?
Nope. Good luck.
From day 6 to day 8, with all the new information that Fungo the monster mushroom had given me stewing around in my head, I started making my way back to my base. So, I need to find a mentor. How can I track one down? It's not like they have a directory website, but my frustration and self-pity was interrupted by seeing an innocent swamp pig being picked on by more of those evil fire elementals.
Please, guys, leave me alone. I'm just doing my daily exercise.
Little piggy's trying to exercise. Hilarious. We can help you warm up.
Oh yeah, we'll fry your bacon. These are extremely insensitive jokes, guys. Please leave me alone.
But I knew they'd never leave that poor swamp pig alone, not unless I made them. That's why I pulled out my stone sword and ran in to fight them off. Leave that innocent pig alone, you meanies! It didn't take me long to defeat them all and rescue the swamp pig from a fiery doom. Needless to say, he was relieved.
Thank you, kind stranger. I'm Sammy the swamp pig. You have done me a great kindness today, and I'll never forget it.
No problem, Sammy. I'm Zozo, by the way. Say, do you have any idea where I might find a mentor? I really need one to help me save the world.
Well, I did hear rumors about a great teacher who lived near water somewhere, but that's all I know. Still, I want to help you, Zozo. I really owe you one.
How about you come back to my base? I could really use some allies right now. I led Sammy the Swamp Pig back into my base and started building a new room in my base for him to stay in. And make sure you keep watching until the end, because the craziest parts are yet to come. From day 9 to day 10, I found a huge underground cavern in the tropical rainforest where I could search for rarer materials. The deeper and darker I descended in, the more veins of iron ore I found. I mined and collected the iron ore and then constructed a furnace underground to smelt into iron ingots. Now it's time to make myself some awesome new equipment. I made a set of iron armor, an iron sword, and an iron pickaxe. And not a second too soon, as I heard something terrifying skittering around in the dark. I turned and saw a giant skulk scorpion crawling towards me, looking like it was ready to attack. And it turned out that it actually was. I tried to attack it with my iron sword, but it didn't seem to have much of an effect on the monster, which was as strong and fast as it was angry. In the end, I needed to use my location warping ability to zap out of there and run deeper into the darkness of the underground cavern. Can't see how this would ever end badly. From day 11 to day 12, all I could do was try to hide deeper in the underground cavern and hope that the skulk scorpion didn't find me down there. How am I gonna save the world from a powerful magma golem if I can't even defeat a nasty underground bug? Deep in the dark, my greatest enemy wasn't the skulk scorpion or even Magnus, the lord of the elementals. It was just pure boredom. So when I found a dusty old book, you can only imagine how relieved I was. I certainly never expected that this book would contain the secret to Magnus's rise to power. It was filled with strange Latin text, but then I opened the book to a section called the 3 Enforcers. It described 3 terrifying and powerful golems who worked for Magnus: the Bone Golem, the Diamond Golem, and the Bedrock Golem. These 3 golems were vital for keeping all the elementals in line, and if I was able to defeat all 3 of the Enforcer golems, Magnus's control over elementals would probably collapse. Now I know what I need to do. If I defeat the 3 Enforcers, defeating Magnus afterwards would be easy. But I was celebrating a little too loudly. Suddenly, a vicious fire salamander, a powerful underworld creature, ran towards me. He was a tough mob to defeat since he shot flames at me. He had something that looked like an organic turret protruding from his back. A truly bizarre and scary mob, but with the knowledge of what I needed to do fueling me, I was able to do it! And this gave me enough XP to level up, becoming a bigger, stronger elemental shark with 18 hearts and the ability to breathe fire. Looks like I've mastered one element, 3 to go. Keep watching to see what I evolve into next. From day 13 to day 15, I returned to my base, bigger and stronger than ever before. And when I was back, I saw that Sammy the Swamp Pig had made an awesome addition to the base while I was gone, a whole new floor. Whoa, Sammy, this room looks so cool. What exactly is it?
Look, it's a lounge area, Zozo. You need to stay relaxed if you want to be in harmony with the 4 elements.
An excellent idea, Sammy. Do you have any news on where I might be able to find the mentor I've been searching for too?
I've heard of some strange activity near a pond deep in the tropical rainforest. Maybe that has something to do with it.
On Sammy's advice, I ventured out deeper into the tropical rainforest until I found the pond and what looked like a crimson wizard waiting outside it.
Stay back, Elemental. I will not serve your master.
He fired an energy blast at me that took off a few of my hearts and prepared to fire another. Wait, you don't understand. I'm an elemental, but I don't work for Magnus. I'm trying to defeat him. I'm just looking for a mentor that will help train me to stop him.
Oh, I see. Sorry about firing an energy blast at you there, old chap. You can't be too careful these days with Magnus and his minions around.
It's okay, I understand. So, can you mentor me, Mr. Wizard?
I'm afraid that isn't my area of expertise, but I also wish to stop the diabolical Magnus. You and I can work together to make that a reality.
It never hurts to have magic on your side, I guess. Come on back to my base with me. Let's work together.
Lead the way, Elemental Shark.
I set off back towards my base with one more ally in tow. From day 16 to day 19, I returned to my base with the Crimson Wizard. Because Sammy the Swamp Pig figured I might be returning with a mentor, he'd already built a room for the Crimson Wizard. My base is practically becoming a hotel. I should start charging people.
I'd be happy to pay. This room looks wonderful.
Before you get too comfortable, Crimson Wizard, I need some advice. Do you have any idea where I should go next in my quest to master the elements and take on Magnus?
Good question, Zozo. Personally, I would suggest the Mojave Desert. To master all the elements, you must first experience them all.
That sounds like a good idea to me. Time to go. After a couple days of traveling, I'd reached the Mojave Desert and started searching around for any clues as to what I needed to do next. The last thing I expected was to run into a talking desert cat. Hey, little kitty, do you have any idea what I can do to help defeat Magnus, Lord of the Elementals?
Meow. Magnus? You mean the magma golem? I think some of his henchmen are around here, just a little further west in this very desert. Maybe go defeat them, and I'll see whatever information I can provide afterwards.
That's so convenient. Thank you, Desert Cat. From day 20 to day 22, following the cat's instructions, I went further west into the Mojave Desert. It didn't take me long to find a gang of rowdy air elementals who were just itching for a fight.
Hey, look, it's that elemental shark who defied the orders of Lord Magnus.
Yep, that's me, but I'm not here for you small fries. That'd be a waste of my time.
Small fries? Oh, buddy, you are gonna regret saying that.
They flew over to attack me, but I was ready. With my iron sword, I cut them down and defeated each one of them until I was the last one standing. Or so I thought. Turned out, one of Magnus's head enforcers, the Bone Golem, had been sneaking up behind me. I turned just as the Bone Golem hit me, taking off a shocking number of hearts. Immediately, I was fighting for my life, striking him with my iron sword, but it wasn't having any effect. He was so confident, he started throwing his own bones at me. I needed to pull out the big guns and use my elemental powers on this nasty, overgrown skeleton. Fire breath, go! I breathed a powerful jet of flames onto the Bone Golem, finally defeating him. And with that, I was a third of the way to bringing down Magnus and his empire of evil. From day 23 to day 26, I went back to tell the Desert Cat about my success. Hey, little kitty, I found those henchmen and I kicked their butts.
Meow, that's great news. Those jerks kept making crazy wind and messing up my fur. Now I can nap in peace without worrying about any air elementals bothering me.
So, what can you tell me about Magnus, and how can I defeat him?
Well, Magnus doesn't like to fight his own fights. He prefers to have his henchmen take care of that for him. So if you can defeat all of his elemental goons, he won't have anyone left to fight for him, and he'll have to face you himself.
I guess I just need to make sure I'm strong enough when the time comes.
Meow, that sounds about right. Oh, before I forget, maybe you can use this.
The cat gave me a potion of power. Thanks, I can definitely use this.
Glad to hear it. Now scram, it's my nap time, and I just found the perfect sunny spot.
You got it. I left the cat and continued walking through the desert until I found a new area. When I got there, I was jumped by some earth elementals.
Say, it's the wise guy who thinks he can defy Lord Magnus. Let's get him, boys.
Not if I get you first. Fire breath, go! I blew a blast of fire at the earth elementals and followed it up with an attack with my iron sword. Pretty soon, all but one of the earth elementals was defeated.
Wait, if you let me go, I can give you some information.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, Lord Magnus's headquarters. It's guarded by earth, air, and water elementals. Is that helpful?
Yeah, get out of here. He ran away, and I took the moment of victory to drink my potion of power. When I did, I gained 24 hearts, evolving into an even bigger version of myself. And I gained the Earth ability. I can shoot an Earth charge that leaves behind a pile of dirt on the ground. Looks like I just mastered Earth. 2 down, 2 to go. From day 27 to day 31, I headed back to my base. On the way there, I passed the pond again. There was a diamond golem there, waiting for me. He attacked me, and I tried to fight back, but he was way too strong. In the end, I had to run away before he dealt me too much damage. That was a close one. I was scared he'd chase after me, but finally I made it back to my base, safe and sound.
Wow, Zozo, look at you. You're so big and strong.
Indeed, your stature is most impressive.
Thanks, guys, but I'm not done yet. I've still got 2 elements left to master, and I need to get way stronger if I'm gonna defeat Magnus.
Still, you must take time to celebrate how far you have already come. Speaking of progress, I have a sense that there is something useful to you waiting at a nearby location, the Rainbow Beach.
Then I'd better get going and see what it is. From day 32 to day 35, I traveled to the Rainbow Beach to see what the wizard might have sensed out there. I sure wish magic would be more specific. Oh well, I guess that's just how magic is. As I was looking around, I spotted an iron golem up ahead. Hey there, do you know anything about Magnus?
Don't you ever say that name to me! How dare you bring him up in my presence!
Oh, wait, I didn't mean to offend you. Before I could explain, he attacked me. I drew my sword and fought back, but he was really strong. Turns out though, so was I. After fighting for a while, it became pretty clear that we were evenly matched. Please, let's stop this and just talk.
You're lucky I'm getting tired. Fine, talk.
I get the feeling you don't like Magnus much.
Don't like him? That's an understatement. We used to be best friends a long time ago. One day though, he started getting obsessed with the elements. He wanted to control them, all of them. And when I tried to argue with him, elementals think they're so great. Huh. See how great they think they are when I find a way to control every element. What's wrong with you having one specialty? All I do is iron, but you don't see me complaining. That's because you're a loser, and I don't need to spend my time with losers. If you're not with me, you're against me. He knocked me out and left. I never saw him again. Pretty soon, I started hearing about what he was getting up to, and I realized that the friend I used to know was gone. His jealousy and hunger for power turned him into a villain.
That's terrible. I'm so sorry. I'm trying to master all the elements too, but it's so I can beat him and stop him from hurting people.
If that's true, then that is a noble goal. I wish you luck, Mr. Shark.
Thanks. The name's Zozo. From day 36 to day 39, I traveled back to the tropical rainforest. I really need to upgrade my armor. Let's see what I can find here.
If armor upgrades you do seek, then it is to me that you should speak.
Who's there? And why are you rhyming? A monster mushroom jumped out from behind a tree.
Sorry, when I get nervous, I talk in rhymes. I know where you can get some upgrades. Lord Magnus's base is empty right now, and there are plenty of supplies to be found in there. It's not like he deserves them. You might as well take them.
Sounds good to me, but where's his base?
In the swamp surrounded by lava. Do me a favor though, if you see a big mean fire elemental running with a gang of other fiery jerks, would you defeat him for me? He tried to hurt me, and I'd rather he not get a chance to try again.
You got it! Thanks for the help! Following the monster mushroom's directions, I managed to make my way to the swamps and Magnus's base. From day 40 to day 43, I fought my way into Magnus's base. There was only a few wither skeleton guards, and it was easy to beat them. Then, I ran inside. Jeez, this place really suits the guy. It looks as mean as he is. I didn't have much time to look around because the diamond golem from earlier was inside. Uh-oh, this guy again. I've got to do a better job this time. I started with my fire breath, then followed it up with a sword attack. It was pretty tough, and I wasn't sure if I would be able to do it. But finally, I was able to defeat him. When the diamond golem fell, he dropped a whole bunch of diamonds. This is just what I need. Now I can go back to the base and upgrade my gear. I grabbed all the diamonds. Now I've got to get out of here before Magnus gets back. I may be a lot stronger than I used to be, but I'm still not ready to face him. Maybe with some upgraded armor and weapons though, I'll be closer to my goal. From day 44 to day 49, I traveled back to my base and got to work on upgrading my armor and weapons. Using all of the diamonds I got from that diamond golem, I was able to craft a diamond pickaxe, a diamond sword, and some diamond armor. Awesome, look at all this stuff. I feel more powerful already. Okay, back to exploring. I need to see what else I can do to improve and work toward mastering those last two elements. I headed out into the rainforest and started exploring. As I did, I came across a group of fire elementals. They didn't see me at first, but I could hear them.
You guys remember that loser mushroom that got away from us before? I think I know where we can find him and finish the job.
Nice! He was so pathetic! Let's go get him!
That's the fire elemental he was talking about. If I fight and defeat these guys, he won't have to worry about them anymore.
Wait, there's some sharky freak listening to us. That's the guy the boss told us about.
Yup, and I'm here to kick your butts. Using my new diamond sword, I was able to defeat those fire elementals in no time. This new gear sure is great. I can't wait to see the look on Magnus's face when he realizes I'm finally strong enough to take him down. But I can't get ahead of myself. I gotta focus on mastering water and air. Time to get moving. From day 50 to day 53, I traveled into the Red Rock Highlands to seek out new ways to master the elements. I feel like the Highlands can teach me air stuff, right? That seems right. Or maybe water. Is there water here? As I explored, I came across an open book lying on the ground. Inside it said, "I'm gentle enough to wash your hair, light enough to fly through the sky, strong enough to crack rocks." What am I? That doesn't make any sense. How can one thing wash hair, fly in the air, and break rocks? I don't get it. It took me a little while to think about it, but suddenly it came to me. Wait a second, it's water!
That's right, Zozo.
An earth elemental jumped out at me.
Guess you're smarter than you look. Too bad you'll never get a chance to master water because Lord Magnus sent me to take you out.
Out to dinner?
No, out of this world.
Oh no! I got my diamond sword ready and started swinging. I followed it up with some fire breath and the earth elemental crumbled. After the fight, I could feel myself getting bigger and stronger. I'm evolving again! As I got stronger, I gained more hearts. Now I have 35 of them. I also gained the Ice Blast ability. I can freeze enemies in place with this. I guess I finally mastered water. Only one more to go! From day 54 to day 57, I returned to my base. The Crimson Wizard had a surprise for me. He built some protective walls around the base while I was gone.
As a token of appreciation for letting me stay at your home rent-free, I thought I might work on our defenses a little bit.
These walls look really nice. I feel safer already. Thanks!
No problem.
Now I'm feeling pretty good, but I know I need to get stronger and master the fourth and final element. I need some help. I wonder if there's anyone who can mentor me. I looked around the base for ideas, but as awesome as my new friends were, none of them would be able to teach me about fighting. Wait a second, that iron golem I met before was really tough and cool. I should go ask him if he can help me. I returned to the place where I met the iron golem and sure enough, he was there. Hey, it's me, Zozo. Remember me?
I do. How is your quest to master the elements and defeat Magnus going?
I've got 3 out of 4 down, but I still need to get stronger. Would you train me?
Train you to take down Magnus? It would be an honor. Let's get to work, Zozo.
From day 58 to day 62, I started my training with the Iron Golem. He set up a wall of blocks for me.
You see these blocks? Break them without touching them.
I'll try my best. I used my fire breath to break the blocks.
Now try to dodge my attacks.
He ran at me and attacked, and I dodged. He had me do a bunch of different challenges and training exercises. I had to run up and down the beach, go out into the water and swim back, and test out all my new powers. By the time I was done, I was exhausted, but I also gained more strength. Sweet! This will help my sword hit even harder. But I haven't mastered air yet.
Not yet, but you've made some great progress. I'm proud of you.
Thanks for all your help. You've been a great mentor. From day 63 to day 66, I went back to my base. When I got there, I saw a group of water elementals running away from the base. What the? Oh no! They had destroyed my base and destroyed some of the walls.
Zozo, help! These miscreants kidnapped the swamp pig.
No! I was able to catch up with one of the water elementals, and I hit him with my pile of dirt. Tell me where they took my friend, or I'll hit you again.
Zoinks! Don't do that! They took the pig to Lord Magnus's base. There's a prison cell attached to it. They're gonna throw him in there.
And I've got to get over there too. No time to waste. I need to save my friend. I'd let the water elemental go and set off toward the Wailing Garth to rescue the swamp pig. From day 67 to day 70, I traveled to Magnus's base on a swamp pig rescue mission. When I reached the swamps, I saw a big cage in the base, and there was the swamp pig trapped inside. Don't worry, I'll get you out of there.
Yeah, right. You'll have to go through us first.
The water elementals closed in around me, but I had a plan. Maybe I should give you guys the cold shoulder. I fired my Ice Blast ability at the water elementals, freezing them in place. Then I used my diamond sword to take them out, one by one. The last water elemental dropped a key to the cage. Now let's get you free. I used the key to unlock the cage and let the swamp pig out.
Thank you, Zozo. I knew you'd save me.
What are friends for? Now let's get out of here before Magnus comes back. We ran back to the base together, and much to my surprise, when we got back, all the damage was fixed. Wow, who did this?
I did. I also added some guard towers so we can see threats coming if any more of Magnus's henchmen decide to attack us again.
Awesome, thank you so much. From day 71 to day 74, I wasn't sure what to do next. Can I learn about how to master air? I just don't know. Wait a second, there was that Skulk Scorpion I couldn't fight before. I bet I could beat him now. Maybe then I'll figure out what to do next. With my new plan to fight the Skulk Scorpion, I headed down into the underground cavern. Hello, Mr. Scorpion, are you down here still? Sure enough, there it was! The scorpion ran at me and tried to sting me with its stinger, but I fought back with a fire breath and my sword. Then I used my ice blast to freeze it and follow up with the sword to finish it off. I did it! I did it! Hey, look at this! There was a book on the ground. The Book of Exposition. What's it say? The answers you seek lie deeper in the cavern, but there you must face the bedrock golem. Well, who am I to argue with a random book? Let's go! From day 75 to day 78, I followed the instructions from the Book of Exposition and headed deeper into the underground cavern. There, I saw a group of earth elementals and a big bedrock golem behind them. Before I could say anything or attack, the earth elementals spotted me.
I've had enough of this clown. Why don't you just give up already?
Because what Magnus is doing is wrong, and I can't just stand by and let him get away with it.
Okay, then don't stand by. Just stand. Die.
The earth elementals rushed at me, but I was ready for them. I fought them with my diamond sword. Once they were all gone, I turned my attention to the bedrock golem. Now it's your turn. He was much tougher than the earth elementals. In fact, he was tougher than anyone else I had fought so far. I had to use all of my special abilities to knock him down and out of his misery. That was a relief, and good, because I felt myself evolving again. My hearts increased to 80, and I gained the ability Whirlwind Attack. I did it! I mastered air! I've got to tell everyone! From day 79 to day 84, I ran back to the base to deliver the good news. Hey, look! Look! I showed my friends my new evolved form and tested out my Whirlwind Attack for them.
Wow, Zozo, you're amazing!
Most impressive.
So now what should I do?
Excellent question, my friend. I believe the answers await us at the Red Rock Highlands. Shall we go there now?
Yes, let's go! From day 85 to day 89, the Crimson Wizard and I traveled to the Red Rock Highlands. Okay, we're here. Now what?
Let me see. I had hoped the Highlands would reveal the truth to me when we arrived, but it remains unclear. Perhaps we should see if we can acquire any additional items that might allow you to upgrade your gear?
Sure, why not? Together, we searched the area for cool items. I found some more diamonds and gathered them up. From day 90 to day 94, I was gathering diamonds while the Crimson Wizard headed back to the base. All of a sudden, Magnus appeared behind me.
Still haven't given up yet, I see.
Nope, and I never will. I finally mastered all the elements, and I'm coming for ya.
Oh yeah? How are you going to do that from underground?
What? What are you talking about?
The one element you haven't mastered, the element of surprise.
Magnus hit me hard, knocking my diamonds out of my hands. Then he got me again, knocking me out cold. When I woke up, I was in an underground chamber. Oh no, I'm trapped in here. What should I do? Wait a second, Magnus didn't count on me still having this iron pickaxe. I'll use it to tunnel out of here. I wasn't sure how long I'd been out, so I had to work fast and make up for lost time. I dug faster than I'd ever dug before, until I broke through to the surface. Nice try, Magnus, but you can't get rid of me that easily. From day 95 to day 97, I started making my way back to my base. On the way, I was ambushed by a group of Earth Elementals.
See? I told the boss burying him wouldn't work. Weeds always grow back.
I'm not a weed, I'm an elemental shark, and I'm stronger than you, and I'll prove it. I fought back, and with my mastery of all 4 elements, it didn't take long for me to beat them. I finished my fight with the whirlwind attack and blew them away. Awesome! Okay, no time to celebrate yet. I've got to get back to the base. On day 98, I finally made my way back to my base.
Zozo, where have you been?
We were worried about you.
Magnus surprised me and trapped me in an underground chamber. I had to dig myself out.
Monstrous.
That's awful.
It's okay, I'm totally fine. I made it back, and we still have time for me to use my mastery of the elements to defeat Magnus and restore peace. It's gonna be great!
You're right, Zozo. Gee, this sure has been a wild adventure.
And to see more adventures like it, make sure to like this video, subscribe to the channel, and search ZOZO!
Zozo, allow me to accompany you to Magnus's lair. There, you can finally end this nightmare for good.
On day 99, the Crimson Wizard walked with me all the way to the swamps and Magnus's base. He couldn't come with me, but I didn't want him to. It was important for me to face Magnus on my own. There, outside the base, were Earth Elementals, Air Elementals, and Water Elementals guarding it. I was pretty nervous at first because there were loads of them and they all attacked me. But I knew I could do it. I fought my way through the elemental guards, freezing them with my ice blast, burning them with my fire breath, and blowing them away with my whirlwind attack. It took a while to get through all of them, but in the end, I managed. Phew, all that fighting made me hungry. Magnus must be anticipating me because he really did gather all the remaining elementals to guard his base. Now, let me find him. On day 100, I headed into Magnus's base to finally complete my quest. He was sitting on a throne, waiting for me. I escaped your trap.
So I see. I had a feeling you might. It doesn't matter. You're going to lose.
I don't think I am. See, there's something you don't get about the elements. They require balance. They're equal. None of them are better than the others. Elements don't have lords. They're all equal and work together.
Foolish words from a foolish shark. No more talking. Let's fight.
He didn't have to tell me twice. He didn't even have to tell me once. I was already getting my sword ready. I used my dirt ability to hopefully trap him, but he dodged it. He came back at me with an attack, but I dodged it and attacked again. All of a sudden, Magnus started shaking and growing. He evolved into a bigger, stronger version of himself right before my eyes. Uh-oh, I've got to step up my game. Ice time! I used my ice ability to freeze Magnus so he wouldn't have a chance to hit me with his new evolved strength. This gave me just enough time to use all the other elements back to back. Earth, fire, air! With all my powers combined, I finally defeated Magnus! It's over! Now we can all coexist in peace again! On day 1, I spawned in as a land shark, the most awesome carnivore ever. I'm a real fish out of water. I've got 9 hearts from the start because sharks are naturally born tough. And even though I'm tiny, I still have a bite. Looking around, I saw that my starting area was a desert, Or should I say, a sea of sand. But there aren't any other sea creatures anywhere. I wanted to go find some fish to eat, so I started swimming through the land in search of a nice meal. Da-dum, 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 da-dum. I eventually ran into another animal, but it was a tarantula. I heard that they were poisonous, so I didn't want to eat it, but it definitely wanted to eat me. That's no way to treat the top of a food chain. Wait, am I even at the top of a food chain? I swam away from the tarantula and soon discovered that I had the ability to dive inside of sand blocks to hide. I stayed under the desert's surface until the tarantula got bored of looking for me and moved on. Then I popped back up out of the sand. I didn't expect other things would try to eat me today. While I was thinking, a coyote tried to snack on me too. It took off a few hearts, but this time I fought back. As I expected, my bite packed a real wallop. I celebrated my win by chowing down on some coyote meat. It wasn't that tasty, but at least it kept my hunger meter full. I'd look for something better to eat tomorrow. Until then, I'd take shelter inside of a sand dune. On day 2, I resurfaced and went on to explore the desert in search of materials. At a nearby oasis, there was a grove of palm trees. I bit a few of them down and collected the wood they dropped. Ugh, that tasted gross! This is why I need tools in the first place. I got sick of biting trees pretty quickly, so I crafted a wooden axe to cut down enough of the remaining trees that I can make a complete set of wooden tools. While I was chopping, an octopus fell down from one of the trees. That was definitely the last place I expected an octopus to be. But then again, I was a land shark.
What's the big idea? Can't a guy hide in a tree peacefully without getting knocked down?
Sorry, buddy. I had no idea you were up there. What is an octopus doing in a tree anyway?
It's not safe to wander out in the open out here. There are huge spiders everywhere, and they're looking for me.
I thought spiders and octopuses got along. You have so much in common, like having 8 limbs and... that's about it.
We most certainly don't get along, and I suggest you find a place to hide too. The spiders out here are looking for sharks too. Sharks like you.
So they were hunting me. But why?
I've said enough. I need to find a new place to hide. Good luck.
The octopus ran away, but not before dropping some healing potions. He must have been prepared for the worst. I felt a little bad about taking them, but if he hid well enough, he wouldn't be needing them. On day 3, I decided to make the desert oasis into my base. I may have been able to swim on land, but having a source of drinking water around was never a bad idea. So I started chopping away at the rest of the palm trees to clear out an area where I could create my own personal retreat. Suddenly, a wild emu came bounding across the desert towards me. It was surprisingly fast and aggressive, but I was hungry, so that didn't stop me from taking a bite. The bird's attacks did a bunch of damage, so I was grateful for my higher starting health. Emus are trouble. If only I had heavy artillery. A couple bites later, and the emu was defeated. It also dropped a delicious golden drumstick. That looks yummy. I gobbled up the drumstick and felt myself begin to change. I became a bigger shark, and my bite damage increased to be as strong as an iron sword. My already great number of hearts also increased to 17. I tried my ability to dive into land on the grass blocks and found that I could now dive into those too. I bet this works on all kinds of blocks now. Now I can explore the terrain safely. I spent the rest of the day constructing my resort. It was made out of the palms I chopped down earlier. I also added a room for myself. To protect myself from mobs, I decided to also include a fence that surrounded the entire resort. On days 4 to 5, I went out to catch some rabbits to keep at the base for a steady food supply. I was a carnivore after all. I spotted some hanging around by some cacti, but a tarantula scared them away. Didn't the octopus say that those tarantulas were looking for me? I decided to get to the bottom of this and confront the spider directly. I hid and waited until he got close, and then I popped out of the ground to ambush him. I gave him one bite to show him I meant business, and then I gave him a piece of my mind. Hey, what do you want with us sea creatures anyway? The tarantula was startled by my ambush, but chuckled like he was remembering a secret.
You'll find out soon enough, Taste a Shark. Sous Chef has promised us tarantulas a bowl of her famous soup if we bring a land shark to her.
Sous Chef? Who is that?
You mean you don't know? She's only the fanciest and most renowned chef in the entire world. Her seafood cuisine is legendary, and very soon you are going to become a part of it.
But I'm not a seafood. I'm a land shark.
Then let's see if your flavor is the same.
The tarantula struck back with a bite attack that left me poisoned. I was taking gradual damage to my hearts from the after effects. That's one lousy status condition. I need to finish this quickly. My enhanced bite did the trick. A couple of those were too much for the tarantula, and he was no more. That's what you get for poisoning me. Even after the fight was over, I was still affected by the lingering poison damage, but thankfully, I had enough hearts remaining to wait for it to wear off. The total was way more damage than I was expecting. I even had to use a couple of healing potions I got from the octopus. I was lucky I took that tarantula by surprise. If he had ambushed me instead, that could have been it. I returned to the base to wait for my heart meter to regenerate. On days 6 to 8, I searched a nearby forest for some materials to craft an antidote to tarantula poison. I had a feeling that yesterday wouldn't be my last tango with those spiders, and I wanted to be prepared for next time. I found a patch of some plants with healing properties, which I could use to replenish my potions, but they wouldn't be able to neutralize the poison itself. I don't like it, but I think I need to capture a tarantula and study the poison. After that, I started flopping my way back over to the desert I'd made my home. I made my way across the dunes until I saw a tarantula, then I dove under the sand to hide. It didn't seem to notice me, so I waited for an opportunity to strike. But just then, another mob swooped out of the sky and attacked the tarantula. Whoa, what is that thing? It was a tarantula hawk, the tarantula's natural predator. It looked really tough, but it was distracted because it was fighting the tarantula. I emerged from the sand and took the tarantula hawk by surprise. The fight was won before it even began. Sharks are problem solvers. The tarantula hawk dropped something that would solve my poison problem, a rare poison resistance potion. I ate the whole thing in one bite. Hooray! With this, I won't take any extra damage from the tarantula venom. On days 9 to 10, I explored some nearby hills, which I could mine for stone and other sturdy blocks that couldn't be found in the desert. I had fun trying out my dive ability on a bunch of different surfaces. While I was diving, I fell into an area where a lot of carrot plants were growing. I'm going to take these and replant them at my base. Those rabbits will have to eat something before I eat them. As I was pulling up carrots, I felt like someone was behind me and turned around. It was a girl. She was dressed as a chef and carrying a really big knife. I hoped it wasn't who I thought it was.
I, sous chef, have found myself another shark. And I thought the only ingredients out here were carrots.
Oh no, it's exactly who I thought it was. See ya.
Wait, come back. Sharky.
Even though I was bigger, I was still just a fish. And a fish doesn't pick a fight with a chef. It never ends well. I swam as fast as I could until I lost her, and then I dove into the stone. For some reason, it was trickier this time. That's when I realized there was another shark trying to hide. Unlike me, this guy was a hammerhead shark. I bet building stuff is really easy for him.
Boy, am I glad to meet you. I thought I was the only shark left.
So did I. If you don't mind me asking, do you know where all the other sharks went?
That sous chef you just saw has been rounding up our kind and turning us into soup for her restaurant.
Soup? Oh no, I hate soup. And I'd hate being in it even more. She must be stopped. On days 11 to 12, my new hammerhead friend and I went back to my base. I made him his own room to make him feel right at home at my aquatic animals resort. Because stairs are really difficult to climb for finned boys like us, I decided to build in some pillars that we could use to swim up and down between levels. I was out getting more material when I was attacked by a giant snake. Let's hope my poison resistance works against snake venom too. The second it sunk its fangs into me, I was badly poisoned. My hearts were reducing quickly, so I ran back to base and started working on a new way to counter the venom. I knew that honey could help with curing poison, so I went and found a hive of desert bees, which I carefully transported to a safe location near my base. Now I have all the honey I need to avoid getting sick. I went back to fight the giant snake, and thanks to the honey and my healing potions, I was able to outlast it in a battle of bites. The snake dropped a rattle when it was defeated, and I had a feeling this was the key to building my poison resistance. I combined the rattle with some of the flowers and honey I had collected earlier and crafted an extra strength poison resistance potion. I drank it immediately. I'll bet I can become immune to all poisons if I keep making potions like these. On days 13 to 15, I was fast asleep in my shark bed when I remembered something from long ago, before I was even a baby land shark. It must have been a memory from a distant land shark ancestor. Back then, all of us land sharks swam through the desert together in a big group, or a shiver of sharks. There was always plenty to eat, and we always shared with each other. But one day, an army of tarantulas showed up and started capturing the sharks in their sticky spider webs. They dragged my ancestors to a huge cooking pot where sous chef was waiting.
Très bien. With this latest haul, I'll have shark fin soup to serve in my restaurant for years to come.
She was talking to an even bigger spider next to her, who appeared to be calling the shots for the tarantulas.
Boss, when do we get some of the soup?
You'll wait your turn. The other humans will get to sample my cooking first. Then maybe your spiders can have a chance.
Okay. Whatever you say, boss.
Now, let's get cooking.
I woke up from that terrible nightmare before I saw all the land sharks go into the cooking pot. That would have been far too scary for me, no matter how tough of a shark I was. How horrible! Now I know why there are so few of us land sharks left in the world. If Sous Chef had an army of spiders at her command, maybe it would be better for Hammerhead and I to keep ourselves hidden instead of going after her. On days 16 to 19, I was searching around the base for Hammerhead and couldn't find him. Hey Hammerhead, where are you? Are we playing hide and seek? There was a note left on my crafting table, so I read it.
Dear Zozo, I'm going hunting for some more food. If I don't come back before tomorrow, it probably means that I'm in trouble. Please come looking for me. You're the only friend I have in this world.
So that's where he is. He's in trouble. It had been at least a day since the last time I saw him, so going to look for him would be a good idea. I decided to go find my way to this trouble place he mentioned. Sure enough, it turned out to be a town for bandits and outlaws to the west of the desert. This place sure does look like trouble, but if my friend's here, I can't leave until I found him.
Hey, Zozo!
Hammerhead! You were easier to find than I thought.
I said I was in trouble, and here I am. Let's go drink some milk at one of these saloons. I'm paying.
We walked inside one of the saloons and saw that there was a fight breaking out between some bandits. It seemed like a group of them were ganging up on one guy. Hey, that's not fair! Leave him alone!
Sharks!
The bandits screamed and ran away. I guess the sight of a big shark and his hammerhead friend was all it took to scare them off.
Thanks for the help, fellow sharks.
Huh? You're not a shark, you're a human.
That's where you're wrong. I'm a card shark, the slickest card player in the West. Here, have this crown as thanks for saving me.
As soon as I put on that crown, I grew up again and had 22 hearts. I also gained a pretty sweet dash attack. Thanks, card shark.
Did you both come to trouble to hide from Sous Chef? I do know a rumor that you might want to hear.
Are we sure we should trust this guy?
Let's hear him out before we judge him.
There's a legendary poisonous spice called the Chef Bane, which is said to ruin a cooking pot forever. If you sprinkled some of that stuff in her soup, she'd be forced to give up cooking. Then all the sharks would be safe.
Wow, and you're really telling the truth?
Trust me, kid, I know a thing or two.
Even though it had seemed hopeless before, I now believed that there was a way to stop Sous Chef for good. All I had to do was find that Chef Bane. On days 20 to 22, Hammerhead and I returned to our base and found it under attack by those same bandits we scared away in trouble. This time though, there was a whole lot more of them, and they were throwing dynamite.
This will teach you nasty sharks not to mess with us bandits.
Oh yeah? Well, we're gonna teach you nasty bandits not to mess with us sharks. Right, Hammer?
Right.
Hammerhead and I worked together and took on the bandits as a team. We fought hard against the crooks, but our teamwork was too much for them, and we took them out. I was feeling so inspired by our teamwork that I had an idea. I should add a statue to the base. Things were coming along nicely, and I made some good progress on the first part. You can sort of see what it might be. I'd need to add some blue materials to get the statue's color palette just right, so I started mining to see if I could find any lapis. It would be a long way down, but I had to start somewhere. Once I gathered some stone, I decided it was time to upgrade my pickaxe. So I returned back to the base, where I crafted a stone pickaxe, which would help me mine much more efficiently. And if you want to be more efficient in finding my videos, make sure you hit that subscribe button and ring the bell so you can find my channel easier. On days 23 to 26, Hammerhead and I teamed up again when our base was attacked by some super tough rock mobs. Uh-oh, those look like straddlers. We were able to defeat them, but their skin was so tough that a bunch of our teeth fell out.
Yo-yo, my teeth fell out.
Don't panic, friend. They'll grow back. As for the ones that fell out, I decided to craft a bow and make the lost teeth into shark tooth arrows. Time to go spider hunting. I hid in the desert with my dive ability and waited for some tarantulas to pass by. And when they least expected it, I jumped out and sniped all of them before they could even react. Now I can gather all the venom they dropped and make myself even more resistant to poison. I went back to the base and did just that. I had just enough time to drink another poison resistance potion before I heard someone outside asking if anyone was home. I answered it and saw that there was a frilled shark at the door.
Pardon me, is this arrow yours? I found it while I was hiding in the desert.
Yes, it is. Thanks for returning it.
Also, would you mind if I stayed here? I've got no home and there's a chef looking for me.
Of course you can. That same chef is looking for my friend and I too. We'll be safer if we stick together. I then added another floor to the base to make sure that frilled shark felt right at home. Then I added some guard towers next to the fence to make spotting incoming enemies easier. On days 27 to 31, I went back to the town of Trouble so I could get some more information out of the card shark. He was willing to do it, but only for a price.
I'll sell you this enchanted cookbook for some of your teeth. It'll tell you where you might find all sorts of ingredients, including the chef bane.
Just my teeth? You've got a deal, mister. I gave him a full set of shark teeth. In exchange, he gave me the cookbook. I opened it up and saw that one of the first locations listed inside was the Great Pyramid of Pizza. It appeared to be some kind of restaurant for rich mummies. I had a good feeling about what I could find there, so I swam off to the part of the sand sea where it could be found. When I arrived, I saw that the entrance to the Great Pyramid was guarded by a crypt keeper. He was standing next to a sign that said, "No sharks allowed." Yeah, that's not gonna stop me. I fired some arrows from a distance to draw him away from the door. Then I dove beneath the sand so he wouldn't know where I was. When the crypt keeper was looking around confused, I sprung up from the sand and gave him a big bite. He hit me before running back towards the door, but with my dash attack, I was able to bite him again and get inside the pyramid before he could stop me. He tried to follow me in, but I dove into the pyramid blocks and disappeared. He eventually gave up and returned to guarding the entrance. On days 32 to 35, I entered the grand dining hall where the mummies were being served their pizza. I used my diving ability to sneakily make my way around the room. I was hiding under a table when I saw a flying fish on a platter. It looked like he was being served so raw that he was still alive. I decided to ask him if he knew anything. Excuse me, do you know anything about a spice called chef bane?
Yep, I've heard of it. Sure wish I had some of it right now, so I wouldn't get eaten.
Do you know where I can find some?
Quiet down. The celebrity chef is about to make her appearance.
Celebrity chef? Oh no! Sue Chef entered the dining hall and rang a bell to call everyone to attention. She had tarantula bodyguards with her.
Attention, diners. I am Sue Chef, and I will be your celebrity chef this evening. Our special is...
She looked down and saw me under the table.
Shark soup! Get that rotten shark!
Yikes! Sue Chef and her tarantulas ran towards me, so I used a dash attack to catch her off guard. She struck back with her cooking knife and sliced away most of my hearts. I would be sashimi if I took another hit like that, so I decided to improvise. Actually, tonight's special is tarantula salad. The mummies hungrily turned towards the tarantula bodyguards and started to attack them.
No, it isn't! Stop this!
I made a break for the exit. I hate to dine and dash, but this time I had to. While I was on my way out, the flying fish flew after me.
Wait, take me with you. I'm a carnivore too.
That's good enough for me. Welcome to the team, Mr. Flying Fish. On days 36 to 39, I convinced the others to let the flying fish stay inside of our base with us. What do you say, fellow sharks?
I thought this base was only for sharks who are hiding from the chef.
He's a fish and we're sharks. Won't he be afraid of us?
It's fine. He can eat the rabbits we've been farming, and we have plenty for all of us. Once that was settled, I went to my room and consulted the enchanted cookbook that I got from the card shark in order to search for a new location to travel to in my search for chef's bane. Let's see here. The Great Pyramid of Pizza was a dead end. Oh, maybe I'll have better luck in the Marshmallow Swamp. Me and Hammerhead then proceeded to do some more work on the statue. The design was really starting to come together, thanks to the lapis lazuli I had been mining. On days 40 to 43, I was on my way to the Marshmallow Swamp when I thought I saw another land shark nearby. Hello there, my name is Zozo. Do you need a place to hide? The mob that I thought was a shark turned around and I realized that he was actually a dolphin, a land dolphin.
I'm good, thanks. I was just in the area looking for a heart of the sea. It's a kind of treasure usually found in the ocean, but for some reason, they can also be found on land in this place. It's pretty odd,
said the land dolphin to the land shark.
Point is that I did find a treasure chest with a heart of the sea inside, but there was a terrifying mantis shrimp guarding it, so I chickened out. They're all yours if you're brave enough.
Thanks for the info, Dolphin. Best of luck in your travels. I went to the place where the dolphin said he found the chest, and sure enough, the mantis shrimp was right there. Mantis shrimps were known for their lightning-fast attacks, so I knew that I had to rely on my toughness.
I launched a few arrows before dashing into battle and biting away. The mantis shrimp knocked me back with a powerful strike, which did 5 hearts worth of damage, but that left him wide open. I drank a health potion and attacked him while he was recharging his attack. I did this a few more times before the mob finally fell. All right, the heart of the sea is all mine. The door to the treasure chest opened up, and I rushed in. When I opened the treasure chest, there were some prismarine blocks inside, along with the heart of the sea. Once I collected them all, I used them to craft a new shield with some of my spare shark teeth. This shield of the deep could provide me with some defense, while also draining health from enemy mobs. On days 44 to 49, I made it to the marshmallow swamp. It definitely lived up to its name, as there were white marshmallow blocks floating all throughout it. I took a drink from the black water, and I realized that it was coffee. It gave me a temporary energy boost and increased the distance of my dash attack. There were a bunch of pink oozes jumping around the swamp, so I used them to test out both my enhanced dash and my shield of the deep. Once I was done cleaning up the slime squad, I heard a cry for help from the swamp. It was a platypus.
Help! I wanted a drink of coffee, but I started sinking.
Don't worry, I'll help you. I dove straight into the coffee and rescued the platypus before swimming both of us to shore. It was unusual for a land shark to be swimming in liquid, but I was very grateful that it all worked out.
I, Platric Platypus, owe you my life, Sir Shark.
Please, call me Zozo. I'm on a quest searching for a legendary spice called the Chef's Bane.
Chef's Bane, You've come to the right place. You may not know this, but we platypi are experts in all things poison.
You are?
Absolutely. We're venomous creatures too. Chef's Bane is the ultimate in poisonous ingredients, but you won't find any in this swamp. We'll need to go somewhere a lot more tropical. Follow me.
With that, Platric began to lead me out of the marshmallow swamp. I felt like I could trust him, so I decided to follow him. On days 50 to 53, Platric and I arrived in a tropical region south of the marshmallow swamp. I checked the inside of the cookbook and saw that this area was called the Banana Pepper Beach and was known for growing the spiciest peppers ever known.
Look alive, Sir Shark. We're on the lookout for a very special purple pepper, which is a key ingredient for Chef's Bane.
Purple pepper, Platric. I'll positively peek around every part of this place until I've pointed it out.
Say it, don't spray it.
We split up and searched for hints of the purple pepper. I ended up at the seashore. Wow, I just realized that I'm a shark who has never seen the ocean. I didn't have time to think about that because I noticed the crypt keeper from the Great Pyramid of Pizza running towards me. I guess I interrupted his vacation. We fought, but this time I had my shield. After a few hits, he realized his health was being drained and he ran away. He won't bother me again. A little later, Platric and I reunited. It seems like neither of us had any luck finding the purple pepper.
We'll keep trying, Sir Shark. In the meantime, have a potion of poison resistance. You'll want to be practically immune when we find it.
I gulped down the potion and felt its effect make me even stronger against poison. On days 54 to 57, I returned to base to make some improvements. After swimming in the coffee swamp, I was eager to turn the oasis pool into a more tropical habitat. So I planted some banana trees to spice up the place. With the trees in place, I decided that the pool needed a diving board, so I added that along with some decorations to make it feel far more relaxing. Now I'll be a land shark and a water shark, master of both worlds. Hammerhead, grilled, and flying fish all enjoyed using the diving board too. It seems like the base was becoming more than just a hideout. It was our home, and we were family. Eventually, Frill came over and approached me.
Oh, hi Zozo.
Hey there, Frilled.
I noticed that you built the Shield of the Deep. It looks like it protects you really well, and I was hoping you could make me one too.
I would, but I need to go find another Heart of the Sea. Maybe the cookbook knows where I can find one. I returned to my room to look at the cookbook, but it wouldn't reveal the locations of the Hearts of the Sea. But it would let me know where more mantis shrimp were. It was just a hunch, but I decided to give it a shot. I made my way over to a nearby cave where I figured another mantis shrimp might be hiding. I managed to find another chest like the last one, but this time it wasn't even guarded. Lucky me! I looked inside, and there was another Heart of the Sea! Soon after, I crafted another Shield of the Deep and gave it to Frill.
Thank you, Zozo. Here, I have some serrated teeth I can spare. If you equip them, your bite attack will be able to drain health, just like the shield.
It's an incredible upgrade! Thanks, Frilled! You rule! I put those chompers in, and I could already feel more awesome. Or should I say, jawsome! On days 58 to 62, I was making some really great improvements to the statue. It's really starting to come together. Can you tell what it is yet? Just then, I noticed that the base was swarmed by tarantulas. The tarantula leader that I saw in the flashback was there as well, so it looked like this was a planned invasion. But how did they know where we were? I thought to myself and remembered the cookbook. Card Shark, he must have sold us out. Hammerhead was right not to trust him. I ran towards the base to help the others defend it. World and I both had shields of the deep and draining bites, so we could restore our health even as we faced getting swarmed by tarantulas.
Oh no, this poison is taking a real toll on me.
Right, I forgot. I'm the only one immune to poison. Go get some honey and cure your poison, Frilled. I'll go help Hammerhead. Hammerhead was the one I was the most worried about. He wasn't immune to poison either, and on top of that, he didn't even have a shield. By the time I got to where he was, Hammerhead was being dragged away. Hammerhead! He called out to me while the spiders took him away.
Make sure Card Shark pays for this.
Don't worry, buddy, I will, and then we'll come save you. I was so afraid. There was nothing I could do. My best friend had just been kidnapped. On days 63 to 66, I returned to the Village of Trouble in order to get back at Card Shark for selling the rest of us out. I barged into the saloon where he usually hung out and saw him in the middle of a card game. He wouldn't be for long. Hey, Card Shark, I need to talk to you.
Yeah, well, if it isn't my old shark friend, I'm surprised to see you here and alive.
You know why I'm here. You betrayed us.
Now, remember the good times we had. I gave you that cookbook, remember?
Your cookbook didn't help me at all. All it did was lead me to a bunch of dead ends. The purple peppers to make Chef's Bane weren't even where they were supposed to be.
Of course they weren't. The Spider King already picked them all, so that no more Chef's Bane could be made. It was part of his deal with Sous Chef, and this is part of my deal with her.
He started throwing poker chips at me like arrows. I raised my shield and blocked them. Then I dashed in and gave the Card Shark a well-deserved bite.
Good one, but I'm tougher than that. I am a shark, same as you.
No, not anymore. He tried punching me, but I followed up with a harsh draining bite and defeated him. That was for Hammerhead. With Card Shark defeated, I left Trouble and followed the many footprints that tarantulas left in the sand. I hoped the Hammerhead was all right. I don't know what I'd do if he got turned into soup. On day 67 to 70, I tracked the tarantulas to Cobweb Castle. I knew that Hammerhead could be here, as well as the purple pepper ingredients needed to make Chef's Bane. There were a whole lot of tarantulas around, but I was a whole lot of shark, and their poison wouldn't work on me. I fought my way to the throne room and found Hammerhead restrained in a web.
Zozo, is that you?
Don't worry, Hammerhead, I'm coming to help you. I moved closer to the throne when suddenly the King of Spiders dropped down from the ceiling.
2 sharks for the price of 1. The boss is gonna be extra happy with me.
The boss is never gonna see you again, Spider King, not unless you get out of our way.
Big talk for a silly little shark. Let's go.
I leaped at the King of Spiders and started biting his long, scary legs.
Ow! Is this what being bitten feels like? Can't believe I've been doing this for years.
The jagged shark teeth were too much for him. The Spider King ran off, leaving through a pathway. After that, I freed Hammerhead by shooting an arrow that destroyed the cobweb prison he was in. Hammerhead, let's check where the Spider King ran off to. Maybe the purple peppers are in there.
Good idea, Zozo.
From day 71 to day 74, Hammerhead and I entered the secret pathway that the Spider King had left through. On the inside, there was a creepy dungeon waiting for us.
Whoa, this place looks so spooky, Zozo. I don't want to spend too long here.
It'll be worth it if we can find the purple peppers and make the Chef's Bane, Hammerhead. But we were already too late. The purple peppers were gone, and there was a note from Sous Chef herself left in the empty dungeon.
You underestimate me and my minions, Zozo. Did you really think I'd just leave the purple peppers here? Silly little shark. Only a chef of my caliber would know what to do with such an ingredient. I'd say I'm sorry to disappoint you, but it's actually very funny to me. I'll see you at dinner, my dear.
Me and Hammerhead were devastated. All this work and risk for nothing.
It's okay, Zozo. At least you saved me. Let's go back to the base and figure out what to do next.
From day 75 to day 78, I brought Hammerhead back to the base. I didn't want any more spiders to invade us at night, so I put up a new layer of defense. Hopefully a little fire will scare those creeps away. That's when Hammerhead approached me and gave me an enchanted book. What's this, Hammerhead?
It's the sharpness enchantment, Zozo. It'll make your shark teeth extra sharp and dangerous.
Oh, heck yeah, just what I need. I went inside and applied the enchantment book to my teeth. And I got those extra sharp teeth just in time, because the king of spiders who narrowly escaped in the cobweb castle was back, and he meant business. Time to end this once and for all. As the king of spiders ran in, I lunged forward and chomped him. In one bite, he was finished off, and that made me level up. I grew into a land great white with 25 hearts and the water speed ability, which made me twice as fast in water. Even though I'm a land shark, this might come in handy later. But that wasn't the only thing that the king of spiders dropped. He also had a note, which I picked up and read. It must have come straight from Sous Chef.
Once Zozo has been destroyed, find the straddler in the forest. You know what to do.
I was starting to get really sick of reading notes from Sous Chef, but at least it could be a valuable lead. From day 79 to day 84, I searched the forest for the straddler. If he was somehow connected to Sous Chef, he might be able to give me some information. Straddler? Straddler? Hello? That's when the straddler emerged out of the forest, looking irritated.
Yeah, I'm the straddler. What's it to you?
I've heard that you might have something to do with Sous Chef, the villain trying to turn me and all my fishy friends into soup. Do you know anything about that?
Yeah, of course I know about that. I've been trying to take her down for years. Maybe we can team up.
That sounds great.
But first, you see that cave next to me? I need you to grab a secret weapon I left inside.
I turned and saw a cave a few feet away, and there was a secret weapon inside? Perfect. I'll be right back, straddler. I went into the deep, dark cave and was surprised to find inside was nothing. Could there have been some kind of mistake? I went back and saw the straddler standing in the mouth of the cave.
Sorry, kid. I worked for Sous Chef all along. You really shouldn't be so trusting.
He fired several arrows, and one of them even hit me. It was a tense moment, but I pulled out my own bow and fired back with even more accuracy. After a few arrows, the straddler was defeated, and I was alone in the cave. Whew, I really do need to be careful about who I can trust. On day 85 to day 89, I returned to the town of Trouble to meet somebody I thought I'd never need to talk to again. The card shark who, after I'd beaten him, was taken and locked up in the town jail. Thankfully, he was allowed visitors. I flopped down into the jail to see him.
Zozo, what the heck are you doing here? I didn't think you would ever want to see me again after what happened to your friends.
I figured after everything that happened between us, you owe me some information I can actually use.
I'm not gonna tell you nothing.
How'd you like it if I bit through the door of this cell and asked you a little closer?
Okay. What do you want to know?
Where can I find and defeat Sous Chef?
Find is one thought, defeat is another. You can find her in her kitchen on the Mushroom Island. But I warn you, Zozo, if you go to that island, you ain't coming back.
We'll see about that. This shark is never going into anybody's soup. And with that, I left the jail. There was no time to waste. From days 90 to 94, I worked on some new items and upgrades to my base. I can't take on Sous Chef without the best of the best of the best. I added a bunch of new upgrades to increase the effectiveness of my bow. The power enchantment, that increases damage, and the punch enchantment, which increased the knockback power of my arrows. Hope you like your food spicy, Sous Chef. And also, to give myself a little extra boost, I made myself a few potions. A potion of healing, a potion of regeneration, and a potion of swiftness. And sharks aren't exactly fast, but this should offset that. I'm sure to win now. On day 95 to day 97, I finished the statue, a giant blue land shark, just like me. I'm very happy about how it turned out. Let me know what you guys think in the comments below. It made me realize something. In all of my time here, I'd only seen a handful of other sharks. There used to be so many land sharks out there, but now, because of people like Sous Chef, they were all gone. I couldn't let Sous Chef wipe us out. I needed to protect the land shark legacy and give our people a future. I'm gonna take you down, Sous Chef. You've made your last shark soup. On day 98, it was time to prepare for the final battle. I gathered all my friends together, the hammerhead shark, the frilled shark, and the flying fish. Guys, this is it. I'm gonna fight for the freedom of sharks and all fish. If I don't come back, then find Sous Chef on the Mushroom Island and defeat her for me. That's when Hammerhead Shark, my oldest friend, stepped forward.
Wait up, Zozo. I'm not gonna let you go alone.
Hammerhead, it's dangerous. She's gonna try and turn us to soup.
That's exactly why I can't let you go alone. Let's go together and finally finish this thing.
On day 99, Hammerhead Shark and I swam across the ocean until we reached the Mushroom Island. Let's go, Hammerhead. No time to waste. The island was guarded by particularly creepy creatures, mutant spider pigs. They spotted us and started to crawl towards us.
What are we gonna do, Zozo?
Don't worry, Hammerhead, I have a special weapon. I pulled out my fully upgraded bow and started firing, knocking back the mutant spider pigs. Look at that, I'm biting you without even touching you. Ha!
Zozo, over here! I found some prisoners!
I went to where Hammerhead was and saw that he had found a cage full of blobfish that Sous Chef had captured. You help them get back to the base, Hammerhead. I'm gonna defeat Sous Chef once and for all.
Good luck, Zozo. I believe in you.
On day 100, I continued alone across the Mushroom Island, looking for Sous Chef and her evil lair. Along the way, even more mutant spider pigs started rushing towards me. I used my upgraded bow to quickly dispatch them and clear the way. Will you guys get out of the way? I'm looking for your boss. After defeating the last few mutant spider pigs, I saw a secret chest on the island, with a sign next to it saying, Secret Ingredients. Hey, that sounds useful. I searched through the chest until I found a bottle labeled Potion of Evolution. I immediately added it to my inventory and kept moving. Soon enough, I found Sous Chef's true lair. She'd mined a huge crater into the ground and filled it with lava. It was the ultimate soup boiling pot, and Sous Chef was there, throwing ingredients in.
Welcome, Zozo. You're just in time. I've been working on the ultimate soup, but it's been missing something. I think it could really use a little shark to really make it pack a punch.
Oh, I'm here to pack a punch, Sous Chef, but it won't be in your soup. Sous Chef started to laugh at me, and as she laughed, she grew bigger and more powerful. She also equipped a huge diamond sword. This must have been her final form.
Big talk, but nothing to back it up. You don't even have the Chef's Bane. How could you possibly stop me?
Things have changed, Sous Chef. I used to want the Chef's Bane. Now, I am the Chef's Bane. I remembered my friends and got a surge of power and started to grow and change. I wasn't a land shark anymore. I was Land Megalodon, the biggest and most powerful shark in history, with 30 hearts. You wanted shark? I'll give you more shark than you can handle. I lunged at her. She tried to hit me with her diamond sword, but her sword was nothing compared to my razor-sharp megalodon teeth.
Ouch! I was meant to eat you. You're not meant to eat me.
She tried to hit me, but I kept lunging forward and biting her. Sous Chef was stumbling backwards, losing her balance. You look a little tense, Sous Chef. Why not take a dip and cool off? With one more push from me, Sous Chef fell backwards and landed in her own soup. She was finally finished. I threw the Potion of Evolution into the fiery pit, which caused it to level up and change into obsidian. Now no shark will ever be cooked here again. With Sous Chef gone, I returned back to my base, where the hammerhead shark, the frilled shark, the flying fish, and the blobfish were waiting for me. Want to head out for a meal to celebrate our victory?
Sure, anything but soup.
On day 101, I spawned into the world as a land shark? No way! I can't believe I'm back as one of the coolest creatures to ever walk, or swim, the overworld. I celebrated my awesome return with a funky land shark dance, but as I sprung into the air to prepare for a land dive, the icy Alps frozen ground was too firm for me to descend into. I ended up bonking my big shark nose. Ouch! My adventure was just getting started, and I wanted to revel in my cool land shark form a little while longer, even if this biome was uncomfortably cool. That's when I saw a roving mutant husk. Hey there, Mr. Mutant Husk! I'm freezing my fins off out here. Could you direct me to a warmer place? The last thing I want to do is turn into a frozen fish stick, and on my first day, no less.
Ho ho ho! Like a moth to a flame, and a land shark to land. What a catch! And I didn't even have to go fishing.
Excuse me?
Boss will make quite a tasty bowl of etouffee out of you. Order up!
The husk charged me at full speed. Confused and frightened, I began to swim away as fast as I could, trying to dodge his every swing, but he was just too quick. Though I started off with 6 hearts, they were getting pretty damaged and fast. In a panic and hoping to hide, I tried to dive under the ground again, but it was just too firm. I foolishly bounced back and fell right into the husk's clutches.
Haha, what a thick-headed move! Almost as thick as this frozen floor. Seems like you aren't cut out for this biome, but you'll serve up nicely on a chopping board.
On day 102, I was captured and forced along by the mutant mutant husk on our way to an unknown but surely evil destination. We made a pit stop at the Dead Sea, where the husk rudely knocked me into an open body of water. Being a land shark by design, all things aquatic wasn't really my forte, so I started to sink beneath the waves. Are you crazy? Land sharks can't swim in water. We swim on land. Don't you know anything about land creatures? You are one. Ah!
Land shark nuggets and fries will surely sell like hotcakes around these parts. There's no way I'm letting you go. Now you just marinate in that super salty water for a bit. It'll be sure to give you lots of flavor.
Oh no, the threat of being eaten again? Can't a shark catch a break? As I sank beneath the Dead Sea's waves, I thought I saw a figure swimming toward me, but I was quickly losing consciousness.
A land shark? In the sea? Oh, that totally cannot be.
Like some sort of fuzzy angel, I was aided back up to the surface by a sea panda.
You think you're the only upside-down creature in the overworld? Well, think again, dude. Swim again. On land, up you go.
The sea panda helped me back onto the craggy rocks bordering the Dead Sea.
Dude, this is gnarly. I haven't seen a land shark in years.
And I haven't been a land shark in years. Or actually, I don't know how long it's been since I've been a land shark, but I'm definitely rusty with my abilities.
Can't surf on a rusty board, bro. That's my motto. You may be slow to swim in the ocean, but you gotta remember, you land sharks are mad fast on land. That's what I've heard.
As it turned out, the sea panda was right. With my shark speed, I turned and blasted off, whizzing and zipping across the rocks of the Dead Sea. If I'd become a land shark again, there must be a reason. I needed to find out why. On day 103, I escaped into the wild of the bamboo jungle in hopes of finding some food to munch on. Hungry as can be and pretty low on health, I knew the only way to restore my hearts was to grab a quick meal. I guess in this world, it's eat or be eaten. But I, for one, refuse to be turned into someone else's chum. Scouring the bamboo jungle for some chow, my carnivore tummy rumbled. Apples, apples, apples! Is there anything here other than apples? Like a rabbit? Or, I don't know, barbecue chicken pizza? Or buffalo wings? I knew it was only a matter of time before I'd swim into my next foe. So for now, I had to settle for some apples. Munch, munch, munch. They may not taste good to my carnivore palate, but wowza, they sure did help with my hunger. But I couldn't dwell on that. Now when some big booming footsteps were coming my way, it was a fire ogre.
Something around here smells, fishy. Hello? Anybody out here?
Before I could be seen, I took the opportunity to hide from the stranger before me, even if he didn't seem particularly mean.
I could have sworn I smelled sushi. Oh well, I'm sure there's other stock to be had out here.
Unable to see me, the ogre searched and stomped around, shaking the ground with his feet. Eventually, he came to a stop right in front of where I was hiding.
I feel like something's right under my nose. Oh, never mind. I've got my restaurant to get back to. If it wasn't for one of my minimum wage mutants calling out sick last minute, I wouldn't have had to come out here looking for stock myself. We may be short for the day, but I guess whatever supply we have back at the base will make do.
The ogre stomped off in a disgruntled hurry. I pocketed a few more apples, hoping they'd come in handy later. With my health almost fully restored from the apples I ate, and curious as to where he was headed, I decided to stealthily sneak around, following the ogre's trail. From day 104 to day 105, I followed the ogre back to his base. It looked like a fast food restaurant with a drive-thru and everything. I followed him inside, trying my best to conceal my fin. It wasn't easy to sneak, but before I could explore any more of the restaurant myself, the ogre saw me.
Oh my, mutants! Get the rat traps again. This is a big one. Wait a second. You're not a rat. You're a land shark.
Yes, sirree. And I'm sorry, Mr. Ogre. I didn't mean to intrude. You won't make me into a shark étouffée, will you?
Intrude? Étouffée? Kiddo, calm down. We opened at 8 a.m. You're here on public hours. You didn't break in. Right now, you're a paying customer to me, just like everybody else. Now,
Can I get you anything? Soda pop, French fries, one of our famous sliders.
And how? Gee, thanks, Mr.
Fiery Fry. And you can get delicious cooked meat from our restaurant anytime you want.
And to prove he was legit, he gave me some delicious crispy bacon and some stone utensils. I gleefully headed out from Burger King with the bacon and the utensils in my inventory. Gee, these utensils are awfully heavy. It's almost like they're made of stone. These aren't just any utensils, they're certified stone utensils. A pickaxe, an axe, and a sword. Wow! With my new stone tools, all thanks to Mr. Fry, I began to search for the perfect place to build my own base. And, most importantly, a dining room. With a free meal in Finn, I wanted a place of my own to sit down and enjoy it. Swimming along the ground with my incredible shark speed, I was quick to find a nice patch of land in the leafy bushy plains. These bushy plains almost look like a giant salad. I think this is the perfect place to get started on my new home. And so, I began to build myself a base. I decided to go all in and started by building up some massive walls and made the outlines for the rooms. I capped it all off with a huge overhanging roof. I was in a teeny bit of a hurry, so as not to let my food go cold, but I poured most of the detail work into my dedicated dining room. As a connoisseur carnivore, I wanted the perfect mealtime ambiance, and my building skills did not disappoint. Proud of my work, and in such a reasonable time to boot, I stepped back to revel in my success with a mouthful of the most delicious bacon I've ever had. Phew. Teamwork makes the dream work. Wait, who am I talking to? I'm the only one here. Or so I thought, until a mutant husk emerged.
Prepare to be braised, you bland land shark.
Bland? You threw me into the Dead Sea to soak. I'm saltier than ever about that, in both the metaphorical and literal sense. I darted around the husk with my incredible shark super speed, hoping to dodge as many attacks as I could. But working in fast food service made him unreasonably quick, so he managed to land a few blows. Food fight! I unleashed all the apples I was holding onto from before, tossing a ton at the grumpy employee. Pelting him endlessly with the fruit, the mutant husk was defeated. Man, if only he had eaten apples on the daily, he could have avoided doctors and his demise. My evil defeating apple triumph granted me with not only 20 hearts, but an epic jump boost. Wow, this is awesome. Being a land shark is cool and all, but it stinks I can't dive up into the sky. I can only dive down. Oh well. Maybe sky sharks will eventually be a thing. If only. From day 106 to day 108, I happily swam around the bushy plains looking for some other land sharks to meet. That bacon Fry gave me was the best bacon I've ever had. I gotta tell the other land sharks about it. Land sharks, hello? Here, sharkies, it's me, Zozo. But nobody came. At least, no land sharks.
Hey, Zozo! What's up, little dude?
I turned around to see Sea Panda, who was basking in the garden's resident pond. Hey, Sea Panda! Boy, am I glad to see you. It was getting pretty lonely out here. I was starting to think that I was the last guy in the overworld. Say, have you seen any other land sharks around here? I'm trying to tell them about this awesome restaurant I found. It seems to cater to carnivores.
Yeah, carnivores? Gnarly. I may be a vegetarian, but I'm happy you found a place that suits your dietary needs.
My needs, and other land sharks' needs too. Jeez, where have they all gone?
Oh, I don't know. I'm sorry, bro. Like I said before, you're the first land shark I've seen in a long time. Maybe if we team up, we can try to find them.
That'd be super helpful, actually. Thanks.
Totally. And hey, maybe your restaurant friends have an idea as to where they've gone. Might want to ask them too. Anyways, I'm out. Yeah, dude.
Yeah. I sped through the plains, making my way back to Burger King in hopes of getting some answers. When I got there, Fry was nowhere to be seen. Fry! Hey, Mr. Fry, hello? Can I ask for your help on something? That's when Fry appeared behind me.
How may I help you?
I was actually here to ask you about land sharks.
Land sharks? Aren't you a land shark, kid? Forgive me, but what kind of answer can I give you that you don't already know?
Well, it's not about me, it's about others. others like me. It seems like I'm the only land shark around, and I was wondering if maybe you've seen any of the others?
I see your dilemma, kid. Now, I can't say I've seen any around lately, but I do have an idea as to how we can bring them back. Here's a secret. My bacon made of chicken, kiddo, and land sharks like yourself have a brilliant sense of smell, and they love chicken. Our minimum wage mutants are slacking off, so we're low on stock, which means we're low on bacon.
So what you're saying is if we find some chicken,
and we can make more bacon,
we can bring
lure
them all back here. Wait, did you say lure?
Off you go, kid. Now quit playing chicken and go get some chicken. I believe in you.
From day 109 to day 110, I dove deep into the Shulkin Forest on the hunt for a perfect chicken. In such a unique biome, I couldn't help but explore and hop around with my epic jump boost. I was having so much fun just flouncing my fins through the grass that I almost forgot Fry's quest. Purple trees and shroom lights. Man, this place is awesome. I should have built my base here instead. This is the best land swim I've ever had. But all my diving and rustling through the forest startled a small gray thing out from the shrooms. It took me a second to realize it wasn't just an odd trick of the light. It was an iron chicken. Oh, like a moth to a flame and wait, why does that phrase sound so familiar? Hey, relax. I'm not the bad guy here, I promise. I just need you to get my land shark family back. The chicken struck me hard. She was already on the offense. The chicken charged me like there was no tomorrow, which technically if I won would have been true. She would have been bacon tomorrow. Pecking like crazy and showing no mercy, I tried to fight back with everything I had, but her ironed body was pretty resistant to hits. I used my land shark super speed and mega jump boost to my advantage. Then the chicken pecked me super hard on the head, as hard as an apple to the noggin, and I fell unconscious, giving her time to slip away.
Little dude, wake up!
Who's there?
See, Panda dude, that Quimby chicken totally smoked your vibe, man. I normally come to the Shulkrins to chillax, but with such a gnarly fight nearby, I just had to check it out. You're lucky I found you, bro. Here, I got you something to help you feel righteous again.
Sea Panda handed me a healing potion. Normally land sharks are averse to water, but desperate to feel better, I drank this bottle up quick. Cha, I'm feeling totally better already, Panda. Thanks, bro. Wait, why am I talking like this?
Don't worry, it'll wear off soon. But I think we should take you home, little man. That chicken almost forced you to wipe out. Why are you here fighting that thing anyways? Weren't you supposed to be looking for your land shark friends and asking that Fry guy about them?
I did. When I talked to Fry, we came up with a plan to get them back. He needed more stock for his kitchen, and we thought cooking chicken burgers would entice the land sharks back to his restaurant.
Dude, are you sure he's not throwing you into the deep end? Coming out here on your own is like a sink, no swim mission. With all the chickens he's collected over the years, he must know how dangerous these iron birds are to catch.
And he also knows I'm a dangerous fighter. I'm a land shark for C's sake. Top predator in all of the overworld. He's a good guy, Panda. He just probably forgot what it's like to get one on his own. He's got employees to do this kind of stuff for him. Feeling doubts, but still pretty confident, I thanked Panda and flopped my way out of the Shulkran Forest. From day 111 to day 112, I returned to Urger King, head down and empty-handed, or empty-finned. Fry, I'm back. Forewarning, I did not get the chicken, but I can go back once I prepare myself better for battle.
Land Shark, you're back? Zozo, you're back. Oh, how happy I am to see you, kiddo.
Yeah, same here. Why are your teeth gritted like that?
Because I'm so happy. Oh, so happy to see you alive and well.
Oh, me too. I was scared I wouldn't make it back alive. I didn't realize I'd be up against an iron chicken. Those things are tough to beat. Don't you know it? They have like iron armor built in. It's practically in their name.
Right, so where is this iron chicken now? Did you
destroy her? Oh, no. She was too strong for that. But I did plan on going back to fight her again. That way we can finally make that bacon and get my family back.
Let's put a pin in that. How about we embark on a better plan? Hear me out. All the meat establishment lures in a lot of pests. Rats, mice, roaches, but none of those make for a good meal, you know? Being a carnivore yourself, would you really go for rat meat?
Not if I absolutely had to.
Exactly. Now there's one creature I think would make better bacon than chicken. Ever heard of raccoon? Bring him back here to me, and we can make bacon so unique, so awesome, that your shark friends will be clambering out the window just to get a nibbling.
Heading out from Fry's, I decided my best course of action would be to upgrade my stone tools and craft some iron weaponry just as a safeguard. I swam down to the deep mining caves and collected some more, hoping to later smelt some ingots. Right as I finished in the caves, I spotted another mutant husk. This time, I attacked the mutant first, striking with all my might and taking him down in one final blow. Phew, glad that's over with. I flopped back to my base in the bushy plains with ore to spare. Using the other pieces I'd collected along the way, I whipped up an awesome furnace. Hot, 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 hot. Just hot enough to smelt some iron ore into ingots, then build an iron sword, an iron pickaxe, and even some iron pieces. Can't see it on my land shark body, but it'll protect me all the same. From day 113 to day 115, I arrived at the Araucaria Savannah, ready to face this ravenous raccoon with the powerful iron weapons and armor. Come out wherever you are, and meet my iron sword, raccoon. But announcing myself was a bad idea, because the raccoon immediately hopped out behind me.
That won't do a thing, Chipsharoo. I've been expecting you, and I'm better prepped.
Huh? But this is a surprise attack. Me and Fry were the only two people who knew about this plan. Who could have told you? Because I'm sure as heck it wasn't me.
Well, if it wasn't you, and Fry was the only other guy who knew, then who could have told me, smart guy? Oh, I can see those wheels turning. Don't hurt your little shark brain from thinking too hard. Either you fight me, and we end this according to plan, or I give you the grace to confront the big man about it yourself. Saying we're gonna destroy you anyways, it's the least I can do.
I don't believe you.
Then say hello to my little friends, Chip Chee Chee.
All right. I'm going to talk to him. Jeez, Fry was right about you. You really are trash.
Hey, I'm a trash dweller, not trash itself. And as the saying goes, one man's trash is another raccoon's treasure. That's how I built my fortune anyways.
I'm not here for financial advice. I'm here to get to the bottom of where my fishy family went. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Good luck, you smelly surface sardine. You're gonna need it.
From day 116 to day 119, I sped back to Burger King, a bad feeling bubbling up in my fish gut. Fry, step away from the griddle. I've got a few questions for you.
Zozo, hey, what are you doing here?
Oh, can it, Fry? You know what you did. You hired not one, but two people to destroy me. So why? Why'd you do it? And where's my land shark family?
Why, I have no idea what you're talking about, Zozo. In fact, I'm offended you'd think I'd even do such a thing. Now, if I may, I'm gonna have to ask you to leave. You're making quite the scene in my 5-star dining establishment.
This isn't over, Fry. I know what you did, even if you say you didn't. And I'm going to get to the bottom of it, even if I have to dive into the deepest parts of the land to get answers. Frustrated, I headed back to my base to do some much-needed thinking. Sitting at my empty dining room table, I felt very much alone. How I wish I could entertain my land shark family here. It's all so lonely. If only I had a pal to—
Dude, bro, man, Diggity Dog, Swanky Brother.
I looked over to see Sea Panda standing behind me. What's wrong? You're normally so laid back. I don't think I've ever heard you talk this quick before.
Yeah, because it's totally urgent. That Fry guy I warned you about, he's making deadly waves in the savannah, man. You gotta help me stop him. He's way too gnarly to take on alone.
Lead me to him, Pandude. Sea Panda and I rushed back to the Araucaria Savannah, where we were immediately met with the unsightly sweep of destruction. All at the hands of Fry. Stay back, Panda. It's too dangerous. Let me see what happened here. I left Panda and ran in alone to confront Fry. What in land Poseidon's name are you doing, Fry? And where's that raccoon I met here a few days prior?
Oh, that little trash eater? Oh, let me think. Oh yeah, I destroyed him.
For someone who loved dumpster diving, he sure didn't want to carry out the dirty work I hired him to do.
Dirty work? So this whole time, you have been trying to obliterate me. But why? And where are all the other land sharks?
You'll never find them, you glorified sardine. Ever since my sister was turned to soup, I made it my life's goal to destroy her destroyer and avenge her with a bigger, better restaurant in her image. She was more of a fine cuisine cook, but my fast food diner will be sure to make her proud once I serve up this brand new dish I've been stewing over. Wanna hear the pitch?
No, it can't be. You're the brother of...
That's right, Sous Chef, the villain you faced last time you were a land shark.
Bursting into a cackle, Fry Cook continued to destroy the savannah. I ran in and tried to attack him, but with every attack I tried to deliver, I only grew weaker and weaker with every attempt. And just like the deepest point in the ocean, everything went dark. From day 120 to day 122, I awoke to a battered, beaten, and practically deep-fried savannah with no Fry Cook in sight. Groggily coming to my senses, I happened to notice Sea Panda hiding in a hole nearby. Is he gone?
Fry? Oh yeah, bro dipped out of here ages ago. And by ages, I mean like, I don't know, maybe 10 minutes? But if we bounce now, maybe we can start to plan how we're gonna take this dude down.
Before it's too late. Yeah, I like how you think, Panda. Let's make a quick pit stop before I head back to my base. I think it's time I built you a room fit for your aquatic needs.
You mean I can move in with you?
Yeah.
Sweet. That's what I like to hear.
Sea Panda and I headed back to my house, gathering lots of materials on the way. When we arrived back at the base, I constructed my friend his very own place to live, fit with its own gigantic pool. I threw in some lily pads and garnished it with lots of bamboo. And being a vegetarian, Sea Panda was a huge fan of the bushy plains. It was, like I said before, pretty reminiscent of living in a big salad. After I was done building, he stepped back to view his new home.
This is the crib of my dreams. Thanks, bruh. If I ever start a surfboard collection, these walls are gonna house every one of them.
From day 123 to day 126, I returned to the icy Alps, hoping to find one of Fry's minimum wage mutants like I had on day 1. If Fry won't tell me where my family is, then maybe one of his goons will. My thoughts were interrupted by the sound of rapid footsteps coming up behind me.
Sky whale, cave turtle, mud cat.
A weird bird ran by me, faster than the speed of, well, land shark. It seemed like he was being chased, but I couldn't yet see from what.
Grass dog, sea panda, land shark. Land shark? Wowee! I haven't seen one of you in ages. How'd you get all the way up here in the icy Alps? You can't dive into frozen ground, you big goofball.
Yeah, I know, but I'm not out here to swim. I'm here to find a mutant. See any of those around here?
Mutant? Nope. Can't say that I have. If it doesn't have a name before its name, it's not a name I care to remember.
What do you mean by that?
You know, land shark, puddle mouse, prairie lemur. I'm a road runner. And that thing over there, approaching us at high speeds, is a dreadghoul.
He was right. In the distance, there was a big, scary dreadghoul. Oh no, these ghouls are super tough to beat, especially for a little guy like you. I say this kindly. Get out of here, runner of the road. I'll take him one-on-one. As Roadrunner sped off, I was tapped in to battle the ghoul. I zipped around the ghoul, the icy ground aiding in my momentum. Hit, slam, wham! With a few more blows, I sent the ghoul to a watery grave and gained 30 hearts in the process. I hopped into the air with glee, but upon hitting the ground, I caused a big smash. Wow, I may not be able to dive beneath the icy ground, but I sure did make quite the crater. Winning that fight must have granted me a smash ability as well. Next time I see Fry, he's as good as toast. From day 127 to day 131, I traversed the icy Alps in hopes of finding a mutant to interrogate, but unfortunately, none came. I did, however, find a gaggle of sheep who, by the looks on their faces, seemed to be scared about something, and I had a pretty good idea as to the cause. That monster Fry must be thinking about making shepherd's pie, huh? I'll protect you. Follow me, and I'll make you a place at my base. Like a shepherd, but minus the pie. I led the sheep back to my home and built a comfortable room to live in, stocked full of soft places to lay and free from any danger. The sheep seemed to like it a lot, and when I was done, they settled in nicely. After that, Panda approached me with some more good news.
Zozo, sweet sheep dig you got here. While you were busy making improvements, I was also busy making improvements. Base stuff, really cool, I promise. Here, my man, check it out.
Sea Panda showed me his own base build, our very own crop field.
I know you're a carnivore and all, but all this food talk was making me hungry. If you ever want a snack, feel free to stop by my totally tubular snack shack.
Gee, thanks, Panda. Even though it's nutritionally null to me, I have been craving lettuce, probably because our surrounding biome kinda looks like lettuce.
Exactly. Hey, I wonder what Fry's doing right now. Wouldn't it be awesome if we could cut to the chase, kiddo? Why do you think you'd be a good employee here at Burger King?
Fry was interviewing a creepy charged creeper about joining his franchise of evil.
Well, for one, I'm not intimidated by the job interview process. 2, I'm punctual. 3, I love keeping things tidy. And 4, I have lots of good references. What about scheming? Ooh, I love scheming. What about secret keeping? Ooh, I love secret keeping. Great, you're hired. Now walk with me, kid. I've got a new recipe I've been antsy to try. Your charged up energy adds fuel to my grease fire. I've been rounding up some mighty delicious land sharks for a while now, and I think I'm finally ready to start executing my new dish. Sharks and chips. You know, like fish and chips, but better. Think you can keep this recipe under wraps? What recipe? Oh, you're good. I'll show you to the land shark cages, kid. Welcome to your first day at Burger King.
From day 132 to day 135, I retraced my steps to the Dead Sea where my shark-like intuition was correct. I found a minimum wage mutant. Before it could charge me, I sprung into the air as high as I could go, landing with a large smash and rattling the ground around me. I don't want to hurt you, believe me. Your wages are painful enough, but come any closer and I'll turn you into a mutant stew.
We get it, Land Shark, relax. But if you're here for your family, you're looking in the wrong place. We have no idea where they are. We deliver sharks to Fry, and he takes them into his own possession. After that, where they go is beyond us.
And why should I believe you?
Because, well, a lot of us mutants quit on him. There's a super high turnover rate, and he's already in the process of replacing us. We've got a new boss now, and we'll bring you to her. She pays us more than minimum wage. Here, follow us.
The mutant gave me directions to find their new employer. I followed those directions deep into the Dead Sea, where in a stony village I found the new boss, an adorably cute Shiba Inu.
Oh, hi there. Welcome to No Grub's Grub Inspection, where we sniff out your restaurant's bugs. Are you a new client or looking for employment with us?
Oh, no, sorry, I'm not job hunting. I'm family hunting, or family searching. Your minimum wage mutant employees.
You mean my proper wage pals?
Yes, your proper wage pals used to work for this guy named Fry, a crazy cook with a diner named after him. I think he has my family in his clutches, and I need to get them back, but I'm not quite sure where.
Burger King, one of the worst establishments I've ever seen in regards to public health.
Did he have any secret rooms you can remember?
Not that I can recall, but if you come back later, maybe a review through my old inspection files could jog my memory. I can let you know then.
Thank you for your help, ma'am. I really appreciate it. In the meantime, I'll see what I can do on my own.
Sounds like a plan. Listen, little shark, if we can get that place closed forever, believe me, I'll be a very happy pup.
From day 136 to day 139, I dove down into the mining caves once more, hoping to craft a little something better than iron. Designed with only humans in mind, the armor I was banking on didn't quite fit my shark body, but I was gonna make it for protection anyways. I mined quickly through the cave, using my smash skill to get through some of the harder parts, always hoping to find the perfect material. I also gathered some iron armor pieces in the process, but after getting deep enough, I got lucky and found some diamonds. These are awesome! awesome! I'm gonna give some of these to Panda as a gift. Diamonds are a best friend's best friend. To my complete surprise, Panda appeared in the cave right next to me.
Bro, I'm so flattered.
Whoa, Sea Panda, how'd you get down here? Don't you need water to bask in at, like, all times?
Since these mining caves are below sea level, my body is totally acclimated to it.
That's awesome, but now you know about my diamond surprise, so it's not much of a surprise anymore. That's a real bummer.
Knowing the thought behind it makes me appreciate the gift a bit more, actually. But I've got something even cooler than diamonds. Check this out! A sword of 1,000 metals! This thing's unbreakable, like our totally righteous bond.
He gave me the sword, I put it in my inventory, equipped it, and gave it a few swings. Wow, Sea Panda, thank you so much. But how can I ever repay you?
Don't worry about it, man. It's on me. But there is something you should be worried about.
What?
There's some dude back at our base yakking about how much he needs to talk with you. I think you should meet with him to get him to stop,
Yakking? Will do. I climbed out of the mining cave, keeping my awesome new sword ready. I arrived back at my base, hoping to meet with the stranger my friend told me about. It was a yak. Wow, when Sea Panda said you were yakking, he meant it very literally.
I mean, I am a yak, so it's what I do. Anyways, I'm Yak Money Sack from the Food Establishment Tax Division. While I was out doing my quarterly rounds, my friend Sheba asked me to go swing by and tell you she must speak with you about something. Better hurry, it's urgent.
Speedy Swimmer is my land shark middle name. I'll head over right now. From day 140 to day 143, I hurriedly met back up with Sheba at No Grub's Grub Inspection. According to her,
This meeting was very urgent, so thanks for being so punctual. Again, if you're ever looking for a job,
you'll hire me. I know. Thanks, Sheba. It's nice to have that security. But for now, I'm a land shark, not an employed shark. So what's the sitch?
Sitch is, I think I know where Fry might be hiding your family. I briefed through my old inspection files and found something of note. Fry had a sister with an establishment of her own. Sous chef?
Yeah, spoiler alert, he revealed that a couple days ago.
But did he reveal the dish she was famous for was soup?
Yeah, I knew that from battling her in my first 100 days as a land shark. That's kind of, sort of, maybe how I defeated her, by pushing her into her own minestrone.
Did he tell you that after her demise, no one knows where all that soup went? Sue's stew was so salty that the Dead Sea would pale in comparison. If your family is anywhere, they may be marinating in that soup before Fry turns them to bacon. One thing's for certain, that family loves salt.
If only we could find that aquarium. Oh, Sheba, we're land sharks. We're not made for water or soup. We gotta get them out of there, and fast. I turned to leave eagerly to find my family when a horrifying charged creeper ran towards me.
Watch how quick I can tear this place down, you scheming soup haters. Hope you're good at inspecting damage, cause I'm about to inflict a ton of it.
This guy must work for Fry. I ran away from the charged creeper as fast as I could until I lost sight of him. At this point, Sheba reappeared.
I'm coming with ya.
Your files, he might destroy them all.
Doesn't matter. Let's get out of here. Put that cheetah speed and kangaroo jumping skills to use.
Actually, it's land shark speed and jumping skills, but I'm already on it. From day 144 to day 149, Sheba and I returned to my base, pacing around in hopes of coming up with the perfect plan of defeat. I'm pacing. How come nothing's coming to mind? Isn't pacing supposed to give me all the answers?
Maybe it's because you don't have legs.
Right. I think I'm just swimming in circles.
But I'm capable of pacing, and in all this pacing I've done, I think I finally have the answer for both of us. A Tide Guardian chest plate. Now, I know you're a land shark, so you're pretty water averse. But if Fry's keeping your family in a big stock pot of soup, salting them up for the frying pan, then you may have to dive in there and save them yourself. And in that situation, a Tide chest plate could be really helpful. The word Tide is even in the name.
Oh, wow. That sounds perfect. Where can I get my fins on it?
I don't know, but I'm sure asking around should yield some answers. Before you head out, you should build a secret containment room for it. Fry would do anything to get his hands on such a chest plate. If he could breathe underwater, water. Just imagine how many sea pandas he could hunt and fillet once you land sharks are driven into extinction.
I followed Sheba's advice and constructed a fry-proof containment room for the chest plate with high-security doors and lots of signs that read, "Definitely no tied chest plates here." That'll be sure to keep him away. Once the build was done, I swam out from my base and headed back into the world, hoping to get some answers as to where I could find such a powerful item, and finally retrieve my fishy family. From day 150 to day 153, I dove headfirst into the Shulkran forest. With such cool trees, it was my favorite biome to land swim in, and I did a few happy high jumps and smashed into the ground to celebrate. That said, my frolicking would have been a lot more fun if I had some other land sharks with me. Oh well, soon I'll have my fin friends back, and I'll take them on a trip here to swim. The name for a group of sharks again? A gaggle? A school? A force? As if on cue, a donkey popped out from the darkness.
A group of sharks is called a shiver.
Yeah, with how quick you snuck up on me, you gave me the shivers.
I have that effect on people.
Are you just gonna stand there, or could you give me some advice?
Advice for what?
For where I could find this thing called, a guardian plate tied chest item? It's very important to my situation.
Why would you need that?
To defeat my mortal enemy.
Why do you need that?
Because he stole my family.
Why?
Because, well, I destroyed his sister not too long ago. But she was a jerk and tried to turn me into soup. So I turned her into soup. And in that specific situation, my actions were more than justified.
I agree. I never liked that sous chef anyways. She was always trying to put donkey on her menu, which, obviously, I was opposed to.
Brother Fry is keeping my family in a big vat of soup and marinade sous chef style before turning them into shark bacon. I need to dive in there to save them, but because I'm a land shark, I can't breathe underwater. The chest plate should help me with that.
Say, if you dive into that devious soup marinade, you'd be contaminating the batch, being a foreign object and all. And if health inspection finds out about such a feat, they'll be sure to shut his diner down for good.
Wow, I never even thought of that. This plan just gets better and better with every second. You know what would make things extra better?
What?
You could tell me where the chest plate is.
Sorry, land shark, I have no idea. But maybe if you ask around.
Yeah, I've heard that line before. I feel like I'm being sent on a wild shark chase, but I'm sure all this searching will eventually pay off. Thanks for your wisdom anyways, donkey. I hope you don't get turned into a delicious meal by Fry either.
Me either. And you're welcome. Now go fry that cook.
From day 154 to day 157, I continued my search for the Tide Guardian chest plate, traversing the overworld.
Dumb.
I was spooked by a loud shout. It was the charged creeper. I'm no dummy. Wait, you again? You're Fry's new employee.
And his best employee. Now prepare to be canned. You gargantuan tuna. Land sharks on the menu tonight.
How about you can it, creep? Can it with the bad one-liners.
You first.
I went head-to-head with the creeper, using all the skills I've ever known. High jumps and smashing the floor, sending debris everywhere. And thanks to Sea Panda, I swung my sword of 1,000 metals in a vicious rage. I may have been a shark, but my strength was as powerful as a whale. Or at least I thought. The charged creeper shocked me, and although it wasn't enough to completely take me out, I could definitely feel the burn. Creeper charged up and shocked me again and again and again. It was just too much for me to handle, and like a shrimp, I was forced to flee. That guy means business, food business. I gotta get out of here. I swear, it's always out of the frying pan.
And into the fire. That's where you'll be once you finish marinating in my sister's soup. Look at you guys in that aquarium, like pathetic little sardines packed into a tin. Once Zozo is out of the way, I'll drop my line of delicious land shark bacon, and soon there will be Burger King restaurants everywhere. An endless chain taking over the world, all thanks to you silly little fishes.
From day 158 to day 162, I returned to my base in the bushy plains, where Panda approached me with some much-needed good news.
Dude, I'm building a totally sweet defense bunker, but it'll require some gnarly materials to complete.
Gnarly is my middle name, or one of them at least, since my full name is Land Zozo Gnarly. Subscribe to Zozo Shark. I'll be sure to grab some materials the next time I'm out and about. With that, I descended down into the deep mines in order to get my fins on some fresh and shiny diamonds. I chipped at the stone with my pickaxe until the diamonds were plentiful. I took my plunder and immediately used it to craft a brand new pickaxe as well as a diamond sword. I couldn't neglect my defenses either, so I used the rest of the loot to craft a diamond helmet for myself. You may not be able to see it, but it definitely makes me feel safer. From day 163 to day 166, I was paid a welcome visit by the Shiba Inu in charge of no grubs grub inspection.
Remember that special chest plate I told you about? We found a cavern full of superheated thermal vents that used to be underwater, but is now accessible through the tunnels beneath the overworld. Few things can survive down there, Zozo. It's hazard central.
And? Is the chest plate down there?
Oh yeah. I mean, I'm pretty sure I wouldn't just send us to a nightmarish abysmal biome if there wasn't a good reason for it.
Short while later, Shiba and I had delved down to the brimstone cavern she mentioned. Contrary to how sure she seemed back in my base, there wasn't any sign of the chest plate. So much for that.
Hey, don't doubt my nose for special items. It makes me a sad puppa when you do that. I'm sure the chest plate is just past that area of impassable thermal vents that would boil you to a crisp on contact.
Oh, just forget it. We'll come back another day, but only if you're really, really, really sure.
I'm so sure, Zozo. You don't even know how sure I am.
Yeah, I guess I really don't. From day 167 to day 170, Shiba had an entirely different task for me to complete. I hope you don't think this means I'm going to start working for you. I like to be my own boss.
Don't worry. Nothing's official if I don't pay ya. And this is more of a hint about how to rescue your family than anything. So you should totally listen up and stuff.
All right, okay. I get it. Just tell me what I need to do.
Thank you for your cooperation. We've got eyes on a big scary henchman who once applied for a job at Fry's, but was fired in his training period. His name is Pigless.
Pigless? That sounds familiar. I'll make sure he doesn't have any lingering connection to the chef family. According to Shiba, Pigless was in the same biome as the base, and he was destroying parts of the ground as he approached our location. I intercepted him along the way and decided to grill him about his motives. Stop right there, Pigless.
Zozo, we meet again.
You know me?
Come on, don't you remember? I was the villain's main henchman in the 100 Days as Diamond Venom video.
Oh yeah, that was you, wasn't it? Talk about a blast from the past.
Yeah, I was hoping I could team up with Fry Chef and it would be a whole dramatic rematch between the two of us in this video. But he fired me, so now I'm between henching jobs.
Oh man, sorry it didn't work out. I bet our fight would have been cool.
It would have been everybody's favorite part of the video. Oh, Zozo, I don't know what to do with myself anymore.
Oh, don't cry. Tell you what, Pigless, there's nothing saying you have to be an evil henchman. Maybe you could be my henchman instead.
You mean it?
Yeah, Pigless and Zozo, a team up for the ages.
Heck yeah, I'm in. That's some piggy power.
From day 171 to day 174, the base was under a dangerous lightning attack by Fiery Fry's latest employee of the month.
I am punctual, I am clever, and I am a force of absolute devastation who represents the interests and aims of my employer.
The crooked creeper cook began to blow up the base with a bevy of lightning strikes, so I booked it out to the battlefield to break some brutal and blunt. I drew my sword of 1,000 metals and rushed towards Fry's henchmen, dodging lightning along the way. I swung at the employee, expecting him to take damage, but instead he hit me so hard I was knocked back. In the process, the special sword was knocked out of my inventory, and that creeper jerk stole it and ran off. No! I was so upset by the loss of my sword that I went to my room to have a big ol' sulk about it. Man, how come employed people always act like they are better than me? I don't need a job to feel a sense of purpose in my life. I might need one to eat though. Sea Panda came and found me soon enough and cheered me up with the news that he had rebuilt the exploded portions of the base.
It was a DIY, bro.
Meanwhile, Fiery Fry was still simmering the stew that contained my shark family.
They say that slow-cooked soup is the item that gives a chef the most connection to the community. My sister may not be around to see how the world will enjoy land shark bacon and maybe some shark fin soup, but I will savor every moment until it is ready to share and eat. I hope she's smiling up at me from the great kitchen down below.
From day 175 to day 178, I couldn't help but sulk around my base, missing my sword of 1,000 metals almost as much as I missed my family. That lousy creeper, taking things that aren't his. He's already employee of the month. What else could he possibly need in life? What is he even gonna use that sword for? more. Lucky for me, my moping was interrupted by the arrival of my good friend, the Sheba.
Wipe that glum look off your fishy face, sweetheart. I know something that'll cheer you up and blow that sword right out of the water.
The gift was a type of weapon I'd literally never seen before. A bubble bow. Whoa, a bubble bow?
Why don't you try and use the bow against that creeper next time you go head-to-head? You defeating him will surely cheer you up, which will cheer me up, and then everyone will be happy.
Hey, that's not a bad idea. I think I'm gonna go do that right now. From day 179 to day 184, I did exactly what I said I was gonna do and defeat that creeper right now. I fought my way all the way to the villainous territory of the Cryptic Waste, ready to take on the charged creeper. When I arrived, he was waiting for me already. I'm gonna defeat you right now.
I appreciate the enthusiasm, but since Fry's team building day was yesterday, I'm exhausted from all the niceties. Now, I just wanna be mean. Good thing you're the perfect punching bag.
The creeper pulled out an insanely metal sword. It wasn't just any sword. Hey, that's my sword of 1,000 metals. You're gonna fight me with my own weapon?
Duh. It's a pretty poignant reminder that I'm awesome and you're not. Prepare to be cat chow, you stinky salmon.
Enough with the fish insults! I struck first with my bubble bow. The charged creeper didn't seem to mind it much. Then, he turned my own sword on me. I could see my life flashing before my eyes. My shark family, Sheba, Sea Panda, that admittedly good bacon I had when I first met Fry. Drawing on our impenetrable land shark bond with my kidnapped family, their love granted me with 100 hearts, and I unleashed a tidal wave of bubble attacks onto the creeper, grinding his hearts down and eventually defeating him with a final shot. And most importantly, I took my sword back. Oh yeah, baby! Clean up on Isle Creeper. Pew pew pew! While I was making my celebratory laser noises, I just so happened to fire a wicked awesome ice blast. Whoa! Did I just shoot ice from my body? I guess my family granted me with ice powers too, knowing how utterly cool I am. Now that I've taken back my sword, it's time to take back my fam! From day 185 to day 189, I returned to my base to find Sea Panda had pretty much finished that totally gnarly defense bunker in my absence. Looks great, Panda!
Yeah, it's pretty epic, but it's not quite as epic as it could be. I figured, since you've been so generous in letting me stay here, I'd give you creative control in adding any Zozo-style finishing touches.
Oh, that's really sweet of you, Panda. I think I know exactly what to add. Inside the bunker, I made a sign that read, "This place was made with a secret recipe."
So, what's the secret recipe, my dude?
Friendship.
Bro!
After my heart-to-heart with Sea Panda, he wished me well as I flippered back to the Brimstone Caverns, ready to traverse its fiery depths. Now, with my ice-blasting powers, I was able to charge through the scorching thermal vents with ease. It's so cool down here now that these vents almost feel like air conditioning. Did I just invent air conditioning? A feathered serpent sprung out from the shadows, violently informing me I was definitely not the inventor of air conditioning. Thrilled to have my sword of 1,000 metals back, I brandished it and struck with ease. The creature put up a fair fight. Head-to-head in combat, I was eventually able to turn the monster into its own serpent stew. Glad I defeated that odd freak of nature in a place no one's ever able to lay eyes on it. Seriously, what kind of a serpent has feathers? Actually, look who's talking. I'm a land shark. With an inkling the serpent was patrolling the area for a reason, I ventured a bit further into the caverns to discover what he had been guarding. As you probably guessed, it was the Tide Guardian chestplate. I should have known! The guard was guarding a Tide Guardian chestplate. Yep, too bad he's Stu, cause now it's mine. Yeah, Zozo! Let's go, Zozo! Man, I really need to stop turning people into soup. From day 190 to day 194, I began my long trek out from the caverns, but I was met with a ghastly opponent, Fry himself.
3, 5, 4, 5.
I'm your biggest foe, and you'd better run.
You're really leaning into this whole ogre thing, aren't you, Fry?
It is in my genes. Anyways, don't actually run. I'm here to make you an offer.
I know. Your employee of the month creeper didn't show up to work today, so you're looking for a replacement. Well, yeah, it was me. I defeated him, and I'm not sorry in the slightest. If it's a job you're offering, I'm not interested.
But I'm short-staffed, and I'm getting really tired of this whole battling it out type stuff. I'm not as young as I used to be. I have my own business to run. I just want to avenge my sister, and I'm a cook first, adventurer second. I know you want to dive into my stew and save your family, but I can't risk another health code violation. I can't imagine what the Sheba would do to me if they found an armor-wearing shark spoiling my latest batch. Those chest plates make stews taste way too metallic.
Wait, how did you know about my Tide Guardian chest plate?
I just followed you here. Duh.
Darn it! Before I could say another word, Fry hit me with his fiery fists, locking me in place with the sheer heat. It was a heat trap! Then he stole my new chest plate, the chest plate I'd been working so hard to find. Then he ran off, leaving me stuck and on fire in the Brimstone Caverns.
Smell you later, kiddo.
From day 195 to day 197, I was still stuck and on fire in the pits of the Brimstone Caverns. That's when I remembered I had my Ice Blast power. After a few blasts, things were cooled down again, and it was time to get out of the caverns. I needed to chase Fry before he could do more evil in the overworld. Once I'd escaped the Brimstone Caverns, I quickly swam to the Dead Sea, where I thought I could get some help from Sheba. But when I made it inside, I found that the whole place had been blown up. I searched through the rubble until I heard a voice.
Zozo, come closer.
It was Sheba, and it seemed like she had survived the explosions. But maybe not for much longer. Sheba, oh no, you're hurt.
I knew this day. I knew this day would come. In these kinds of stories of revenge, it's always the cute dog character that doesn't make it.
You're going to be fine.
That's a good line, Zozo. The scene is extra sad that way.
It doesn't have to be sad. You can pull through.
It's okay, Zozo. I knew it would happen this way. In a world of sea pandas, land sharks, and all kinds of other contradictory creatures, I am an arc dog. My job is to pass the torch to a hero at the most dramatic point in the story.
I don't see how a torch will help us. I mean, Fiery Fry is a fire guy and,
It's a metaphorical torch, Zozo. It represents your heroic determination to see things through to the end. Save your family, Zozo. Avenge me.
Shiba Inu disappeared from the story, but not from my heart. I promise that I'll bring Fiery Fry's culinary conquest to an end. On day 198, my heart was broken by the loss of my best puppy pal. I decided to head back home to get some help from my best panda pal. When I arrived back at my base, I realized most, if not all of it, had been destroyed, and all my sheep were taken too. Fry! I hate that guy. He's way too sly, and I want to cry. But from the special bunker he'd worked so hard to build, Panda emerged.
Zozo, let me be your hype man for a second.
Please, make it several seconds. I'm really upset right now.
You're awesome. You're radical. You're metal. You're gnarly. We'll fix up this situation.
Yeah?
We'll get your sheep back before Fry captures and turns them into shepherd's pie.
Yeah?
You're gonna save your land shark family.
Yeah! On day 199, I paid a visit to Fry's dreaded restaurant to save my shark family. Fry is going to be using all his most devious techniques, and I have to be ready for anything. It turned out I was right. I found Fry waiting outside, standing next to a chest with a huge pool of water behind him. The other side of the pool of water, there was a small fish tank prison. Inside, I saw my land shark family waiting.
I've got a challenge for you, Zozo, but you'll need to overcome your fear of water. In this chest, I've got your precious Tide Guardian chest plate. Put it on, and you'll be able to swim across this lake and save your family. No strings attached.
I opened the chest and grabbed the chest plate, putting it on and rushing towards the pool of water. Just as I was about to super jump into it, I realized I could feel the heat coming off of the water. Fry was gonna trick me into boiling myself, that mega jerk. But I had a way of fighting back. I summoned up all my power and fired ice blast after ice blast into the pool of water, making a platform I could jump across. Now I can finally saved my family! Getting over my fear, I hopped across water and got over to the fish tank on the other side. There, I busted down the wall of the prison tank and freed them all. Land sharks once again flopped across the land, but my struggle wasn't over. You guys get out of here. I've got some personal business to take care of here. On day 200, it was just me and Fry left outside the diner, ready to battle. Restaurant review websites should really allow for a rating lower than 0. After I defeat you, I'm going to become a website coding shark and implement that just to give Burger King a negative 50 billion zillion.
After you defeat me? Huh! Fat chance! You may have saved your family, but now they won't be able to save you!
At least I was there for my family. Where were you when Sue got souped? She may have been a total jerk, but I have to say, her cooking skills were far better than yours.
It wasn't my fault our parents paid for her culinary school tuition and not mine. Wait, this isn't a therapy session. My parents didn't play favorites. I won't be psychoanalyzed by my own meal.
Fry ran at me with his big swinging fists. I burst out the bubble bow Sheba gifted me and aimed it at the nasty ogre. Boom! I shot Fry with my bubble bow, and just like the bubbling grease of a deep fryer, he sizzled out to nothing. Moments later, after the battle had already been won, Pigless turned up.
Zozo, I'm here to help you with the fight. I brought my sword and everything. Where's Fry? I'm ready to battle.
Sorry, Pigless, you just missed the battle, but I appreciate the support. You're a real one.
Sounds like I missed out big time.
And then we all left with another adventure won. On day 1, I spawned into the Amaranth Fields as a golden gorilla. Now it looks like I'm a gorillionaire. Well, a baby gorillionaire anyway. But I bet with my hard work, I can get bigger, stronger, and even shinier. My golden gorilla voice was a little too loud though, because it attracted the attention of someone who wasn't so nice. A strange green man in a crown emerged.
Wee-hee-hee! 'Tis me, the great and glorious Goblin King! All will bow to my excellence!
Oh, hi, Goblin King. Your Highness, I'm Zozo, the golden gorilla.
No! This simply won't do! You're too shiny! Nobody should be shinier than my crown!
I can't help how shiny I am, Your Highness, and I promise that I didn't mean to offend you.
I don't care what you mean! I'm the Goblin King, and what I want, I get! And you're gonna be a lot less shiny once my fully sick boys have beaten you senseless and buried you beneath the earth!
Suddenly, some ogres emerged and started stomping towards me. All I could do was run for my life and get out of there, but I could still hear the Goblin King's shrill voice behind me.
You can run, but you can't hide! We'll never give up, Zozo! Never!
I kept running until I couldn't hear him anymore. Guess I'm gonna need to topple the Goblin King if I want to get any peace around here. On day 2, I started exploring more of the Amaranth Fields. It's pretty nice out here, but I guess looks can be deceiving if the Goblin King and his ogres are running around here, and I've only got 10 hearts. I'd better find something to eat, and fast! Luckily, I stumbled on an apple tree. I used all of my baby gorilla strength to shake the apples down from the tree and gobbled them up. That really hit the spot. I love apples.
Good choice for your last meal then. Get it? Because you're dead meat, shiny boy.
I turned around and saw the Goblin King's ogres charging toward me. Uh-oh, I don't think I'm ready for a fight, but I guess I don't have a choice. They attacked me, and I tried my best to fight back, but they were way too tough for me, and there were so many of them. It's only my second day. It can't already be over for me. No!
Hang on, little gorilla. I've got this.
A gobber jumped into the fray, fighting off the ogres long enough for me to get away from them.
Follow me. Let's get you out of here before more of these jokers show up. By the way, my name's Greg.
I'm Zozo. On day 3, I followed the friendly gobber to his campfire. Thank you for saving me.
Don't sweat it, kid. Any enemy of the Goblin King is a friend of mine.
He hates me just because I'm shiny and golden.
Don't take it personally. That attention hog can't stand it if anyone else is special. That's why so many of us are trying to overthrow him. Everyone deserves to shine, not just that so-called king. Here, I got someone you should meet.
The gobber introduced me to a goblo sitting near the fire. I told the goblo that I was the Goblin King's latest target.
Tough luck, Zozo. Sorry to hear that, but you're in the right place if you want to end the Goblin King's regime. We've been working on it for quite some time, and I get the feeling you'll be a great help.
You'll need to get a lot stronger first, though. Think you can do that?
Yes, I do!
That's what I like to hear. First things first, you're gonna need a base. Get to work building one. I'll send Greg along to help you out.
Thank you so much!
Don't ever let them dull your shine, Zozo.
From day 4 to day 5, I got to work building a base. Before I can build anything, I'll need some wood and some tools. I gathered enough wood to craft a wooden pickaxe, then used that pickaxe to gather some stone. Now I can use this to make a full set of tools. I'd better hurry up so I can build my base before it gets dark. I crafted a set of stone tools, and then it was finally time to build my base. A room for me and a room for Greg. There, looks pretty good. It's small, but I'll have time to build more later. Greg, come check out our new home.
Sweet digs, kid. I like it. Great place to hang my hat for a little while.
But you're not wearing a hat.
Well, if I get a hat, I'll have a place to hang it. Hey, kid, look out behind you.
I turned around and was jumped by a garch. This time, though, I had a sword to defend myself. I fought back and managed to defeat the nasty creature. Hey, I did it! Oh, I feel kind of funny. Suddenly, I grew bigger and I felt my hearts increase to 30. Awesome! I yelled with excitement and a blast of fire came out of my mouth.
Careful with that fire breath, buddy. Don't burn the house down.
Sorry. From day 6 to day 8, I took my new set of tools, improved strength, and super cool fire breath, and went out exploring. I traveled to the jungle, where I spotted a poor, innocent little Kato being attacked by a Shadowneer. Hey, cut that out! The Shadowneer didn't listen, so I had to make him listen with a blast of fire breath. He got pretty angry about being burned, but I had my sword ready to go, and we battled it out. The Shadowneer was tough, but I was tougher, and I managed to win the fight. You're safe now, little Kato.
Thank you. I've never met a hero like you before, but I'm afraid I'm still not safe. I was trying to run away from a bigger, badder monster when that Shadowneer attacked me. See, my house was invaded by a reaver. He kicked me out and said if I tried to come back, he'd kill me. Could you help me get my home back?
That's terrible. Of course I'll help. From day 9 to day 10, I followed the little Kato to his house, and sure enough, there was a huge, scary-looking reaver standing guard outside.
Hey, I told you to clear out of here. Maybe you didn't learn your lesson last time. Do I need to tell you again with more pain?
The only one who's gonna get hurt around here is you!
What? You're here to fight me? Ha! You're tiny, like a little gold statue of a gorilla. You don't scare me.
Well, maybe this will! I opened my mouth and shot a blast of fire breath at the reaver, but he didn't even flinch.
Oh, thanks. I was getting kinda chilly. Now it's my turn.
Uh-oh! He launched himself at me, knocking me back. He was way too strong. I don't think I'm ready for this fight. I'm so sorry, little Kato. We've got to run. But I promise I'll come back and finish the job once I'm strong enough. I ran away as fast as I could, the little Kato right by my side. Until we get your house back, you can come stay at my base with me. From day 11 to day 12, I escorted the little Kato back to my base. I'll need to build another room, so he has somewhere to sleep. I got to work, and before long, I had added on a room for my new guest. Here you go. I hope you're comfortable here.
Thank you so much! I wanted to give you something in return for letting me stay here, but I didn't have anything with me, so I hope you don't mind, but I added something to your base. Come take a look!
He showed me a brand new storage hut.
I figured you could keep things in here. Weapons, I guess, or whatever you want.
It's great! Thank you! Now you get some rest. I've got more work to do.
Wait, before I do, are you the golden gorilla that the Goblin King is trying to get rid of?
I sure am.
Oh, I'm so sick of that Goblin King. He wasn't always in charge, you know. He came here a little while ago with an army of ogres and scared everyone into listening to him. No one even knows where he came from or if he's a real king at all.
No wonder he's so worried about being outshined. Thanks for the info, little Kato.
My name is Lyle, just by the way.
I'm Zozo. Nice to meet you. Lyle went off to take a nap, and I headed into a nearby cavern to do some mining. I gathered some iron ore, perfect for upgrading my gear. I used a furnace to smelt the ore into iron ingots and crafted an iron pickaxe and an iron sword. I still feel like the base is missing something. As I was brainstorming, I spotted a herd of sheep grazing nearby. Hey, sheep!
why don't you come live with me? I built them a sheep farm to live in and herded them inside. Not too bad, if I do say so myself. From day 13 to day 15, I was trying to come up with ideas on how to grow stronger. I decided to talk to Greg and get some advice. Hey Greg, I'm running out of time to get strong enough to defeat the Goblin King. What can I do?
Well, kid, when I want to get stronger, I get out of my comfort zone. Try going somewhere new, maybe fighting some new enemies. You'll never grow just staying in the same place all the time.
Great idea. I'll go back to the jungle. That was a pretty intense place. I traveled back to the jungle and started exploring the unfamiliar terrain. While I was walking, I spotted some familiar faces. The ogres! They were too strong for me before, but I think I'm ready to try again. Hey, remember me?
Hey, look! It's the Golden Gorilla! Let's get 'em, boys!
I opened my mouth and shot fire breath at them, engulfing them in flames.
Ouch! Where'd you learn to do that?
I didn't answer the question. I just drew my iron sword and attacked again. This time, they were the ones who weren't prepared. And one by one, I defeated them all. I did it! I did it! Hey, what's this? There was a health potion on the ground. They must have dropped this. Well, finders keepers. I drank the health potion, and right away, my hearts increased to 60. Woohoo! I was doing a victory dance when I accidentally shot a fireball. Hey, that's new. I'm on fire here. From day 16 to day 19, I followed Greg's advice and kept exploring. My journey took me all the way to the desert. It sure is hot out here. I wish I had a nice shady tree to sit under. Oh, and some coconuts. But instead of coconuts, I found a book. The Book of Information. Information about what? I guess I'll see. It says the Goblin King was once a lonely little goblin underling, the lowest of the low. One day, he had enough of being bossed around. He snuck up on the leader of his kingdom, destroyed him with a sneak attack, and stole his crown. Now, he lives in fear of being seen as the fraud that he is, and having someone take his place. Wow, I'd feel bad for him if he wasn't trying to kill me.
Get that gorilla!
I was suddenly ambushed by more of the Goblin King's ogres. But with my new fireball attack, they didn't stand a chance. I burnt them all to a crisp and vanquished them. Hey, I'm getting pretty good at this whole fighting thing. From day 20 to day 22, I traveled back home to my base. Time to go back into the mines and see if I can upgrade my gear some more. I entered the mine and quickly found some iron ore. After I smelted it into ingots, I was able to craft an iron chest plate. With my new attack, my new strength, and this armor, I think I can finally fight that Reaver. So I traveled back to Lyle's house, where that nasty Reaver was still stomping around like he owned the place.
Back for more. Can't get enough of the taste of defeat.
You can't just take people's houses. I'm going to show you what happens when you do. I hit him with a fireball, and this time it worked. It knocked him back. While he was recovering, I got my sword and rushed at the Reaver, swinging my blade as hard as I could. He attacked me, but I came back at him even harder. A couple of hits later, he was down.
Whee! Well, look at that! You're getting stronger, I see!
It was the Goblin King. He was watching me from behind a nearby tree.
I'll have to send stronger minions to get rid of you, it seems. No matter! I will! I always get what I want, you know!
Only because you sneak up on people. You'll never win in a fair fight.
Well, we'll have to sort out that, won't we? I have grand plans for your demise, Zozo! Such grand plans! Whee!
And with that, he disappeared. From day 23 to day 26, I ran back to my base as fast as I could. My encounter with the Goblin King had shaken me up a little bit, but I was still excited to give Lyle the good news about his house. Lyle! Guess what? The Reaver is finally gone!
Really? That's amazing, but...
Oh no, what is it?
It's just, I've been having so much fun staying here with you guys. Do you think I could keep living here instead?
Sure, stay as long as you want. With that settled, I ventured back into the mines to look for some more iron ore. After I found enough, I smelted it into ingots and crafted a new iron helmet and a pair of shiny iron boots. While I was trying on my new armor, Lyle came to see me.
Hey, Zozo. As a thanks for everything, I built a perimeter wall around the base to help keep us safe. So nothing like the Reaver attack ever happens here.
I went outside and checked it out. That's amazing. I feel safer already. From day 27 to day 31, I headed back out to the desert to continue exploring in the harsh climate. I was kicking around the sand, getting lost in my thoughts, when I saw something. A silver lobo sat under a palm tree.
Hey, you're the gold guy who beat up all those ogres.
I sure am.
Well, that was super neat of you. If you're still in a heroic mood, I could use some help. Any chance you have a place I could stay for a while? The Goblin King doesn't like how silver I am, and I'm scared he'll send more ogres after me.
He's doing the same thing to me for being gold. I'd be happy to help. Follow me back to my base. You can stay there. The silver lobo and I headed back to my base, and when we got there, I'd take a second to shear my sheep and gather some wool. Hey, this gives me an idea. I decided to hang some decorative banners on my base just to spice up the place. These really class up the place.
Sweet banners, kid, but sorry to interrupt. Goblo needs our help.
Who?
Goblo the Goblo. You met him when I saved you. Now it's your turn to help me save him. Quick, let's go.
From day 32 to day 35, Greg and I traveled back to the Goblo's campfire to see what was going on. When we got there, a whole horde of ogres was making a mess of the place. Goblo was way outnumbered. Goblo, we're here to help.
Oh, how sweet. Baby Gorilla thinks he can save his friend. Well, you're too late, loser.
I shot a fireball at them, destroying them in one hit. But when Greg and I rushed over to check on Goblo, he was already halfway gone.
Thank you for coming, boys, but I'm afraid they were too much for me. I don't have a lot of time left, Zozo. You can finish what I couldn't. Defeat the rest of the ogres.
I will. And just like that, Goblo was gone. From day 36 to day 39, I didn't want to go home after losing Goblo. I needed to get my mind off of things. So instead, I traveled to the jungle to look for some bad guys to fight, or someone to help. I just need something useful to do.
Are you talking to me?
There was a rouge tomato suddenly staring at me. No, I was talking to myself.
Well, could you be talking to me? If you're trying to be useful, I need some help.
Sure, what's going on?
Well, I need help taking on a rattlesnake near here. He's really messing up the neighborhood, kicking everybody out. I need some muscle to get him to lay off.
You got it. It didn't take me long to find the rattlesnake. He was hissing and pacing back and forth, looking for trouble. Well, he found it, and trouble was me. I took him out with a few quick fireballs and a finishing move with my sword. Your rattlesnake problem is all taken care of.
Thanks, you're a swell guy. Not like that freak in the crown who came through here earlier.
The Goblin King?
Yeah, that's him. Said he's trying to recruit new goons to help him get rid of some gold monkey or something. Sounds like a bad scene. And seems like the kind of guy who doesn't ever fight his own fights, but still wants to act like a tough guy. If you're not a fighter, just admit it to yourself. That's what I did, and it worked out.
Yup, thanks for the info.
Yeah, forget about it.
From day 40 to day 43, I left the friendly, but kinda weird, rouge tomato behind and walked back to my base. When I got there, Greg was waiting for me, and he looked excited about something.
Hey, kid, I thought we could both use some cheering up. So I added some couches to the base for hanging out. And I was thinking, maybe we could invite some more friends to stay here with us.
Absolutely, the more the merrier.
Great, my other goblin friend should be here soon.
A little while later, Greg's friend arrived and settled in. Nice to meet ya. After a while, the silver lobo I helped out before came to find me.
You've already done so much for me, but could I ask for one more favor? I left my favorite book behind, and I can't go back and get it without being attacked by some really scary monsters. Could you go look for it for me?
I'll do my best to get your book back. We can put it on one of those shelves when I do. From day 44 to day 49, I trudged out to the desert to look for the Silver Lobo's book. I don't see any books, I just see a ton of sand. I don't like sand at all. It's so coarse and rough, and it gets everywhere. As I was digging through the sand looking for the book, the Goblin King ran up from behind me.
Whee! Tremble in fear! It's me!
I'm not scared of you.
Oh, but you should be! You think I'll only stop with your demise? No, silly Zozo! I'm going to get rid of everything shiny in this land! Every living thing that is silver, gold, diamond, that glitters and shimmers brightly! My crown will be the only shiny thing left, and then no one will doubt my authority as king!
Or you could try being a kind and just ruler?
Are you kidding me? That sounds terrible! Sorry, Zozo, but I have to run! Bear with me!
What?
Sorry, I misspoke! I have a bear with me! Enjoy fighting my bear! Bye!
The Goblin King ran off, and a massive, hulking grizzly bear ran in. From day 50 to day 53, I faced off against the Goblin King's mighty grizzly bear. The grizzly bear charged at me. I fought back with a fireball and jumped out of the way before he could scratch me with his claws. But the bear was tough, and he came at me again. This is my hardest fight yet. It was difficult, and the bear was much bigger and stronger than me, but I was better at dodging. And I had fire powers that most bears don't have. And all of that helped me win in the end. Phew, that was a close one. I'm glad I made it. Ooh, sparkly. The grizzly bear dropped a diamond on the ground during the fight. I should take it with me. I bet I'll need it later. From day 54 to day 57, I continued my search for the Silver Lobo's book. She said there were scary monsters involved, but I haven't seen anything but sand. And that bear, but that wasn't normal for this place, I'm pretty sure. Finally, I happened upon a specter. I don't think it's that scary, but I bet that's what she's talking about. Hey, did you take someone's book? The specter didn't answer me. It just started attacking. Well, I guess that's your answer. Fireball! I blasted the specter with a fireball, and I totally vaporized it. Sure enough, it dropped the book. What's this book about anyway? Seems like a lot of trouble for one little book. Oh, it says my diary on it. No wonder she wanted it back. I ran back to my base and delivered the book to the Silver Lobo.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're the nicest golden gorilla I've ever met. Not that I've met any others. There used to be more of you, I've heard. And other gold creatures. But the Goblin King has been getting rid of them ever since he took the throne. It's just terrible.
Well, I can't let him get away with it anymore. From day 58 to day 62, I expanded my sheep pen to make room for even more sheep. There, now you guys can spread out a bit more and have some room to roam. They didn't say anything back, but I think they were happy about it. Next, I returned to the mines. The diamond the bear dropped got me thinking. I want to craft some diamond gear. I gathered some diamonds and used them, along with the diamond the bear dropped, to craft a diamond pickaxe and a diamond sword. Now I'm even shinier than ever. Take that, Goblin King. When I climbed back out of the mines and went back to my base, Greg was waiting for me.
Welcome back, kid. Since we've got more folks staying with us now, I took the liberty of letting them invite even more friends over. Hopefully you don't mind.
Of course I don't mind. You know what I say, the more the merrier. From day 63 to day 66, I tried to decide where to go next. I need to keep getting stronger so I can stop the Goblin King from carrying out his evil plans. What should I do next?
Zozo, I just got a letter from my friend in the lush tundra. She said that there is some kind of dangerous creature out there making trouble, and it might be working for the Goblin King. If you play your cards right, you could get fighting experience and some information, all at the same time.
Wow, that's like getting two things with only one thing. Awesome! I traveled to the lush tundra, and a huge warped toad leapt into my path. Uh-oh, this must be the creature making trouble. I got my sword ready and was taking a deep breath to unleash some fire on the toad when she spoke.
Wait, no! I'm Alex, Lyle's friend. I'm the one who asked for your help. You're Zozo, right?
Oh, sorry, my mistake. So if you're not the one I'm here to fight, who is? From day 67 to day 70, Alex the warped toad led me to the danger she had told me about. A warped Moscow hovering menacingly above the ground.
There it is! Think you can help?
I sure do. Time to squash that bug.
Be careful! That's one mean Moscow!
I listened to Alex's warning, and I approached the warped Moscow slowly. But as soon as it saw me, it started buzzing aggressively and swooped at me. I had to dodge and counter with a fireball. The warped Moscow couldn't get away in time, and the fireball hit it, knocking it down. I took my chance to finish it off right then and there. I did it! Your Moscow troubles are over, Alex.
Thank you so much! Lyle wasn't kidding! You really are a hero!
I'm just trying my best. I only hope I'm going to be enough of a hero to take on the Goblin King. From day 71 to day 74, I decided to explore the lush tundra a bit more. I already came all the way out here, I might as well get a good look. As I was exploring, I spotted a sign that spelled out Z-O-Z. I didn't know what that means, but it's almost my name. That reminds me, if you want to see more Zozo videos, you can find them by searching Z-O-Z-O. I arrived in a new part of the lush tundra and saw a chest there. Oh, I wonder what's inside. When I opened it, there was nothing in there. Oh, that's disappointing.
Wee-hee-hee-hee! Sorry to see you so sad, Zozo! Just kidding! I love to see you sad! Hee-hee-hee! You'll never beat me!
I I was so angry, I shot a fireball at the Goblin King, but he dodged it and attacked me. He was still way too strong for me to fight him and win. Just you wait. I'll get stronger, and then you'll know how it feels to lose. I didn't want to, but I had to get out of there. From day 75 to day 78, I ran all the way back to my base. When I finally got there, I was so mad that I locked myself in my room. Can't believe I had to run away like that. I'm such a loser. I heard someone outside of my room, and when I went to check, the Silver Lobo was standing there.
Sorry to interrupt, but I wanted to show you something. I've been heading on to the base. Want to come look?
Okay. I followed her, and she led me to a new watchtower. You built this for me?
I wanted to cheer you up. It'll help keep us all a lot safer, in case the Goblin King tries anything sneaky.
That's so great. Thank you. I feel better already.
I've also got something that might help, too.
Greg came over and handed me a novelty hat.
It's silly, but I told you a home is a good place to hang your hat. So, I got you a hat.
When I put the hat on, I felt a lot better and stronger too. Before I knew it, my hearts increased to 100. I jumped for joy, and I jumped way higher than usual. Whoa, a jump boost! Thank you so much! From day 79 to day 84, I ventured back out into the lush tundra to look for the Goblin King. Now that I'm stronger, I want to try and fight him again. I looked all over, but didn't see him anywhere. I did see some Black Death though. Close enough for now. Still an evil force I can test out my new strength on. I fought the Black Death and beat it easily. When I did, I was approached by a grateful rat.
Ew, that was very impressive fighting. I couldn't help but notice your shiny diamond sword. Someone dropped this, and I picked it up to keep. But I think you should have it. Here!
The rat gave me diamond leggings. This is perfect. From day 85 to day 89, I took my new diamond leggings and traveled back home to my base. When I got there, I was shocked to see Ogre stamping all over the place, tearing it down. No, get out of here!
Oh no! Did you think we wouldn't find you? Smash, 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 smash the whole place to bits!
I shot a fireball at the ogres, and they ran off into the fields. No you don't. I chased after them as fast as I could. As I was pursuing the ogres, a rat jumped in front of me.
Quickly, could you tell me the way to the lush tundra? My cousin lives there.
I pointed him in the right direction.
Thanks, you're a pal.
With another good deed done, I continued my chase. From day 90 to day 94, I tracked the ogres all the way to a castle. This must be Goblin King's palace. I'd better not get too close. I'm sure he's got guards all over the place. I'll focus on these jokers for now. I decided to shoot a fireball at the guard at the castle entrance. That's what you get for messing with my home.
Ouch! Get a boss!
Is the Goblin King here?
No, he won't dirty his hands fighting you, little gorilla. That's my job.
A plague beast emerged and came running at me. He attacked me before I could do anything, and the blow knocked me back. Uh-oh, this guy is really strong. This won't be easy. From day 95 to day 97, I continued my battle against the plague beast. It was, by far, my most dangerous fight yet. I've got to make it through this. I can't let the Goblin King win.
He's already won, fool! There are only a handful of days left before his army will sweep the land, imprisoning any that dare to try to outshine the king!
No! I won't let that happen! I used my jump boost to jump out of the way of his next attack and blasted him with a fireball. Then I came at him with my diamond sword and finally turned the tide of the fight. I was going to win! For my final attack, I jumped high and hit him where he least expected it.
It seems I underestimated you. Perhaps you will win after all, if you can best the Goblin King himself in a one-on-one fight, that is.
I will, no matter what. I'm going to do whatever it takes to defeat the Goblin King once and for all. And just like that, the Plague Beast was defeated. On day 98, I returned to my base with a renewed sense of purpose. This golden gorilla is going to win. I just know it. I've come a long way, and I know I still have room to improve, but I feel like a real hero now. Brighter, stronger, and shinier than ever. First, the Silver Lobo spoke to me.
You are Zozo. Here, take this health potion for help on your quest. I believe in you. We all deserve to shine, and you shine brighter than anyone I've ever met.
That means a lot. Thank you. And then, Greg.
Hey kid, I'm proud of you. don't leave without your hat, okay?
I would never. And finally, Lyle.
Remember, the Goblin King only wins fights by sneaking up on people. Don't let him sneak up on you, and you'll be able to defeat him.
Thank you for believing in me. I'll try my best. On day 99, I set off on my journey to the Goblin King's castle. I passed through the lush tundra on my way and remembered my success there. I was able to help so many people, and if I can pull this off, it'll help so many more. Finally, I reached the castle. It was crawling with ogre guards. I'll never get through all of them without the Goblin King finding out I'm here. If he does, he'll be able to sneak up on me. As I was trying to come up with a plan, Alex, the warped toad, jumped out of hiding and started attacking the ogres. Alex, you came to help me.
We toads believe in reciprocity. You helped me, I help you. Now get inside and finish this.
Alex led the ogres away, and I began to sneak into the castle. On day 100, I crept my way into the castle. That's where I saw the Goblin King looking at horses. I thought about attacking him, but I realized that would be wrong. I'm not like him. I want a fair fight. Hey, stop horsing around.
What? What's happening? Oh, wee! Zozo, I see. You've come to my palace to turn yourself in?
No, I'm here to fight you, fair and square. No tricks.
A Goblin King always has a few tricks up his sleeve.
Suddenly, he turned invisible, and I lost sight of him. Uh-oh, he's somewhere in here, trying to sneak up on me. I listened carefully, and when I heard him moving, I used my jump boost to jump out of the way of his ambush. Ha! Gotcha! I spotted him and launched a fireball at him. It hit!
Ow, ow, ow! No! You're not supposed to be so good at this! I'm supposed to win! I always win!
Not anymore! I attacked with my sword next. He fought back, but I was stronger than him. I had learned how to defeat the forces of evil, and after a difficult fight, I finally did. The Goblin King crown fell on the floor at my feet. If I were like you, I'd take this, but I don't want to be king. I just want to go home and hang out with my friends. I'm ending this reign of terror, here and now. And with one last fireball, I finished him off. It was finally over! I did it! Time to go home, hug my friends, and take a well-deserved nap. From now on, things are gonna be good as gold. On day 1, I spawned into the alien fields as a Charmander. Oh wow, I'm a fire-type Pokemon. This is awesome. I wonder if I can collect enough XP to evolve into a Charizard. But before I knew it, something wet hit me in the face. It was some kind of water blast, so strong that it felt like it was shot out of a cannon. This could only mean one thing. I turned around and saw a big, powerful Blastoise laughing at me from a treetop.
I knew I'd find a fire type around here somewhere. You'll make perfect target practice.
Wait, so you're the one who hit me with that water blast? Why? I don't even know you.
You don't need to know me, and I don't need to know you. You're a fire type, and I'm a water type. We're opposites, and that's why we should be natural enemies.
That doesn't make any sense. Why can't we be friends just because we're different types?
No, I think being enemies is way more fun. Now run away before I drown you in water blasts.
And then he started blasting at me, so all I could do was turn and run away as fast as I could before his water blast could do too much damage to me. That guy has some really scary beliefs. There's gotta be some way I can stop his ideas from spreading before everyone hates each other. On day 2, I traveled away from my spawn point through the alien fields in search of experience points. With only 10 hearts, I wouldn't be winning any Pokemon championships. I'm also one hungry Charmander. Better find some food. I did some scrounging around the trees and managed to get some apples to refill my hunger bar. I do like them apples. Shortly after my meal, I was approached by a group of Squirtles, water-type turtle Pokemon that evolve into Blastoise.
Hey, fire type! You aren't welcome around these parts. If you don't get lost, we'll spray you with water.
Oh no, all of you must be listening to the hateful words of that narrow-minded old Blastoise.
Don't diss Blastoise. We're the Squirtle Squad, and we make sure everyone knows that water types are the best.
Why are you being so mean? All I was doing was eating apples.
Doesn't matter what you were doing. You're not the same type as us, so you're our enemy. Get 'em, boys!
The Squirtles attacked all together, and I started losing hearts. I couldn't even fight back because they outnumbered me. Just then, I heard a voice from nearby.
Hey, Squirtle Squad, leave him alone.
It was a Bulbasaur, a grass-type Pokemon known for having a sprouted plant on its back.
No, a grass type. We're afraid of those because they're strong against us.
The Squirtles ran away, leaving me hurt but alive, with half a heart remaining. I turned to the Bulbasaur and expressed my gratitude. Thank you for saving me. Those guys were going to tear me apart just for being a fire type.
You don't have to worry about that from me, new Charmander friend. Follow me. There's someone you should meet.
On day 3, Bulbasaur led me to a campfire where another fire type, a Flareon, was waiting. Boy, am I happy to see another fire type. No offense, Bulbasaur.
You've been through a lot, so I forgive you. How about you go talk to Flareon?
I listened to Bulbasaur and approached the campfire. Flareon greeted me with a nod, and I told him everything about what had happened to me because of Blastoise and his Squirtle squad.
That Blastoise is fully evolved. He should know better than to pick on Pokemon of different types, especially Pokemon of the fire type, because of how few of us there are compared to water types.
Trust me, I felt that part firsthand. Those Squirtles totally outnumbered me. How am I supposed to get a moment's peace?
It can be difficult, young Charmander Zozo. I've struggled a lot in my life because of how some other Pokemon have treated me, but I also have many friends who are different types than me, like Bulbasaur, who you've met. The more we get along, despite being different types, the less the beliefs of Pokemon like Blastoise can affect us.
So, you're saying I should go out into the world and make friends with lots of different types of Pokemon?
Precisely. And if you see another Pokemon being bullied because of what type they are, you should stand up for them. Pokemon of different types make a more balanced team after all.
Wow, thanks Flareon. I think I know how to make life a little bit easier for all types of Pokemon. I'm gonna get out there and stop the hate. I left the campfire and returned to Bulbasaur, telling him about my new quest to stop the spread of Blastoise's terrible ideas. So that's why I'm going to find different types of Pokemon and get to know them.
That sounds like a lot of fun. Can I come with you, Zozo?
Sure, Bulbasaur. Let's be friends and work together. From day 4 to day 5, I knocked down a tree for wood and crafted a wooden pickaxe which I used to gather stone. I think I'll make a whole set of stone tools. I cast aside my wooden pickaxe in favor of a stone pickaxe. I also crafted a stone sword to help protect myself from the next time I'm in a fight.
Hey, Zozo! We should build a base around here. That way we'll have a place for all our new friends to hang out in.
Great idea, Bulbasaur! It'll be a Pokemon home that welcomes all types. I laid the foundation for the base in stone and built 2 different rooms designed for Bulbasaur and myself. For Bulbasaur's room, I added lots of plants and green textures that were fitting for a grass type. My room had a fire pit and a bunch of coal to keep it warm. A fire-type Pokemon needs to have fire after all. While our rooms were really different from each other, they were still close enough that we could visit each other. How do you like the room, Bulbasaur?
It's very nice, Zozo. I'm glad you made it specially for me. It shows you're really accepting of different types of Pokemon.
Awesome! I want everyone to feel welcome when they come to live here. I went outside to search for more materials. I was digging another hole when out popped a Sandslash, a fully evolved ground-type Pokemon. Before I could offer a friendly greeting, the Sandslash attacked me. It must have thought I was easy pickings because fire types are weak against ground types. Why can't we get along? I fought back using my sword and drove the Sandslash back underground. Before I knew it, I had won the fight, and the experience points from the, experience. And it caused me to evolve into a Charmeleon. I learned how to use Fire Breath, and my number of hearts increased to 30. From day 6 to day 8, I traveled to the Black Forest in search of new Pokemon friends. Woods that are this deep and dark have to be hiding some truly mysterious Pokemon. And now that I'm a Charmeleon, I'm sure I can protect myself if I need to. It turned out that the one I needed to protect was another fire-type Pokemon known as a Vulpix.
Stop it, Beedrill. Leave me be.
I ran to where I heard the Vulpix's cries and saw that she was fending off a Beedrill, a poison bug Pokemon with powerful stingers. Buzz off, Beedrill! I dove into the fray and hit the Beedrill with my stone sword, which gave the Vulpix a chance to get to a safe distance. Beedrill tried hitting me with its needle stingers, but I dodged and hit it a few more times with my sword. Just as the Beedrill started to use its poisonous ranged attacks, I attacked with my Fire Breath, dealing super effective levels of damage. The Beedrill fainted, so I went to go check on Vulpix. Are you okay, Vulpix?
I've had better days. I'm really lucky that a Charmeleon like you came along.
Call me Zozo. I'm on a quest for all kinds of Pokemon friends.
Hi, Zozo. Would you be able to help me one more time? I was poisoned by that Beedrill, and I need some help getting Pecha Berries to work like antidotes.
Count on me. Flareon told me that us fire types have to stick together too. From day 9 to day 10, I walked through the Black Forest with Vulpix until we reached a berry bush that was covered in Pecha Berries. I grabbed one of the berries off the shrub and fed it to Vulpix. How do you feel?
I feel great, which means the poison status effect is cured. Thanks, Zozo.
Sweet! We should stock up on some of these berries for the base, just in case anyone else is poisoned. I went back to the peachy berry bush to gather more, but I was stopped when the ground shook. A Dugtrio burst up from the ground and stared me down with its 3 heads.
Enough stomping around above my home. I'll have you earthquaking in your boots, Charmeleon.
I didn't mean to disturb you, Mr. Dugtrio. I'll just take the berries and be on my way.
You'll take nothing but a beatdown, you fire-type brat.
Dugtrio hit me with its powerful ground-type digging moves. I used my fire breath, but it barely did any damage. The ground Pokemon was also way too fast to hit with my sword. The only thing I could do was run away, back to Vulpix. I didn't get the berries.
That's all right. You saved me at least. You're a real friend, Zozo.
Thanks, Vulpix. I'm heading back to my base now, and you're welcome to tag along. From day 11 to day 12, I constructed another room fit for a fire type so that Vulpix could live comfortably inside the base. It was nice to know that there was one more fire type friend who would be safe from the Squirtle Squad and Blastoise. Once I was finished with the room, I went to see Vulpix, who had been doing some building of her own.
Hey, Zozo. I made us a storage room to store all of our food and other supplies.
I looked around at the base and saw that Vulpix had done exactly what she said. The base was looking more like a home than ever before. That's really nice, Vulpix. Did you do this because you already like living here?
You got it. I wanted to thank you for all you've done for me. I really look forward to seeing this place full of new Pokemon friends.
It will be, Vulpix, and you're one of us now.
Thank you. Truth is, I've needed a place to belong. For a while, I've been struggling because other types of Pokemon have picked on me. Especially because I was a fire Pokemon. Especially Blastoise and his Squirtle Squad.
Don't worry, Vulpix. I'll make sure to create a world where nobody is picked on because of their types. After the base was renovated, I went down into the mines to get some stronger materials. I dug for iron ore and found enough to make some iron ingots. With that, I upgraded my stone sword and stone pickaxe to an iron sword and an iron pickaxe. Back on the surface, I discovered some sheep in the alien fields and went to work creating a pen to keep them in. Kinda weird that these are regular old non-Pokemon sheep, but oh well, I have sheep. From day 13 to day 15, I went to talk to my first Pokemon friend, Bulbasaur, about how I could evolve even further. Right now I'm a Charmeleon, but if I can become a Charizard, I'll be able to face that Blastoise on the same level.
It's not that easy, Zozo. That Blastoise still has lots of experience, and his type is strong against yours.
I still have to try. That big brute nearly waterlogged me when we first met, and now that I know he bullied Vulpix too, I'm all fired up.
Maybe you should try facing off against the Squirtle Squad to gain experience fighting against water types.
That's a great idea, Bulbasaur. Away I go. I returned to the Black Forest where I met Vulpix and called out for Squirtles to test my strength against. Come on out. You weren't so afraid of me when I was a Charmander.
And we're not afraid now. Get set to get splashed, Fire Boy.
A lone Squirtle appeared, ready to take me on. I was game, so I drew my iron sword and fought against the turtle-like Pokemon. Now armed and evolved, I was having a much easier time holding my own, even though I was still taking a bit of damage.
Give up, Charmeleon. A fire type can't beat a water type.
Stop thinking about other Pokemon just in terms of types. I used my fire breath to deal a bit of damage and distract the Squirtle, before I swung the iron sword and finished him off like it was a metal claw attack. He dropped some experience, which I utilized to fully form into my most iconic form, the fire-flying Pokemon, Charizard! Yeah, Charizard! I had 60 hearts and a brand new fireball attack that could be launched even farther than my fire breath and dealt way more damage. From day 16 to day 19, I took my newly evolved Charizard self on a trip to the Crag Gardens biome. I was feeling strong, getting used to being an evolved Pokemon. I couldn't wait to use my new Charizard powers to defend all types of Pokemon from those who would hate and divide them. While I was wandering around, I found a book of information. It's like an old-fashioned Pokedex. The inside of the book had a Pokemon article about Charizard and Blastoise. This would probably be worth the read. While both are considered to be powerful and fully evolved Pokemon, Charizard and Blastoise have a number of differences between each other. As a water type, Blastoise is known to be strong in a battle with the fire type Charizard. But even so, Charizard has always been the more popular Pokemon, beloved by trainers and other Pokemon everywhere. This has made Blastoise extremely jealous and obsessed with proving his superiority. I see. So Blastoise started this grudge against other types of Pokemon because he felt weak on the inside. I'd almost felt bad for him if he wasn't causing so much hate. I put the book down and found that I was surrounded by a bunch of Squirtles from the Squirtle Squad.
We heard you took out one of our Squirtles and evolved, so we're here to get even.
Blastoise is making you do this, isn't he? I guess I'll have to teach you a lesson through battle. I used my Fire Breath attack to hit the Squirtles all at once. Then I used my Iron Sword to deal strong damage to each of them. This battle went very differently than the one when I was a Charmander. Even though I was still outnumbered, I managed to defeat all the Squirtles and make them faint. Oh yeah, I'm strong enough to protect myself now. From day 20 to day 22, I gathered more iron from the mines so I could craft my first piece of iron armor, and decided to take the iron ingots I made from the iron ore and create an iron chestplate. Now I could have defenses where it counts. Now, for the true test of my fully evolved power, I'm gonna go see if I can defeat that mean Doug trio in the Black Forest. I went to the same bush where the Pecha berries were and waited for that wild Doug trio to appear, and soon he did.
Hey, aren't you that Charmeleon? Looks like you've evolved, but you're still no match for me.
We'll see about that. Charizard, attack! I opened the battle with my brand new Fireball. It didn't deal too much because Dugtrio was a ground type, but it got his attention. His melee attacks and speed were still a force to be reckoned with. But with my newly improved defenses, I was able to tank several hits and deal damage back with my sword. Before long, Dugtrio was begging for mercy.
Please, Charizard, no more. I didn't know a fire type could be this strong.
You're about to see how strong I really am. I spare you, Dugtrio.
Really? You're not gonna knock me out?
Of course not. All I wanted to do was show you I could protect myself. We could even be friends now.
Well, you're all right, Zozo the Charizard. Have the berries if you want.
Dugtrio disappeared back underground. I was about to celebrate my victory and the fact that I resolved the battle peacefully when Blastoise appeared. Blastoise!
Looks like the little Charmander has grown up into a Charizard. I knew I should have gotten rid of you when you were small. Now we're destined to be rivals.
You can stop this now if you want to, Blastoise. Water types and fire types don't need to be enemies.
You think you're better than me, don't you? Well, you're not. Charizard might be a lot of people's favorite Pokemon, but there are more water types than any other type of Pokemon. Your fire type should leave us alone and stop stealing our spotlight.
Then Blastoise stomped away, furiously. We didn't end up fighting this time, but unless he let go of his hatred towards fire types, someday we would have to. From day 23 to day 26, I returned to base with several bushels of Pecha berries, which I planted outside the base so that any Pokemon living here could cure poison status effects. Vulpix was very happy since it was her who had trouble getting the berries when she was poisoned.
Now that you're a Charizard, it seems like there's a chance for things to get better for fire types.
It'll take a lot more than me to make the world a place where all Pokemon can live in harmony, but I'll keep on doing my best. And part of doing my best was adding to my suit of iron armor. So I went back to the caverns and mined until I had enough iron material to craft myself an iron helmet and iron boots. With all this iron I'm wearing, I'm practically a steel type. When I was done crafting, I went outside to see that there was a great big wall built around the entire base. Vulpix was standing nearby, looking proud. Did you do this, Vulpix?
Yes, I did. What you said about doing your best struck a chord with me. I wanted to do my best too.
You did awesome, Vulpix. I'm so glad you're living here with us. From day 27 to day 31, I was exploring the Crag Gardens when I met a type of Pokemon I had never seen before. Lapras, the Ice-type transportation Pokemon known for swimming along the waterways. Actually, Lapras had two types. It was a water type too.
Hello, are you that same Charizard that fought with the Squirtle Squad?
Yep, that's me. Please don't tell me you want to get revenge for your fellow water types.
Not at all. I'm glad that someone is teaching them not to mess with other types of Pokemon. That kind of thing gives us water types a bad name.
Well, that's a relief. Good to know there are water types out there who don't listen to Blastoise.
Blastoise doesn't even consider me a true water type because I'm part ice type. I get bothered by those Squirtles too.
So sorry. Come to my base. It's welcome to all types of Pokemon. I returned to the base with Lapras and let them settle in. I decided I should make the base more inviting to outsiders, so I harvested some wool for my sheep and placed down some decorative banners. As soon as I was done, Bulbasaur ran up to me, looking panicked.
Zozo, quick! It's the Squirtle Squad! They're attacking other types of Pokemon again!
From day 32 to day 35, I ventured out into the alien fields to find the Squirtle Squad and stop them from causing trouble. I recognized the area as near the campfire where we had met Flareon many days prior. Oh no, Flareon, he's probably in trouble.
And so are you!
A bunch of Squirtles jumped out to attack me, but I managed to fend them off with my iron sword. Afterwards, I saw Flareon getting hit with attacks from other members of the Squirtle Squad.
This'll show you, Flareon. Squirtle Squad for life!
The Squirtles attacked again and destroyed Flareon right before my eyes! Flareon, no! I blasted the Squirtle Squad with fireballs and cut the rest of them down with my sword. If I see any more of you Squirtles on the Squirtle Squad again, I'm fighting you right then and there! From day 36 to day 39, I was in the Black Forest when I met a Caterpie, a friendly bug-type Pokemon who was crawling along through the tall grass.
You startled me. I saw your wings and thought you were the flying-type Pokemon who had been attacking me.
Charizard is a flying type, as well as a fire type. But this one doesn't mean you any harm. Honest.
That's good. It seems like Pokemon like me always have to worry about Pokemon of stronger types. Do you understand how that feels?
I do understand, Caterpie. Take me to this flying-type bully of yours so I can settle the score. Caterpie showed me to a clearing in the forest where a Pharaoh was swooping around. That must have been the fire type he mentioned. The Pharaoh turned towards me and charged right at me. I shot a few fireballs at the Pharaoh, defeating the bird in a single attack. I returned to Caterpie and told him that he wouldn't need to worry about Pharaoh anymore.
Thanks, Zozo. I knew I could trust a Charizard, even if you are a fire and flying type.
Why's that? I know I'm nice, but still, how did you know you could trust me?
Because everyone knows Charizard is a heroic Pokemon who defends the weaker Pokemon from danger. You're a hero, Zozo.
I'm glad everyone thinks so highly of me, but being a Charizard doesn't make me better than anyone else. Is that what Blastoise thinks? From day 40 to day 43, I went back home to the base to check in with Bulbasaur about what we should do next regarding the Squirtle Squad. When I arrived, I noticed that Bulbasaur had added a bunch of couches to the base in order to make it look nicer. What's all this for, Bulbasaur?
I'm inviting another Bulbasaur to the base so we can talk about Flareon. I wasn't the only other Bulbasaur he was friends with.
Of course, you can have another Bulbasaur visit. I didn't know Flareon for very long, but he was a good Pokemon and had lots of friends. What happened to him wasn't fair.
The Squirtle Squad has crossed a line that we can't forgive. If we don't fight them, there will never be peace between different types of Pokemon.
You're right. We have to make it impossible for them to hurt any other Pokemon. Bulbasaur and I talked for a while longer before the other Bulbasaur showed up. I could tell the grass types wanted to be alone for a bit, so I went outside. There, I was greeted by Lapras.
Hey Zozo, have you decided to take on Blastoise and the Squirtle Squad now?
Yeah, the hate in some Pokemon goes too deep. And sadly, fighting might be the only way.
If you've chosen to fight, then you should know there are other water types that follow Blastoise's scary beliefs. There is a Gyarados back in the Crag Gardens who is particularly nasty about it.
Then I show him a thing or two. If he listens to reason, I'll spare him. But if not, I'll do whatever it takes to keep other Pokemon safe. From day 44 to day 49, I went to the Crag Gardens to seek out the nasty old Gyarados that Lapras mentioned. If Blastoise was gathering together water types to gang up on and hate other types of Pokemon, then I'd need to act quickly before he convinced too many of them. Sure enough, there was Blastoise himself. It was like he knew I'd show up here. Blastoise! I'm through letting you get away with trying to divide everyone.
I'm not the problem. Charizard's like you are. Lapras must have told you I have friends out here, the traitor.
Lapras was just trying to keep you from brainwashing more innocent water types into hating fire types. And now, your Squirtle Squad has destroyed one of my friends. Take responsibility!
No, you're a Charizard, not a Blastoise. You don't know how easy you have it. And now I'm gonna make sure you never will. Stormy, I choose you.
Blastoise withdrew from the area, leaving behind Starmie, the water and psychic-type starfish Pokemon, to face me!
Bring it, Cheapazard. You are no match for my dazzling water-type moves.
That's what you think? I'll teach you to judge me by my type, Starmie! From day 50 to day 53, I started my struggle against Starmie. This was the first time I had faced off against a fully evolved water-type Pokemon, and as I expected, it was tricky. But even so, I refused to back down in the face of one of Blastoise's followers.
Why aren't you dead yet? I thought you fire types were supposed to be pushovers for us water types.
Looks like you don't know as much about Pokemon as you think. Now check out my moves! I launched a few fireballs, then finished the job with my Fire Breath. After those fire-type attacks, Starmie was weak and unable to fight, so I decided to attempt to communicate with the water-type Pokemon. Why do you work for Blastoise in the first place, Starmie? Don't you know that he's hurting people?
Yes, of course I know that. But if I defied him, I'd be cast out by the other water-type Pokemon. I'm already part psychic, and that means I have to be loyal, or else.
That's just living by his narrow view of what Pokemon types are, which you know is wrong.
Yes, I know. But what can I do?
You can run away for now. I'll deal with Blastoise, and then you can return to this land when there is harmony between types. Starmie understood and fled, but before they ran away, they dropped a diamond, which I could use to make a stronger weapon. I thought a bit more about how Blastoise and his beliefs were making the world a more difficult place to live in. Even other water types weren't safe. Onwards to Gyarados! From day 54 to day 57, I searched through the Crag Gardens until I found the Gyarados that Lapras had mentioned. Sure enough, Gyarados attacked me on sight with a water blast. It then bit me, so I drew my iron sword and hit back. It was clear that this Gyarados really didn't like any other type of Pokemon and just wanted to hurt me. So I showed no mercy! With a blast of my fireball and a strike from my weapon, I took the flying water Pokemon down! When I got back to my base, Lapras was waiting to congratulate me for winning the battle.
Now you've seen how far Blastoise has gone to make others believe the same terrible things he does.
Yeah, all those water Pokemon, even the Squirtles, are just copying somebody they look up to. But his ideas have been hurting them by making them hurt others, and he won't take responsibility.
That's why you're going to have to stand up to Blastoise and show the world that he's actually a loser. You have to succeed where the last Charizard failed.
There was a Charizard that fought Blastoise before me?
There was, but even defeating his rival didn't remove the hate from Blastoise's heart. Pokemon like him are never happy, even when they succeed.
I had no idea how crazy this whole thing was. Blastoise is the worst! From day 58 to day 62, I expanded the farm so it could hold even more sheep. Down below in the mines, I used my iron pickaxe to dig out some diamonds, which combined with the diamond that Starmie had given me, allowed me to craft a heckin' awesome new diamond sword. The diamonds I had left over went towards upgrading my pickaxe from iron to diamond. Once I was done mining, I saw that Bulbasaur had added a brand new fireplace outside. Whoa, Bulbasaur! You made a fireplace even though you're a grass type?
Of course! Hanging out with you and seeing how nice you are has made me totally unafraid of fire. Flareon would be so proud of me.
I guess the Pokemon who were living here had started to adapt to being around each other's types, so being comfortable around fire had become no big deal. The harmony between the types that we've been striving for feels closer every day. From day 63 to day 66, Vulpix came to visit me in the mine. She had a hint about a biome I hadn't yet explored.
The Dead Sea is home to a bunch of Pokemon I used to be friends with, before the Squirtle Squad chased me away.
You think we might be able to recruit any of your old friends?
I don't know. The Squirtle Squad is pretty unforgiving and might have already chased them away, or worse. But you should try anyway.
I went to the Dead Sea and looked around, but at first, there didn't seem to be any Pokemon there. Then, I heard a buzzing noise from behind me.
I finally found you.
I turned around in shock and saw a bug-type Pokemon, Butterfree, flying in the air. Do you know Vulpix?
Huh? Who's that?
Okay then, this is about me. Are you an enemy?
What? No, Zozo, it's me, Caterpie. I evolved into a Metapod and then a Butterfree.
Oh, good to see you. I've been so on edge lately that I guess I was expecting a fight.
You're right to be careful around here. I've heard Blastoise's base is here in the Dead Sea somewhere. I was looking for it so I could help you out.
Well, thanks, Butterfree. I guess I can help you find it while I'm here. From day 67 to day 70, Butterfree and I explored the Dead Sea for any signs of Blastoise and his Squirtle Squad. I appreciate that you remembered me, even after you evolved, Butterfree.
You saved me once, and I didn't want to see another Charizard get absolutely washed by Blastoise. This time, you'll win and prove him wrong.
Like I always say, I'll do my best. We continued through the Dead Sea until we encountered a wild Raticate, a normal-type rodent Pokemon with an abnormal need to Super Fang us into submission. But instead of running away, I used my Fire Breath to burn the Raticate and scare him off. Yeah, run away! You don't want to fight us! There were so many Pokemon in the world that were quick to jump into a fight, probably because that's what they were used to. Pokemon battles are one thing, but all the fighting and hatred is getting us nowhere. A little bit later, Butterfree pointed out a military-looking fortress.
There it is! The Blastoise Fortress! I found it!
All right, Butterfree, well done!
This is as far as I'll go for now. Feel free to keep exploring, Charizard, but don't do anything reckless.
From day 71 to day 74, I decided to head back home to get prepared to face Blastoise while thinking about the Pokemon that had helped me make it this far.
and all the subscribers like you that have helped me make it to 1 million subscribers. Remember to search ZOZO for more of my videos. Home isn't far now. Here goes. Kept on walking, but then my progress was halted by the sudden appearance of Blastoise himself.
Stormy failed to defeat you. I should have known that dual type was good for nothing.
Awful thing to say about one of your supposed friends. You're a real disgrace, Blastoise.
No, you're the disgrace here. Taste my water blast.
Blastoise hit me with a water energy blast, and it almost caused me to faint. No way! Am I still this much weaker than him?
That's what you get, Charizard. You think you're so popular, but I'm gonna make sure you face the same fate as the last Charizard.
I was still too weak, so I ran away as fast as I could. From day 75 to day 78, after my crushing defeat at the hands of Blastoise, I hid myself away inside the base in complete shame. That was my chance to take him on and prove in front of the whole world that his beliefs were wrong. If I couldn't defeat him, he'd still be out there, making trouble for other Pokemon, and fire types especially would get hurt because of me. I was still a crying Charizard when Lapras came to visit me to cheer me up.
It's okay, Zozo. Nobody expected you to be able to beat him on the first try. Plus, what's more important is the friendships we build with each other. That's the real way to stop Blastoise from winning. Come on, out of your room.
I listened to Lapras and walked outside to see the watchtowers that had been added to the base. Even now, the Pokemon who had come to live here were together to make it better. Thanks, Lapras. I just remembered what is really important. Sometime later, Bulbasaur handed me an item of mysterious power. What is this, Bulbasaur?
It's a lava bottle, but all of us here at the base made it stronger by adding our elemental energies to it. If you drink it, you'll be able to gain the power of our friendship.
Wow, I might even be able to evolve past my limits with this. I drank the lava bottle, and the power of friendship caused me to Mega Evolve into the mighty and unstoppable Mega Charizard X. I'm a Fire and Dragon type now. My Fireball upgraded even further into a Dragon Fireball, and I had 100 hearts to boot. From day 79 to day 84, I went through the Dead Sea with my new Mega form and fought against some pure Water-type Vaporeons who were loyal to Blastoise. The Dragon Fireball's power was many times stronger than the regular Fireball and hit with Dragon Energy, so it was effective against Water types too. Now this is the power of friendship. I'll be able to use this form to defeat Blastoise. I just know it. As I took stock of my surroundings, an energetic Electric-type Pokemon approached, Jolteon! Hey, nicely done. Those Vaporeons were not nice to anybody. By the way, I'm Jolteon. You might have met my brother Flareon. He was a good guy. Shame what happened. But hey, you'll do something about it, right? Right? Whoa, slow down. You talk so fast. But yeah, I'm looking to bring peace between the types by facing off against Blastoise. Oh wow, you're a good guy too, just like Flareon. Boy, that's just incredible. Flareon would have been so very proud. I hope so. A lot of people miss him, and I've been fighting this whole time to make sure what happens to him isn't going to happen again. That's excellent! Stupendous! Super duper cool! Here, take this diamond helmet. It'll guard your head from Blastoise's attacks. Jolteon gave me some diamond leggings, which I immediately equipped. This would come in handy in the next battles. Thanks, Jolteon. I consider you a friend. And soon, Pokemon of all types will be able to be friends. From day 85 to day 89, I went back to the alien fields to check in with the others at the base. They'll be so excited to hear that I met Jolteon. But when I arrived, things were not as I had left them. The wall and watchtowers had been damaged, and the Squirtle Squad was wreaking havoc inside of the base.
Yeah, Squirtles! Take down this place! Pokemon of different types shouldn't live together!
That's not true! This base is for everyone who wants to live here, regardless of type. I hit one of the Squirtles with a Dragon Fireball, taking him down with one hit.
Oh no, it's Mega Charizard X! We gotta get out of here, boys!
Where do you think you're going? I rushed at the Squirtles and used my Diamond Sword and Fireballs to hew through their ranks. A few managed to escape, so I followed them through the alien fields until they were nowhere near the base. Looks like the coast is clear. I better return to the base and make sure nobody was hurt. While I was walking through the fields, I noticed an incredibly rare Pokemon floating around in the air. No way! Is that? It was Mew, the mythical psychic-type Pokemon that has almost never been seen before. Mew!
That's me.
Mew, the world is full of danger right now. I'm trying my best to bring harmony to the world, but it's really hard to change people's minds.
Don't worry, Zozo. I've been struggling with the same problem. I have the psychic power to talk to many people in their dreams, but I never know what to say.
Tell them this, Mew, that we should all try to be friends, no matter what type we are.
Yes, I like that. That just might work. I'll try to remind everyone what is the same, rather than what is different.
Thanks, Mew. From day 90 to day 94, I trekked back through the Dead Sea and got a better look at Blastoise's fortress. There were some formidable-looking cannons mounted on the side of the fortress that would probably blast me if I got closer. I could see Squirtle Squad patrols all across the base. But all that doesn't scare me. I'm gonna use my Mega Evolved power to bulldoze through anything in my way. A water Pokemon came careening towards my location. It wasn't a Squirtle, but it looked slightly similar, only larger and more warlike. So I ran away, but he caught up to me.
Attention! I am Commander Wartortle of the Squirtle Squad. I hear you're the upstart firebrand who is standing in the way of our glorious future.
What glorious future? All you guys do is make life harder for anyone who isn't you.
That's because water types are the best. We're strong, we're good swimmers, and we're the majority, so everyone should have to do what we want.
If what you want is to hurt others, then I can't accept your worldview. Game on, Wartortle! I hit him with my fire breath and drew my sword. His defensive shell would be hard to crack, but in Mega Charizard X form, I was fast and I was furious. I hammered him over and over again with melee attacks from my sword. From day 95 to day 97, I continued to chip away at Wartortle's health, but the water Pokemon was resilient. I could see his strength in battle was why he had become the commander of the Squirtle Squad. Well, that, and the fact he's completely bought into all of Blastoise's ideas about different types of Pokemon. Wartortle used a Water Blast. It wasn't as powerful as Blastoise's, but it was still super effective. He followed up with a combo of powerful melee attacks that had me barely hanging on. I guess I've got no choice. I have to use that move. I unleashed Dragon Fireballs, 4 of them. The dragon power caught Wartortle off guard and dealt enough effective damage to put him in his place.
Hey, that wasn't a fire type move. What a cheap trick.
It's a move I learned through the power of friendship. Someone like you who think a Pokemon's type is all they can be would never understand.
Whatever, Zozo. It's not gonna matter when Blastoise brings down the rain across the land and creates a world for water types and only water types.
You mean he's even willing to do that? I thought Blastoise was bad enough, but he really can't live in a world where anyone is a different type?
It'll be a perfect world. I wish I could have seen it, but I'll settle for that horrified look on your face. Goodbye, Zozo. Enjoy your last few days alive.
Wartortle passed on, but he was oddly proud of himself. It was sad that he had bought into his hate so completely, brainwashed until the end. Now that I knew what Blastoise was planning to do, I went to warn the others about the coming flood. On day 98, I said my goodbyes to my friends who were living on my base as I prepared to go and take down the Blastoise who had caused all this trouble. First, Lapras.
You can do this, Zozo. Over these last 100 days, you've proven yourself to be a true hero. You will unite the Pokemon world.
And then, Vulpix.
You can heal the Great Divide, Zozo. I believe in you. You can right the wrongs of this imperfect world.
And finally, the first ever friend I'd met here, Bulbasaur.
Do it for Flareon, Zozo. It's what he would have wanted.
On day 99, I made my way back to the Dead Sea. I needed to conserve every ounce of my strength if I wanted to defeat Blastoise and his agenda of hate. But when I reached the outside of Blastoise's fortress, I saw a large gang of Squirtles. This was extremely bad news. If I fought those Squirtles, I'd lose energy and be weakened in my fight against Blastoise. Oh, this is terrible. I don't know what to do. That's when I heard a fluttering sound and saw Butterfree floating next to me.
This is where I may be of assistance, Zozo. You helped me, now I'll help you. Let me distract the Squirtles while you take on Blastoise. It'll all be worth it if you can bring peace to the land.
Thank you, Butterfree. I'll make sure that your risk won't be in vain. On day 100, Butterfree rushed in and distracted the Squirtles, while I entered the fortress and came face to face with Blastoise for the first time in quite some time.
Finally, you nasty little fire type! You've grown the courage to come and fight me! This is the final battle. Whoever wins will decide the fate of all the Pokemon in the overworld.
I'm not here to fight you, Blastoise.
What? This is impossible. It must be some kind of dirty fire type trick. You just want me to let my guard down so you can burn me to a crisp.
Don't be silly, Blastoise. Aren't you tired of all this fighting, all this hate? Haven't we both lost too many people?
But, I'm a water type. That makes me better. If I don't have that, what do I have?
You can have anything you want, Blastoise. You can decide who you are, not just what you are. We can all be our own people and be friends. You just need to let all this hate and pain go. Blastoise thought about it for a long moment before sighing.
I'm so sorry for everything I've done. Can you ever forgive me?
I can try, and you can try too. Come back to my base with me, Blastoise. We'll get it all smoothed over.
Thank you, Zozo. You haven't just saved everyone else, you've saved me too.
Just like that, the overworld was saved. Not with violence, but with kindness and understanding.